Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Relax and take a moment to go inwards, seek inspiration from what is going on inside your mind. Allow thoughts and feelings to marinate in your conscious awareness. What comes to the fore? Meditate on whatever signs and symbols appear in your mind's eye. Relax and meditate. And when you feel ready, when you feel compelled to say something, click on the link in the live chat to speak to us. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Finding Gnosis. I do hope you are exceedingly well. We are trying to find out what is going on and what we should be doing in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. I have on the show Leader Laney. Leader Laney, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. What is it you'd like to say unto the world at large?
Be careful out there. Good luck.
Be careful out there. Good luck. And you say that with a kind of sarcastic kind of tinge. Am I right? Yeah. What are you particularly disturbed about this week, Leader Laney? Leader Laney, can you hear me? Anybody else want to join? Link is in the live chat. I can't hear you, Leader Laney. We don't know what's happened to Leader Laney. He's dropped out. Right, we're waiting for Leader Laney to come back. Anybody else want to join? Please do. Link is in the live chat. Leader Laney said, be careful out there. Good luck. Right. So we are hanging in midair, dangling, and we're about to drop because the show is in danger of being mortally wounded because nobody else is on here talking. So if you want to save the show from a dire situation, an inevitable grisly end, if you want to be the superhero, click on the link in the live chat and come on and talk to us. Get the show going. Don't worry, we'll make conversation once you pop on. It's just a matter of getting bods on here initially to get the show going. I don't know what happened to Lee Delaney. He's just disappeared. He's here, but he's not here. No idea. Can you hear us, Lee Delaney? Well, in that case, if he can't hear us, I suppose I might as well play the music again. Panorama. Okay, 1 second, folks. I'll just turn down this music. Welcome again to the Fine Gnosis Show. Hopefully, Lee Delaney will sort out his microphone and come back. But in the meantime, we don't have to worry too much because we have the one and only Pristine Sun, who is live on the Finding Gnosis
Hello,
Show.
everyone.
Sun, hello there. What is it you'd like to say unto the world today?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. You put me on the spot. What is reality? Does anyone know? Does anyone know, like, what's going on in the world? There's some crazy stuff happening, so yeah, it's getting pretty wild. A lot of drama. Do you think it's fake? Like, do you think that some people in high positions are like a construct just to like mess with us and divide us, or something of that nature? Like they just play different roles in history. Well, some people have that theory. Do you want to get into conspiracy theories? I don't know. That's all I've got. That's all I've been thinking about lately. It's like, have these people in power lived, forever? Like they just, continue to play different roles and they just act as these crazy people. I don't know.
So, what's making you say all this? Is it the Epstein stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. Because you can't get away from it. It's all over my feed. So that's kind of, I'm just wondering what's going on there. Like, why are we seeing this stuff? Like, is it even real? Are they just actors playing different characters, really messed up ones? Why would they play such messed up characters? Do they want to traumatize and disturb us? Yeah, it's probably not the topic for YouTube though, so I don't know. But yeah, unfortunately, that's been on the internet.
It's a genuinely disturbing topic. I mean, you do see a lot online. I mean, I know he's a pedo, a rapist.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes,
can't
that's
be an active pedo without being a rapist, basically, or a molester.
Oh no, that's definitely.
So
I definitely believe
he
it.
was a wrong one, but the theories out there are wild. In that some people think he's still alive.
Yeah,
I don't think he's still alive. Others think he didn't kill himself. And then there's I don't quite know what is real and what isn't in terms of the stuff I see relating to the files. I mean, I read someone saying that he was torturing people. Did you read that?
No, I didn't read
even
that.
killed people. I mean, again,
Right.
You just don't know what to believe.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it is hard to believe that people like that exist, and so many of them as well, that are in power. And makes you wonder how they all got together and like it all got orchestrated. It's just there's a lot of question marks there. But yeah, evil exists in people, and maybe a lot of brain damaged people just ended up in power, or like I don't know. The whole thing is just weird because like people you wouldn't even expect, because they've got these code words, and then you've got the compilation videos of all these celebrities talking about the pizza. So it's very weird. It's like those types of people don't seem like women as well that are involved. It's like, why are women involved? Like it's just bizarre, the whole thing. It's like people who you wouldn't expect. So then I guess that's where the reptilian thing comes into play. People think they're reptiles, because I think it is hard to imagine that humans would do that. So people just go, well, they have to be something inhuman. Anyways, I don't know. This is a bit much for the morning, but it's been on the internet.
Hello to Stephen. It's great to have you here again. Do come on if you can. And that goes for anybody here listening. The link is in the live chat. It's pinned, so do come on and join us here on the Finding Gnosis show. So sorry, go ahead, Pristine. Late show. Do come on. Nobody come on. I mean, I'd love to hear your opinions on what's going on in the world at the moment. Yeah, we've got Leader Lenny here.
Churches are kind of in the same boat. Like in Australia, we have Hillsong, which is a huge mega church or whatever, and anyways, that's the same kind of stuff. Brian Houston and all that. Yeah, it's very bizarre. Like it's not just
I
in
don't know what you're
Hollywood.
talking
It's
about.
even in
Tell me about this Australian church you're on about. I don't know what you're on about.
yeah. Hillsong is an Australian church that was like run by Brian. I don't even really know what the situation is right now because I haven't been a Christian in a long time. But yeah, like Brian Houston is a known pedo or whatever, and it's just weird that it's just these. It's the church, and it's also Hollywood. It's just bizarre. I don't know. It's everywhere really. But yeah. Anyway,
Uh,
just
that
that it's
sounds
also the
like another
churches
horrible
too.
story. Leader Laney is here. Leader Laney, how are you doing? Are you okay?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. You said good luck out there in the big bad world. What do you think's going on, Leader Laney?
I don't know, like you were talking about, I hear so many theories myself, like David Icke used to talk about the reptilians and whatnot, but I've heard of simulation theory and this, that and the other, and archons. I got quite into it for a while, but I don't know what to think anymore now. The more I learn, the less I seem to know.
Yeah, there is that as we increase our knowledge, we kind of see more different, like more perspectives on the matter, and you can kind of lose touch with, well, at least your past sureness on matters, Because I remember when I only had one kind of, well, I had like an influence from kind of one view, as it were, or my family, for example, as I was growing up, and then as you grow older and you have experience, you see more of the world yourself, you have more experiences, but you also learn other people's perspectives. And it was it's the case of we can kind of become, well, demoralized, scared, frightened, because there's so many different opinions.
Well, yeah, I'd be debating with friends and family, and I'm talking in a way as if I know what I'm on about, but I'm thinking, really, is it just the opinions I've got of people I've been watching online? Is it what I really think, and believe, or am I just spouting out what information I've just been, regurgitating?
Right.
Is it, so I'm trying to think more for myself, and it's, and not get as confused with all the mire of information.
Leader Laney, what in particular has attracted your attention in the news or in these kind of murmurings that you've been listening to online?
Like I say, a lot of things are coming up about Epstein, innit? And I was listening on, I think it was George Galloway was talking, and he thinks Israel and Mossad have something to do with it, as if, to infiltrate, get blackmail powerful people and that, and that's what it was all set up for.
Well, it does look that way to me. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, apparently he was in Mossad.
That's right, yeah.
So it does look that way to me. But whether he was, I mean, he may not have been working for them in the sense that he was, a pedo for hire by Mossad. He may not have been doing the pedophilia professionally. That may have been his criminal interest as a side project. He may just have been hired by them because he knew people, you know what I mean, and he was in touch with people. So I don't know how, and perhaps we'll never know. We'll never know how much the Secret Services knew about him. And this goes not just for the Israeli Secret Services, but the Russian, the British, the American, and also all the government officials around the world that were in touch with him. It wasn't just the main countries. There were people from all over the world talking to him, and from every country around the world, he had connections. It was absolutely insane, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, he even got involved in the royal family, so that's how far the tentacles spread out, wasn't it? He's like,
So, yeah, we could talk about Epstein. What's some of the crazy shit you've seen about him? I mean, I don't know what to believe anymore. You read the stuff, you see the emails. I don't know if the emails are true or false. I don't know what to read because, obviously the mainstream media isn't telling us the full story either, are they?
Well, no, they won't, will they? You've got to try and get it from alternative sources, and how legit are the alternative sources as well.
This is it. I don't think that you can ever find out the truth here.
Well, no.
There's a video of him on TikTok interview saying that he believes in the simulation theory. He believes that we're in a simulation, which I did not expect. I actually did. I thought he was a dumbass. Like, I had never heard him really talk before. So the first time really actually.
Sorry, who believes in the simulation?
Oh, Epstein. Yeah, there's a video on TikTok. There's like a clip from an interview he did. And I did not expect that level of intelligence to come out of his mouth.
Well, I mean, he was a clever guy in that he was mathematically clever. I mean, I haven't been that impressed. I haven't been that impressed reading his emails. Every single one of them has been.
No, that's the thing. Everyone was saying
they've been deplorably written.
Yes, that's the weird thing. Like, that's so weird because, like, when he talks, he sounds intelligent. Like, you should hear this guy. It's like, oh my God, how is, such a depraved and just, like, disgusting human being or whatever he is. How is he thinking? Like, he's pretty, clever when it comes to that. So he was just, talking all about light coming off the, light hitting our eyes and like all that science stuff about, reality not being solid. Like, the table isn't solid because it's just, because our brains appear. Whatever the fuck he was talking about, science stuff, like rambling on and then going on about how women, have intuition. And this is it. When he started saying this stuff, it really kind of creeped me out a bit because I know that comedian Tony was talking about that, and I told you that she had made a video talking about the elves were telling her that women have intuition and feeling, and in history we have valued men over women in history because men do think more logically. Men like to measure, as Epstein said. Men like to measure things, and women don't really value that as much. They go by intuition and feeling, and like, oh, that guy's creepy, that whatever. And for some reason, Epstein was for this, and he said that it's old school to, the way that men think is old school, and that he thinks that the future is for women and the way women think, and that's how it should. It's, I don't know, he seemed to be insinuating that it's more intelligent to go in that direction. I do think it was quite weird because, as I said, Tony was talking about the same thing that elves told her that, and I was like, okay, so, and she also talked about we need to be shifting into a timeline where, this is the case, where we're valuing, women more. And so I'm thinking, okay, why is it that, okay, maybe we are heading in that direction if that's how reality works, where reality is changing to meet that, but why in the world would you do that through someone like bloody Epstein? Because if he says that, guess what's going to happen to anything he says? People are not going to support what someone like that is saying. So you can't change a reality in a positive direction through someone as messed up as that. It's bizarre, and that comes back to the whole us talking about and believing that this reality is run by evil and not by good. I don't know. I'm not saying that I support
No, it's certainly there seems to be a propensity for people to get to the top and do terrible things, whether they were terrible before they went up there or they became terrible because they were up there. I don't know if it's clear in all cases, but I do believe power corrupts a lot of people. I do believe, some people get up there and they've got these dark traits, and that's why they're up there in the first place, because they're ruthless. They're Machiavellian, they're psychopathic, and they step on people without a conscience, and it gives them an edge and an ability to do things that others wouldn't do. And sometimes they get away with it, and therefore they find themselves in positions of power. But I'm just not so sure that everybody at the top is evil. I think that some of them I think they are corrupted, perhaps, or maybe the system is corrupt.
Yeah. I was more talking about
maybe their hands are tied in some way as well, because I just think, I don't know. I get the impression that even some of the world leaders aren't really evil. Like Macron. Do you think Macron's evil? He gets called evil a lot. I don't think he's evil. I think he's just a little bit duped, a little bit of an idiot. Like in some ways, I mean, he's had a weird life. He's had a very strange life. I mean,
I wouldn't say they're all.
His partner was much older than him, and she was his teacher when he was 15, and then when she was 17, she was dating him, and she was 39 years of age. I mean, that's a strange life, isn't it?
I got told that recently. Obviously, that's grooming, and it does happen, and women do that. So, yeah, it is creepy. No, I'm not saying that. Oh, I was more meaning like what I meant by like run by evil was not necessarily the people in power, but I just kind of meant more like if there is like entities or beings behind the scenes changing reality. Obviously, that's a fringe theory that I've made up, but it's not like something that most people believe. I was just saying, like, if there's people behind, or like beings, entities behind the scenes. But anyways, no, but with money, if we're talking about like people in power, yes, like when you get money, it does change you. But it depends on how much control you have over that, because it does give you like not having money is humbling. Like it humbles you because you don't have power over anyone. You're kind of like you have to rely on other people. You're not in a position to be egotistical to people, and you don't have the power over, you don't have like that kind of attitude, or like that kind of like, oh, I'm so cool because I'm like the shit because I've got all this money, and like, yeah, I'm above other people, because people do get into that mindset that they are above others because they have more money, and they think that they really are better than them, and they can just do whatever they want. And one theory is with these rich people is that they have done so much. They have, done so many dopamine stimulating things that they've resorted to such level of disgusting behavior because they've already done everything. I don't know. I don't think I really agree with this theory. I don't understand. Like, I don't like. Do you really think that the like average guy, like good men? Do you really think that good men would eventually just resort to kids?
No, I don't think that.
Yeah, no, that's where I kind of disagree with that one. Yeah.
No, I mean, when I said power can corrupt people, I don't mean it. I don't mean it corrupt them to that fucking degree. But I mean, it may make them, for example, be less virtuous than before. And I think some of that is related to what you just said, Pristine. You raised a good point there. You said when people haven't got any money or they haven't got much power, then they kind of have to be more thoughtful in how they relate to others to survive. I think you raised a good point there. Yeah. We have Mr. Shine. He's joined us. Mr. Shine, what is it you'd like to say unto the world?
Why are you assuming I have anything to say to the world? And let's be honest, the world isn't listening to your stupid show.
Well, it exists regardless of listenership, and we are talking to the world. It doesn't matter. I mean, the world may not be listening, but we are talking to it still, all the same, Danny. So I take it you don't want.
So is everybody else. So is everybody else.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Oh, by the way, we have somebody here, Danny, who's a fan of yours. You mentioned on the last show. Leader Laney, are you still there?
Hello?
Yeah, you said to me last time that you were a fan of Danny.
Yeah, I remember him a long, long time ago when he was in the Love Police with Charlie Veach.
Right.
He was
Yeah.
on he was on some channel called, was it Edge Media TV or something? And some guy called Theo Chalmers interviewed them both. And I think they were both based in London at the time. And it was a funny duo to watch. And then, I don't know, they broke up, went their own ways.
And what do you think of him lately? He changed his tune a bit because he said everything is okay back in those days. That was one of his catchphrases. Not quite one of his catchphrases at the moment, Leader Laney.
Are we on about Danny or Charlie?
Danny.
Yeah, they both changed, yeah. But I think I tend to agree more with what Danny says.
And if I remember rightly, you're a father as well. You have a few kids. What do you agree with Mr. Shine on?
Yeah, I don't think it's a nice place to bring kids into, and I found out a bit too late about that.
Okay, well done. Listen, mate, so did I, right? But unfortunately, most people don't never find out. And then they encourage their kids to have children, and on and on and on it all goes.
Yeah, and I'm telling mine not to have any, not to bother. Yeah.
Good. Excellent. That's the main thing that you need to do as a parent.
Yeah, I'm trying to make up for it.
Yeah, well, it's hard. In fact, it's not just hard, it's impossible. Which is why we should have never done it in the first place.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Well done for realising.
Leader Laney, I mean, how do you feel coming to this personal viewpoint? I mean, what made you come to this viewpoint, and can you describe your views on the matter and the world at large, and as I said, why you came to this viewpoint?
Yeah, I mean, it might have been Danny where I first come across this anti-natalism thing, and then all of a sudden, my dumb brain has all these realisations. I'm thinking, you know, do you want them to go through the horrendous school system? Then they might end up with a dead-end job, and I've had a dead-end job in a factory for 20-odd years, and you wake up at 5 in the morning, look in the mirror, and you want to blow your fucking brains out.
Oh, no, terrible. You poor sod. Yeah. Honestly, I literally I work, in my life, I've worked for half a day. That's all I could manage in my whole life. I mean, I've had jobs, you know, working as a drugs rep or something, but that's not like what you're talking about. I was driving around the place. Oh, sorry.
I was 20-odd years in a factory, and you got to work with people you hate, you know. And
I know all about that, Leader Laney. I've done these jobs as well. It's hard work.
It's hard work. It's tough going. And I'm only in my 40s, and my hands are hurting. I mean, not just from the job, I've got like, you know, a bit of early stage arthritis.
Sorry to hear that, mate. D Prophet says he's shocked that Danny can't put in a day's work.
Why should I?
He said never saw
why should I?
Who could, sorry. D Prophet, do you want to come on?
A leech. Leech.
D Prophet, come on here.
What happened to the background? We've gone.
I don't know. Danny, are you out and about or something?
Yeah, I'm out and about in the car.
Oh, okay.
Is it making a noise?
A little bit. Leader Laney, is there anything that could persuade you not to think like Danny?
Probably listening to your show.
No, I mean, I'm kind of like the host. I let people on here. I don't know whether I should influence anybody on anything. I'm a clueless moron, but I am trying to find out what is going on and what we should do.
Let's stop there. Come on, let's stop there. Just say that again. I'm what?
I am a clueless moron. I mean, I don't think anybody really knows what's going on.
Well, then why are you saying anything after that? Let's just leave it at that.
What?
Oh, Danny. Oh, Danny. D Prophet, are you able to come on here?
Oh, leave
Christine,
him alone. Don't
yeah,
give
well,
him any airtime. Don't
well,
give
it's
him any
about.
airtime. He's a breeder. He's a low-life breeder.
Oh my
Ugh,
goodness.
don't give him any airtime. He doesn't deserve it. Don't give any
Christine,
breeders any airtime. It's like, would you give Adolf Hitler airtime? You
I
probably
might
would.
try and change it. Might try and change his mind. Go back in time and say, look, Adolf, you're a good artist. Why don't you stick to that? You know, why don't you move? I mean, you don't have to go to Berlin. You could, or Munich. You can
Yeah.
maybe go to New York or something. There's a bit of a trendy bohemian crowd
Yeah.
over there. You might make something of yourself.
Yeah, but D Prophet's already had kids, hasn't he?
I mean, if I could go back in time, I'd bring him to like a synagogue and like make him make friends of Jews.
I want some pancakes.
And he might have ended up marrying one and being happy. You never know what could have happened. But he didn't do.
Are married people happy?
Oh no! Here we go.
I'm sure a lot of married people are happy, but yeah.
Leader Laney, are you married, brother?
I'm not. I'm never been in a relationship.
That's
Not
one
really.
bullet I managed to dodge up to now.
Oh my goodness, Lee Delaney. Lee Delaney, why the name Lee Delaney? I'll be honest with you, I never expected it to be a bloke. I always thought it was a woman or something. I just and then you came on with this big manly voice. I was like, what is your Lee Delaney about?
Well, my name is Lee Delaney, but I just spelt it different because I actually make music as well, like a musician.
Oh, your name is Lee Delaney.
Yeah, but it's like I just spelled it.
I know the
different.
name Delaney. Yeah, it's a Norman name. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Irish. I thought it was Irish Delaney, but
yeah, but Norman, it's Norman Irish. It came from Delaney, Delane. It was two words originally. Then they put them together.
Right, yeah.
Have you seen any leprechauns at all?
Oh, here we go. Casual racism.
Can't
No,
say
no, I want to see leprechauns.
Do you
Well,
believe
if I
in
ever
leprechauns?
Well, if I ever get some money, I'm going to go to Ireland and look for them. 100%. I want to see some leprechauns. I'm sure some Irish people have made claims.
How much are you willing to pay? And how and what height are you willing to say is a leprechaun? I mean, how small do they have to be? Because I'm willing to hire some dwarfs and make them put on ginger wigs if you give me enough money.
I don't know. How small are they? I was actually wondering that. Good question, because I was wondering that last night. I'm like,
do you believe in the fairy people? Some people do. Do you literally believe in little people walking around doing things?
I believe that. I actually really do believe that people experience seeing these elves or little people, because even like one of the first people to bring salvia, which is a plant to, I know that these are plants and people smoke them, whatever, but even these old accounts of people saying that these elves were living in caves, and I know there's like a whole story. I could try and find it. I found it on Reddit, but yeah, there's like reports going back a long time. Where people are seeing these.
Yeah, but they haven't seen them lately. Like we haven't seen it on the 9 o'clock news. We haven't. They might have said it.
Oh no,
we haven't seen it lately, have we? Come on. Is it because they're all on? Is it because they're all on psychoactive medication? They've stopped seeing.
Yeah, well, yeah, but why would a plant show you elves? That's what I'm wondering. Like, why would a plant tell you that elves are real? That's weird. It shouldn't really. Plants technically shouldn't be telling you anything. They're plants. Like, if I went and smoked some grass outside right now, nothing's going to happen because it's just grass. But, people are seeing elves on all different bark. Like, DMT is bark, right? I mean, depending on which one you get. But the NN is bark. That's nature. And people are seeing these machine elves and jesters.
Yeah. Divine Hazel says, "Hello, Danny. You had 3 kittens. Get over it. Get over it, Danny," says Divine Hazel.
Get over it.
Yeah, she's the
What
mother
are
of
you
2.
talking about?
Yeah.
I know. Oh, I've come across her now. She's the one that had a dream when she was young that told her to go out and have children
I
when
think
she
so.
should have
Yeah.
gone to the doctor. She should have gone to the doctor immediately. That's a terrible mistake to make. To believe
Hitler.
some crazy dream when you're an 8-year-old. Actually believe the dream of an 8-year-old, and she had children because of that. I mean, that's absolutely, completely and utterly beyond insane.
Hitler's half nephew, William Patrick Hitler, was born in England to an Irish mother. So that is apparently that is true. I mean, it's bad enough being Hitler's nephew, but the poor fucker was also born in Liverpool. So he really had it hard. Hey, Divine says truth over lies. Gary, are you coming on here? The link is in the live chat. Yeah, so I don't know what to say, Leader Laney. Are you upset? I mean, how is your what's your philosophical outlook on reality now? Do you have any spirituality in you, Leader Laney?
Not really.
And how do you
I was
persevere?
very spiritual, but that's ended up turning into a load of jargon in my head as well. Like, you know, I went down the
Yeah.
spiritual, you know. Everything.
Did you go the New Age?
Were
Yeah,
you a
all the new
Catholic?
age
Were
stuff.
you raised? Were you raised a Catholic?
Yeah.
Were you raised a Catholic as well, Leader Laney?
No, nothing like that. No, they weren't religious parents or nothing. It was just later on, they seemed to be like a bit of a spiritual movement, weren't they? And I got into all that and everything, and they just done my head in the end. So
Yeah, it will.
I got out of it.
Danny, you're scaring someone off. They said they're too shy to come on with such a celebrity in Mr. Shine. There you go. And Gary, his name's Gary. He's been on here plenty of times, Truth Over Lies, but he's frightened to come on. Come on, you wuss. It's fine. We got Fatima. Fatima, you're on the show. What would you like to say unto the world?
Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? Not much here.
Oh, great, apparently.
Not three bad, thank you. You?
I'm all right. I mean, I was just reading some of the files, that got released.
Oh, the Epstein files, yeah.
Yeah, just reading some of them. Yeah,
It's hard to know what to believe. I mean, there was one there. I mean, there's a lot of them with names retracted. Now, there was one email. I don't know if it's true, but I saw an email, and we couldn't see who sent it, but it was sent to Epstein, and it said, "Thank you for last night. The littlest one was a little dirty."
That was real. That was real.
That was real.
Yeah, I saw that for myself. Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, but I don't know why they redacted the name.
Well,
I don't know why.
Who do you think is president?
Well, we can't really cast aspersions, but we can privately, but to say it publicly can be a problem. But yeah, it is strange. Heavily
implied. That's my opinion. It could be anyone though. It has like a 50-50 chance, but either way, this just shows me that actually I was talking to some of my other friends online, right? And they say because of this, they're getting back into Gnosticism because I was watching videos about just in general about hidden societies and cults, right? And apparently a main feature of them is human sacrifice, especially that of the young. And yeah, that's like a common feature amongst all of these hidden cults, allegedly.
I mean, Fatima, I saw another one. Again, I don't know whether it's true, but there was another email where they said something about killing. 2 girls died from strangulation. Did you see that one?
Yes, I did. Yeah, that was in I think that was in New Mexico or Mexico, and involved FBI agents. That one is a bit more fuzzy to me, but yeah, that involved an internal conflict.
It said something like Epstein killed 2 girls during rough coital Well, rough rape, basically.
No, I think more so one of his associates
Uh,
did that, but he knew about it. He
and
knew
they had
about
to get rid of the bodies, basically. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I don't know where the source came from, etc., etc. But you saw that on where did you see that? I saw that on Twitter. Again, obviously,
it's easy. You can go on the Department of Justice on the
and did you
American
go on
government.
in relation to that particular email? Is that there?
Which
Is
one?
it the one about the two girls dying from being strangled?
That one I didn't investigate, but I did see it on Twitter and on Instagram. But that one I investigated the other ones. I investigated the one where Epstein was very mad at towards China for advancing at a rapid rate more than the U.S. is. He was more so envious. He called them like a bunch of like the peasants that just got lucky.
What the
Yes,
hell?
yeah.
I saw one email saying yummy or something because I like not really interested in reading these emails that much, but if they come up on my feed, I'll read them. And there's a song by Justin Bieber called "Yummy Yummy" or whatever.
You
So
read that?
people were
Yeah, yeah.
linking. Yeah. So that's come out as well, where that song is about
Yeah, but
whatever the
for
hell.
fuck's come on,
Yeah.
that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, that's a word
Yeah,
everybody
you
uses.
have to realize that these people and their associates did very horrid things, but like there are some stretches that people are going to like do, but what's real is that like there was a lot of laundering of money between bank accounts overseas. There was a lot of that. There was a lot of
Yeah, but you're
trafficking.
missing the point. You're missing the point of this. All of this.
And what's that?
All of this. Once again, sorry to bring it back. Sorry to bring it back. All of this is downstream stuff. That's all it is. Downstream stuff.
Oh yeah, it
The
is.
people to
Yeah.
blame here. The people to blame are the parents. All of them. They're the people to blame.
Yeah,
Jeffrey
like
Epstein's parents.
oh yeah, his parents are
Jeffrey
definitely to
Epstein's
blame.
parents. All the parents of the politician and all the parents of the girls that got abused. All of them. They're the ones that are the troublemakers. Right? And we must never forget that. Forget Jeffrey Epstein because it allows all these breeder types, right, to carry on with their sinful ways, right? Most important is every time that comes up, everybody who understands this should say to everybody around them, I blame the parents in this case, all of them. I blame the girl's parents, I blame the politician's parents, I blame Jeffrey Epstein's parents, all of them. Because without the parents, nobody would have any freaking problems.
I don't know, Phil the
Yeah.
Van. I don't know.
I don't think it's a stretch because of like his music video. Like at the end, here, look at the like picture. It's like got a picture of him as a kid at the end, and then underneath, it's like here. Look, I'll share it to the thing. I mean, you don't have to put it on the screen,
You
but
can
and you
share your
obviously
screen.
can't.
If you say present screen, you can present it if you want. As long as
Yeah,
you're not, don't share any of your
yeah,
email or
yeah. It's
personal
like,
details or anything like that. One second.
oh
Are you
no,
ready?
not my email. No, I
I'm
just
gonna put it on.
present
You ready?
like, yeah. See, like that's a plate, and that's him as a kid at the end there, and it's got yummy underneath. So I feel
Oh
like
yeah.
it could be a stretch, but that's the music video. Like, I don't know. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah,
So
maybe it could be a stretch, but like I wouldn't put it past it.
I
Like
don't know.
I'm pretty, a lot of things have been confirmed with these things, of course,
Yeah.
it's just the world we live in, and like I didn't ask for it. No one did. I was just thrown into the world without like any knowledge of this. Like there was a good story by one Chinese author that was called like The Weight of Dreams or something like that. It's about like a baby not wanting to be born because
We're
it
all in
saw
a dream.
everything. Huh?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was just making a joke that we're all in a dream.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. Yeah, true. Kind of, yeah, but like more so like a bad dream, yeah. But like
Yes.
But like, yeah, so the baby saw like all of like what life entailed, and it said that it didn't want to be born. That was a pretty good story by one Chinese author. Yeah, it's called like The Weight of Memories or something. Yeah, and yeah, and like I feel the same way. Yeah,
Because you know that
definitely.
song, "Merrily, merrily, merrily, life is but a dream." Anyways, it's just a theory. I'm just anyway.
I mean, who
Yeah,
knows anymore? Like, I don't know. Like, this thing kind of put my epistemology out of whack. Yeah.
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's
It
crazy.
Yeah.
is honestly, it's like I was watching a video the other day of his island, and his island is a really strange place. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, it's weird.
it's just he had a lot of money. He did. I don't think he had much in terms of taste. Obviously, I'm talking interior design here. He had no taste, obviously, because he was a fucking pedo. But he, in
Yeah.
terms of like how he spent his money on the island, it's a very strange shambles, isn't it? It's just cobbled together, very weird fucking things all over the place. I mean, it does look like something that was designed by a madman. Do
Yeah,
you
of
not agree?
course. Oh yeah, of course. There's actually theories that he was influenced by like strange mysticism of his ethnic religion. Yeah. I don't want to say anything about that because I'm afraid I might get,
Well, there's lots
censored.
of theories. We don't know for sure, but
Yeah, of course,
I
but
mean,
that's just one I read, yeah.
we're all look, we're all influenced by our backgrounds. Okay,
Of course,
that's not.
yeah.
But the thing is, I don't think it's fair to say that background is any worse than any other background.
No,
You know
it's
what I
not.
mean?
I'm not
Yeah.
saying that. I'm saying that, but like there were signs of it in his interior,
Well,
especially in that square.
but he
The
also had a
cube.
picture of him with the Pope in his temple.
Yeah, he
So,
did.
so
John Paul.
I
John
mean,
Paul.
what was that about? Yeah.
Yeah, and I read another email that he actually stayed at the Vatican. He actually stayed at the Vatican. He actually slept there one time. Yeah, he like visited there. Yeah, and I think he that's that same night he met the Pope. Yeah, so my question is that I don't know how the hell did he conjure up all of these like connections? I don't get it. Because like I read his life and like he came from like a pretty like modest background. Like his
Well,
parents weren't that rich.
mm,
It,
he seemed to get a big, massive amount of money very, very quickly from somebody. Somebody just handed him a shitload of money, and I forget who it was. It was some financier uh, in New York, and it looked to me like he probably blackmailed the dude. So maybe he did because he was just given a lump sum of money like relatively
yeah,
early on.
of
It was a
course.
massive amount of money, and I reckon he probably had the guy by the balls. He was blackmailing him or something.
Yeah, probably did. Yeah, I can tell that he had a very, very good way with like
Who was that dude? Because that's actually what got him going. He just got a massive amount of money from
the
nowhere.
only thing I know from that era, from his early life, like in like his 20s and 30s, is the fact that he met that dude in the Rockefeller corporation. That's all I know. The Rockefeller. Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously a clever guy. He went to Harvard, didn't he?
Yeah, he did win to Harvard, but he did drop out though. Wait, no. Yeah,
Oh
wait.
yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, he dropped out. He studied. He taught at a high school. He taught physics at a high school. Yeah,
Or maths,
and
yeah.
maths, physics. Yeah, well, physics does require math. It does. Yeah, so yeah, he taught that, and then somehow he blackmailed some dude. Yeah, from what I can tell, there was one thing for sure. Like he was very very like persuasive with like I guess his words because if he can blackmail that easily, like a big person like that, then yeah, he must have be very, very smart and clever in a very bad way.
Questioning reality. Why don't you come on here?
Was
They
that
say Pristine says a lot of good things here. There's no
oh
such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves.
that's kind of like solipsism in a way, yeah. Like we're
Thanks.
all just
I think actually,
Yeah,
I think. Sorry to correct you. There is such a thing as death. You'll find out one day. I can assure you.
And the other thing is us being the imagination of ourselves. Well, other people exist, and we have an effect on them.
that's what I was gonna bring up.
I don't think it's all about what they're thinking.
Yeah. because you have to remember we are not actually alone in the world, even though like I want to be alone. I know that I'm not alone in the world because the words and things that I think about are from other experiences with other people. Yeah, so but that doesn't mean I'm gonna like necessarily drive with those people. Life is not a dream, it's a fucking nightmare. Yeah, I do agree. 110%, I do agree. Yeah. Bill Hicks. Ooh, I like Bill Hicks. He was very, very funny. Too bad he died early. All of those comedians from like SNL died pretty young. They died of like drugs. Yeah. Like who else died? John Belushi. Who else? Some other dude. I forgot his name. John Candy, I think that was one. Yeah. Chris Farley. He was gonna do Shrek. Chris Farley. Yeah, but he died of a drug overdose before he can do
Question in
Shrek.
reality says our bodies die. We aren't our bodies. We are a single consciousness.
Okay, no, I don't. I'm not sure about that. I don't know about that. I'm kind of skeptical of grand metaphysical like statements like that. I don't know about that.
You can keep reading the
There's
comments.
like an interview here. Do you know that Chris Williamson dude? Yeah, he had an interview with Eric Weinstein. I don't know if you're interested in watching it, but I watched it. It's pretty interesting. It's only 15 minutes.
Oh, Eric
Okay, do you want to put it on?
Weinstein.
Will we put it on?
Yeah, if you want to, it's kind of interesting.
Eric Weinstein. He's
Um,
part of the intellectual dark web. Yeah, I know Eric
There you go.
Weinstein.
There you go.
okay.
Once.
Yep.
Talk to me about what that's like, coming face to face with somebody of that caliber.
Whatever that means. Well, one thing is that there is a physiological reaction that corresponds to this phrase that, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Like, that's a real physiological feeling. I don't know whether the hair actually does that, but it's exactly what it feels like. You're meeting somebody who is unholy. And, one of the most interesting things is that he was beckoning into a world that didn't seem to exist but for him as the doorman. I think that's one of the things that freaked out a lot of these rich people is that he felt rich in a movie sense, which is not something that you find among actually rich people.
Skip the ad.
What do you mean?
Well, a lot of very wealthy people don't own an island. Islands are really tough to maintain. I'm obsessed with islands, and in general, I have to be obsessed with islands that have airports run by other people because they have populations on them. But every rich person starts to wonder, can I afford an island, or how many jets? And if you look at Jeffrey Epstein's wealth, it was like gold beaten into gold foil so that it could cover a vast area and leave the impression of a solid gold life. But it was really probably on a mid 9-figure fortune that had been used to buy islands and planes, which is not what any 9-figure person is going to do.
So you had a felt sense, an embodied sense of discomfort?
Oh, hell yeah.
And where did that come from?
The fact that he had a lipstick camera pointed at me from an art object, that he laid a table that was preposterously long and thin with a tablecloth made of an American flag to make it look like a coffin so that I would spill my coffee on the flag of my own country. I mean, the fact that he looked like a mutant Ralph Lauren with this kind of lubricious quality, and he's talking all of the science and market stuff, and nothing adds up, and there's an heiress bouncing on his knee to get her boobs to jiggle to see whether it can distract. I mean, it's like one of these crazy scenes where nothing about it was normal. There was no trace of a normal world.
That sounds like a script from a movie.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it, John Travolta is like putting a gun to your head and forcing you to drink and break a code in a minute. Yeah, like that part of it. And then there was some sort of like, remember that story, The Most Dangerous Game, where a man invites you to his island so he can hunt you. This was scary, and it was meant to be scary.
Sounds menacing.
Well, I think his product was silence. People think that his product was sex or finance, but it was silence. I'm pretty sure.
What does that mean?
If you're scary enough, look, rich people can get sex, but they can't necessarily get people to shut up afterwards. So my take on it instantly was, this is not an actual human. This is a construct of someone's. Someone has created a fake human being called Jeffrey Epstein, who's a mysterious currency trading financier with crazy rules so that no one would ever invest with him. And I think that was to keep people from seeking his investment services. I mean, he's labeled disgraced financier, but nobody has a record of trading with him. He was sitting there, he comes into the meeting and he says, well, Eric, I was just doing some currency trading. And I thought about that scene that you sometimes see and as a meme with Steve Buscemi with a skateboard over his shoulder.
Hello, fellow kids, teenagers. Yeah, hello, fellow financial traders.
Exactly. So I'm thinking, you don't really look like a rich guy who trades in markets.
The thing that I'm finding myself intrigued by here is it takes a moderate amount of cognitive horsepower to be able to piece together this theater that you sat down at.
Yeah.
Deployed in a nefarious, malicious, manipulative way.
Mm-hmm.
But it's smart.
What do you mean it's smart? Say more.
It's not something that could be done by a simple mind.
You think he did it?
Oh, he has a team of manipulators?
No, when I say I think he was a construct, I literally mean that. I think he was constructed, like fitted with a story.
Oh, so you think he was a plant?
No, I think he was a construct.
What's that? Okay, you're going to have to dig into.
I think Jeffrey Epstein, super genius financier, was not a thing that existed. Where did the money come from? You're going to mumble Lex Wexner? Okay, so that's what you mumble. But then, there's this missing fortune of Robert Maxwell and this fortune of Jeffrey Epstein that we can't explain. Are those the same fortune? It's like a conservation of money principle, that if you have a fortune that's missing and you have a fortune that can't be explained and they're connected by Ghislaine Maxwell, I don't know. Why is it that no hedge funds, what is it? They file form, I forget, it's 13F. There's certain forms that you have to file. Nobody's ever asked for these things. Who's his prime broker? Where has somebody gone over the prime brokerage? What are his trades? He would have to move the market if he was, doing a yard of euros or Swiss francs or who knows what, as like $1 billion. That would move the market. So there's no way you can fake retroactively a hedge fund of immeasurable size that trades currencies. I don't think he was a currency trader. He told me he was a currency trader.
So when you say a construct, who constructs? Who's the builder?
I don't know. I would imagine some version of the intelligence community. Sometimes somebody's cover gets blown. We have a very famous, unfortunate story of Eli Cohn with the Mossad, where Eli Cohn was an Egyptian Jew who was fitted with a backstory that he was an Argentinian playboy who'd made a fortune in Argentina, but was Arabic in origin. And then he moves to Damascus and he takes out an apartment where he holds orgies and becomes the best friend of Hafez al-Assad, right? And so that's an example of a story we know. We know how the intelligence communities of the world create people who don't really exist.
construction of, I know that this is just a one time thing here that you got to see, but the construction of the coffin looking American flag, the spilling of the coffee, this weird power play thing that's going on. That seems, now that you say that, it wasn't him even pulling his own strings, perhaps. It makes a lot more sense. But even that degree of sophistication, I learned this from Daniel Schmachtenberger. We sat down and he's spent some time with particularly powerful people.
Yeah.
And he told me this really harrowing story of somebody who has both the desire and the means to treat themselves like an apex predator against their own kind. And they said so. They broke the fourth wall about this and said apex predators don't care about the prey, but they saw their own kind as prey. And I asked Daniel, how does it feel to sit opposite somebody who isn't rate limited by the resources, who can not only dream to have this, plus have the motivation or lack of virtue or integrity to go ahead and consider doing it, and then has the capacity, the assets to be able to enact it.
Sure.
And it's reminding me, it's giving me this same something. It feels like it's up on the top of my head. It's giving me some sort of a sense like that.
This was intended to be terrifying. It wasn't an accident. It was intended to be as fascinating as it could possibly be, which it was, and terrifying at the same time. And it achieved both. It achieved both objectives.
Hello?
Do you like scary movies?
I mean, I was given an opportunity to meet him again. I didn't know what to do. I mean, the other thing that I just found really weird is that he knew about my research, and it turned out that he was connected to my graduate department at Harvard. So he had a connection to the Harvard math department, unbeknownst to me. I don't know when that began. I know two of the professors he was connected through. But this is some unholy story. It has nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. It has to do with whatever this thing was. We tripped over a thing. We tripped over a structure. We named the structure Jeffrey Epstein.
It must be very unfortunate in some regards for whoever it was, if that's true, that was in charge of this construction, that it became that people got T-shirts with his name printed on them.
But this was already going wrong in the early 2000s. You see, my sense of this is that this was a pre-internet plan that lived into the internet age and couldn't survive contact with the internet age.
What did the internet bring in that didn't allow it to survive?
Eyeballs, discussion.
Level of surveillance.
Well, you know, there's a claim that nobody cares about Jeffrey Epstein because it's this many years later and we've all moved on. Yeah, that's completely untrue. And we know that it's true because if you start talking about Jeffrey Epstein, the engagement goes up. So you have these fictions like, you know, that are put out by mainstream media or traditional news desks, which is nobody cares about that story. Well, that you can see from social media that that's not true, from the internet. So the internet is constantly providing an ability to check whether or not these claims from inside the structure are true. And Jeffrey Epstein is an example of what I called an anti-interesting phenomenon.
What's that?
Well, an anti-interesting thing is something that would normally be fascinating. Imagine, for example, you had a story where you could get a Pulitzer Prize for breaking it. Everybody cares. You'd sell papers like hotcakes, blah, 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 and nobody wants to report on it. And it's like right there. You could just ask the dumbest questions and it would, like, New York Times says, disgraced financier. Well, tell me, did you find his prime broker? Did you find the forms? Did you go to his offices in Villard House? No, nobody does, ever. The story is anti-interesting, and it's very different than being uninteresting.
which would suggest more collusion, more coordination.
Hello. I mean, see, this is one of the most uncomfortable things. I think there was a time when people said collusion or coordination, the presumption was, well, that's pretty far out there. We now know, like post Elon Musk's $44 billion adventure at Twitter, that there are these coordinating groups coordinating social media with the intelligence community or with the Department of Homeland Security or with the State Department. We now know that we're living in an orchestrated, curated, choreographed world. And we can't know it officially, but we all know it if we want to know, which is hysterical. Now we have to talk about, well, are you a conspiracy theorist? Like, I read the Slack messages. I read the emails. What are you even talking about now?
This episode is brought to you by a product I've used.
That's it, pretty much. He just like promotes whatever. And yeah, so interesting stuff.
I think they were kind of scared to like say the obvious, in my opinion, because like he was real. Like I think the comma construct is to like kind of like almost, in my opinion, to like downplay who he actually was. No, he was actually a very real thing in the world. He was very real, more real than anything else. I
Yeah.
think I think he's what happens is whenever like a society like America just gets too powerful and gets influenced by a lot of things, and its foundation is already fertile for those things. Thus, the people who live in America become drenched in this web of influence and power. That's why they do what they do. And to me, that's no construction. That was a ripe thing for this to happen. Yeah. I think he was more real than like anything else, in the US, honestly. In some ways he kind of embodies what the US is all about, like exploitation, blackmail, domination. Yeah.
We just lost Fatima. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting what that guy was saying. That he wasn't sure if this guy was the financial, guru of gurus that everyone claims he was. Maybe that was an overreach. Maybe he was doing something else to make his money. But
Yeah,
hey
I'm
ho.
not sure.
So the link is in the live chat. Do come on and say hello if you want to. Question Reality said they're at work, but they might come on later. But yeah, thanks for sharing that with us, Pristine. Have you got anything else you'd like to share for us to watch while we're waiting for others to come on?
I'll have a look, and then I'm gonna order some breakfast. But yeah, I'll have a look and see if there's something else. Because
You're ordering your breakfast. Nice.
yes,
Do you do that? Do you do that often?
no, not too often. I don't have enough money to order that often. But yeah, once a week. I try to keep it at once a week, and that yeah,
Okay.
that keeps my bank account happy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll just find something.
Well, the link is in the live chat if anybody else wants to come on. Unfortunately, we lost Danny. We've lost Fatima. We lost Lee Delaney. But yeah, if anybody else wants to come on, please do. Link is in the live chat. We're just waiting for Pristine to come up with the goods. I say goods, it's probably going to be something bad and terrible to watch, but she is looking for a YouTube video for us to watch, for us to mull over. So while she's doing that, do say hello in the live chat if you're still here. And there's a few people watching on Twitter. There's 15 or so watching on YouTube. There's some people watching on Twitch and Kick.
Danny Gola has a new interview that came out yesterday. So, I mean, just for a quick find, I mean, this is, what I can think of because I watched it yesterday. So,
okay.
Yeah.
We'll add this then. Hello to Brother Marcus. Good to see you here. Here you go. Press play.
Almost like in reality. If you look through it, you will start seeing the details in such a way that all of a sudden it becomes this code.
Today's guest found scientific evidence that we are in a simulation. How many people have done the DMT laser experiment at this point?
I would say a few thousands. The code is extremely coherent, very sophisticated, super HD, and no matter what angle you look from, no matter who you are, it never resets into something else. Always the same characters.
As a boy, he learned about black holes from his grandfather, who was a nuclear physicist, sparking his obsession with the secrets of the universe.
Ever since I was a little kid, if I would just sit down and have nothing to do, the first place my mind goes to is what is outside of the universe.
But after years of experimenting with psychedelics and encountering various entities, he stumbled upon something that could alter how humans view reality forever.
So there's something that happened a couple of days ago. I'll say this. If we can take a snapshot of it, frozen, well, now we have something serious to actually investigate.
In this episode, we'll dive into the laser experiment that exposed how our universe is written, explore why hundreds of people are seeing the exact same alien code, and investigate if this is just a mass hallucination or proof that we are living inside the Matrix.
Simulation doesn't mean fake. It just means we are living in a computationally rendered environment.
Mouse, do come on if you want to talk.
Exists, and that's why all the simulations happen, because it's God trying to...
Danny Goler, welcome to the Jack Neal Podcast.
Thank you for having me, brother. It's an honor.
Danny, you found compelling evidence that humans are living inside a virtual reality. Joe Rogan was fascinated by your experiment, and we were actually introduced to each other by a guest who's been on our podcast twice, Chase Hughes. How did you use a laser to prove that we're living in a simulation?
When I've had psychedelic experiences, I've had a lot of them in my life. And because I knew kind of what's in the cards, even though it can be a broad variety of what can happen to you in psychedelics, when you do it long enough, you start to understand kind of what you should expect. Like, where is it, right? And things started happening to me at a certain point that are outside of that. It's just too real. It became almost like you sitting right in front of me right now. This, of course, can technically be just in my head, but is there anything I can do to determine that? Like, if it's real, if it is in fact real, like when we do DMT, do we go to like a real space versus just hallucinating it? And then I started asking myself the question, is there any method, way of thinking, kinds of questions we can ask that can help us determine that? And that's the kind of modality, kind of thought process that I started going through that eventually landed me on the idea that laser is supposed to be doing something. So if the space is real, then it would have to have some rules. Just like we have the laws of physics, every environment that is operating by rules and has some laws of physics. That would mean it would have some geometry, it would have some topology, it would have some boundaries of some sort. I knew that light had to be involved because when you're having psychedelic experiences, you can see it with your eyes. Very often you see something in your immediate environment that changes in a way that you simply didn't have access to before. So all of these ideas were kind of hovering in my head. And I said, okay, well, I know light is involved 100% because I can see it when it's happening. I know that sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't, which means there's a boundary of some sort. And I started asking, can I probe that boundary? Is there any way to probe whatever that boundary is? And it took me years of thinking about it, reading papers, trying to go into the psychedelic space and ask the aliens how to do it. I tried to do all kinds of things with magnets and just trying to see if I can maybe shift my attention in a way that will allow me to see other things. There's a lot of things that I tried, but nothing really worked. And eventually, I had this idea that we know that when quantum computers do what they do, they interact with a decoherence moment of a particle communicating with basically instances of itself across the multiplicity of the different worlds. Now, it might sound like crazy out there, but that's mainstream physics, and we have a device that works thanks to this fact, so quantum computers. And the second I had that thought, it's almost like something grabbed me by the shoulders and said, yes, look there. Look at distribution of light, decoherence, that kind of stuff. The idea of the laser was born. I knew that something with coherent light was supposed to happen, and specifically with diffraction. And I didn't know what it was, but when I tried it, I saw this, what now people know is the code in the laser. And of course, the first thing to admit is that we have no idea what it is. We don't know its code. We don't know its language. It just seems to be that way. But when I saw it, it had a certain reality to it and rigidity that hallucinations simply don't have. That's what makes it stand out. And actually, it's a little bit more mundane than hallucinations in the DMT space. It's not this like wacky, crazy, it's just kind of like a holographic, some kind of a self-executing clock of some sort. And you can see it very clearly. It's not like a fuzzy, it's very clear.
So typically when people do psychedelics and have these experiences, they'll see beings or like space is kind of altered and it's kind of like moving and not really clear. But when you did this experiment, what you found was like ultra clear and feels more real than anything else.
To be fair, on DMT, you do encounter quite a few things that feel also this way. Like they're super coherent on their own right and they have their own rules and they feel very real. But I think maybe the thing that really makes the code stand out is also that it's very repeatable and it never changes from what it is. It's doing a thing. So like it's moving and doing things, but not in relationship to what you're doing. So you can do whatever. You can move around it. You can move the light across it. So it doesn't move with the light. It just kind of moves like you're putting a flashlight in the dark on something. You can try and perturb it. You can try play music. Like if you would imagine it's a hallucination, right? Something would have to slightly shift if it's a hallucination when you play certain music for yourself, right? Or play binaural beats or something, like because you're doing something to your consciousness, right? Because if it's a product of your consciousness, when you add something to your consciousness, something should happen to the thing, right? Or at least it's very plausible. With the code, it doesn't matter. It makes no difference whatsoever. Not the surface, not the person, not the time, not the whatever else you introduced to the picture. Always doing the same thing. Always the same symbols.
So let me see it really quick because sure. I just want to visualize. So like imagine you're talking to Elon Musk and you have 30 seconds with him and he knows what DMT is. He knows it puts you in this different space. Mm-hmm. And you're like, hey, when you do this is what happens. Explain it to me kind of like that.
Wow, man, that's a great way to think about that. Elevator pitch to Elon. So you can use any diffracted laser, which diffracted just means just like all the stuff that you see when the barcode scanner in a supermarket. That's what diffraction is.
It's just like spread out light.
So diffraction is any moment where light bounces off of something. Let's just start there. With the case of diffracting lenses, they are designed for the exact wavelength of the light. So if it's 650 nanometers, the slits that are on the lens are designed to be at the exact distance that matches 650 nanometers. And if you change the nanometer, you need a different lens with a different spacing between them. What that does, it allows to break the light very coherently. And basically, so if you project this, right? So instead of a laser pointer, you have this pattern. It doesn't have to be an X. It can be a band of light as well. As long as it's a diffracted lens, which just, honestly, you just buy it on Amazon with the diffracted lens. Very simple. And through this window, so if you imagine what you're seeing on my hand right now as a crack, almost like in reality, almost like a window, if you look through it at what people call the speckle, so like the shiny stuff inside, you will start seeing the details of the speckle in such a way that all of a sudden it becomes this code. And to be quite honest, it's more than just code. It looks like some kind of a hyperstructure that the code makes, which is actually the thing that really convinces you that something is going on here. The code is extremely coherent, very sophisticated, very clear, super HD, but it makes up a mega structure of some sort. It's a field of buckyballs, or you can think of it like soccer balls, arranged along columns. and the light rotates. I'm going to put it down just a second to illustrate. The characters, they rotate around these balls, and also these enormous columns on which these balls sit, and they kind of go back and forth. And also each character switches in one spot, so they kind of go like, like the old briefcases, like that. And it's all moving at the same time, but not in like a craziness, like super clear, like you're looking at some kind of a mechanism of some sort.
It's just a period.
And no matter what angle you look from, no matter who you are, you can look away, you can look back, you can blink, it never resets into something else. Always the same characters.
So show it to me again for a second.
Yeah.
So does it matter how much?
Yeah, usually in the beginning, before you saw it for the first time, you would have to smoke just a little bit more just to be deeper in state because it's easier to see. We don't know.
I would see what on that line. It would be different characters.
You would have to look inside the line. So it's if you look at the surface, it would actually probably miss it. So it's not on the surface, which is what you would expect the hallucinations to be on. It's inside of this. So imagine that the red line is a window. And you're looking through the window versus looking at a smudge on the window.
Right. And then the text looks like, is it kanji writing or is it?
It's not a language we know, but the closest things to what it kind of appears to be is katakana kanji, Hebrew, Aramaic, something like an ancient language of some sort, or some of the Asian languages. But it's none of those. So I had people speak Japanese who saw it and said it's definitely not Japanese, but we now created a library of all the people's reports.
So if you and I are on DMT, we'll see the exact same symbols in that spot.
Yeah, it's hard to say because there's a lot. Like I'm thinking from the skeptical mind, right?
Okay,
if you're skeptical,
Pristine,
it will be
thank
hard
you
for me to
that. I think
convince
I've had
you
enough,
that. How do I know that we're seeing the same thing?
Is that okay? Are you there, Pristine?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
that's
fine.
okay. So apologies to Eka Mouse and Divine. They weren't happy with the shorts. So basically, after the live stream, I just click a button. It says create AI shorts and then just publish them. The AI does it automatically on StreamYard. It's an extra feature. But these ladies aren't particularly happy with that. I personally didn't think it was a huge problem because all it's doing is clipping what's already on the video anyway. The video is already public. So I thought, well, what's the problem? But I didn't see a problem. So these ladies aren't fond of it. What do you think, Pristine? Is it a problem?
Oh, sorry, what shorts are they referring to?
So basically, you know the live stream, right?
Yeah. The shorts that you put together.
Yeah, no. So basically, after the live stream, obviously the live stream is recorded and it's watchable afterwards. Okay, so anybody can just watch it afterwards, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Now, basically, in StreamYard, immediately when you press end the show, as soon as you do that, a little notification pops up, create AI shorts, create short clips. Okay. So basically you create them and basically the AI creates the shorts automatically. So it does its thing. It goes into your live stream and it finds content and it makes like a series of shorts for you to publish. And then you just click publish and they're published. And it's just a way to get people who are interested in perhaps some of the things we talk about to join us, and like-minded individuals might come upon the shorts and come on the show. So it's it is just a feature for that. I mean, but Divine and Eka Mouse aren't particularly happy. So David says the lives are recorded anyway, so why would a short matter? He said it makes little sense to him. I mean, I honestly, ladies, I'm really sorry if it's upset you, but I didn't see a problem with it. I just thought the content is already recorded. It's already on the channel. What difference does it make if it's in a shortened segment or on the long elongated version?
I don't see any issue with the shorts. I did see one of them that I was in, and yeah, I don't care. I think it's fine. Yeah, I don't see any problems with it.
Eka Mouse, if I remember rightly, the short about her was her 3 rules on spirituality, and I thought they were really nice. The AI made the clip, but it was a short about her views on spirituality, and they were actually really nice views. And I thought, well, that's a nice clip that the AI generated, and I'm sure people will enjoy listening to that. It wasn't anything to be embarrassed about. It was a nice message. But you know, Eka Mouse and Divine, if you want, I think delete it, just comment under it, and I'll happily delete it from the shorts. Divine says we have a right to our opinion. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. Indeed, you have a right to your opinion. So yeah, if you want them deleted, I'll delete them for you. Just comment under the shorts that you don't like, and I'll delete them. We've got Eka Mouse here. Eka Mouse, apologies to you. I didn't mean to offend you. But that is, do you understand what it is, Eka Mouse? It's like a marketing add-on. So basically, because I pay for StreamYard, okay, you get these little add-ons, and one of them is it automatically makes shorts out of your streams so that you can, because shorts are popular, you know, they're a way for people to come across the stream. And then I think that's what brings people here sometimes. They come across these shorts. Sometimes it perks their attention and they subscribe, and then they perhaps join in the conversation in future, you know. So yeah, sorry, you didn't like the shorts that were generated. I thought they were really nice. It was the one that I remember, the one that was generated about you was the one about your 3 rules, your 3 kind of spiritual rules or something. Wasn't that right?
Can you
nice
see
to
me?
see you, by the way. Yes, looking very well.
I'll show you my face so I'm authentic. The thing is this, yes, my 3 spiritual rules, self-invented. I quite like that you made that public. And I also understand that is a KI thing, that it wasn't really intentional. But what I've mentioned before, and I mentioned now again, at the age of 4 years, I was sexually abused within Jehovah's Witnesses. When I tell it in a 3-hour live stream, people have to find that particular sequence when I say it. And I say it to protect all the other children that suffer. But I don't want that to be a short that people see.
Oh dear.
Waiting
Okay,
for
I'm
the
really
bus.
sorry. So I understand now. So
let me finish. The point is this. Nowadays, many people understand what we children went through. But at the same time, if it's always just sort of a thing that is mentioned, by the way, on the Epstein files, and if your children are being abused, nobody understands that these children, we were thinking we were dying in these moments. And it's not anything for a short. If in a 3-hour long live stream chat, it is also being mentioned, deep people like me watch 3 hours and they will see it and they deserve to see it. But it's nothing for a KI, and it's nothing for a little short that you watch on a bus.
I look, I completely understand what you're getting at now. I was a bit puzzled.
Understand me. It's not about me. It's about all
I know.
children and what we all went through, and it's not a matter of advertisement.
It's the subject matter of the short. Now, I'll be honest with you.
I gave you this information.
I'm very sorry. I have to apologize.
To protect people, but not to make out of me an advertisement. That's the point. Okay.
I completely understand what you're talking about now.
I forgive you. It wasn't
Thank you for that,
intentional, understand, but please learn for the future. I'm doing all this only to protect us all.
I hear you.
Understanding for us all.
I understand what you mean now. I'm really sorry. I do have to apologize. I have to admit something here. I don't actually listen to all the shorts. Okay. Now that's terrible on my part. Maybe I should listen to them more. So, because what happens is it generates so many that I generally just click publish. And sometimes I listen to them, sometimes I don't. But if they don't look dodgy, I generally click publish. Now, if you're saying there's one there about your personal experience of being abused, I'm really sorry. I agree with you. That isn't something that should be marginalized to becoming a short. You know, it's not a sound bite. It's not something to utilize as an ad or something. You know, so yeah, no, I agree with you. What I will do is I'll delete that one. Is it the one called Surviving MK Ultra? Is that the one? Because I'm trying to look for it. I don't know where it is.
But what everybody needs to understand at the moment, the Epstein files are really big, and people always think something sexual that is perverted. In reality, for the perpetrator, it's something sexual that is perverted, but it's actually child sacrifice, human sacrifice, and the children that go through to this. And if it wasn't a matter of a short, I could tell you what a 4-year-old experiences when it's being penetrated through its face. It's suffocation. It's suffocation through the extreme. And for the rest of your life, you cough, you have a deep voice, you have swallowing problems, and you'll always remember how you were always murdered permanently for a long time. And many people talk of child abuse, and they don't understand it's child torture. It's a slow murder of children. And these children survive in the end. But they believed all that period they were being killed. And people nowadays believe child abuse was something perverted sexual. No, it isn't. It's torture. And it's nothing for a short point. Thank you.
Look, I completely agree with you, Ika Mouse. And what I've done is I've made that one private, and I've deleted it now, so that nobody else can see it. And I do apologize for that, but I understand exactly what you mean. So in that sense, I get what you mean. Okay. And I do apologize. So you don't have a problem with the other one. It's just that particular subject matter, which I agree isn't right for a short. Without, I mean, theoretically, if you had said, can I make that into a short, then that's up to you. But yeah, I shouldn't have made that into a short. I'm sorry. Divine, though, doesn't want any shorts made. So I don't know about that, but I'll have a think about it. Ika Mouse, you dropped out, darling. I do hope you're okay. And I hope you'll come back on. So Fatima, you're there.
Hi there.
What have you got to say? I don't really want to talk about that. That's up to, this is Ika Mouse, and she's having her say, and she's entitled to do it.
Of course, yeah, that's completely all
we
up
can
to
talk
her.
about something else. But as I say, I do apologize to Ika Mouse about that, and I'm
Yeah,
really
that's
sorry.
good. It's good. Yeah.
She went through enough. She went through enough.
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I in any
all
way
heard,
triggered her, upset her, added to her torment. You know.
Yeah, those.
Obviously, I'm very sorry to hear about what happened to her.
Of course, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad when we
And she's
first
a
heard it for
brave
the
woman.
first
She's a
time.
brave woman as well. She's a brave woman for
absolutely.
going out there and telling her story, but also trying to help others. You know, that's what she does. So I applaud her for what she does. You know.
Yeah, it takes a lot of courage to actually say your story. It does. It takes a lot of it because some people might not take you seriously and whatnot, which is very unfortunate. There's people like that all the time, you know.
So, Ika Mouse, thank you for coming on and discussing that with me. Again, I do apologize. Chickpea, the Torty, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say unto the world?
Nothing.
Hi, Chickpea.
Hello. Hi,
Nothing.
Fatima. Well, not really. Well, nothing to say, really.
Okay. What have you been thinking about since we last spoke on this show? And I think
nothing really. Nothing. Well, you know me. What I've been thinking about. You know all that stuff that lady was talking about. David.
I don't really want to get into her private details.
No. MK Ultra and all that sort of thing. David Icke talks about all that a lot. Or MK Ultra stuff, everything. Just say.
Right.
Yeah. That seems to be a very sensitive thing, though.
Yeah. So, Chickpea,
Yes, Grumps.
close your eyes,
Why?
and Fatima, close your eyes.
Okay.
And Pristine, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Would you like to give them a guided meditation?
Are you serious?
Hey, I don't mind.
I want
I-
you to try and get them talking about something. So maybe you can say something. You can make it up on the spot just to get their mind working, thinking about something, and then we'll see where it goes. Hopefully, conversation will begin to flow. By the way,
like
don't say
picking
anything too depressing.
Oh, what about?
Oh, I discovered something new
Okay,
today.
so, gardening? Is that happy? Yeah, that's gardening.
Gardening.
Okay, there you go. There's your buzzword, gardening. What does that do for you?
Gardening.
What does that make you want us to talk about?
I've always wanted to live in my own little
Yes.
Chinese garden when I was a kid, because one time, right, I went to the zoo in Washington D.C., right, and it was one of the most coolest experiences ever. Oh my god, and actually that was the first time I actually saw I saw a lot of things. I saw bats close up, those giant the fruit bats. Yeah, I saw those close up. Those things look cool, but also kind of scary at the same time. Those giant Indian the fruit bats. Yeah.
Oh, I must tell you something, D&W. I've been doing some reading. I found out today, and it's the honest truth, and I don't know what doctors are doing in their spare time or what research they're doing. Doctors have only just discovered in the past 2 years that inflammation causes incurable depression. They've only discovered that in the past.
Incurable. What about if you cure the inflammation?
Well, they don't say. It's very hard to cure inflammation. I know that 'cause that's what RA is. RA is inflammation. But they've only just discovered that, which I find incredible. You would think that.
Well, I knew inflammation of the brain causes depression.
You knew that.
But
Oh.
yeah, that's been. I think we've known that for a long time.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, inflammation of the brain.
I mean,
does cause
that's what
depression.
kind of allergies and stuff. When people get allergies, they get inflammation, and it can cause havoc in their body all over. One of the things it can cause is depression. Yeah.
It's just something I just sort of, but it looks like they've only really put it together the past few years. Put it actually together. Because I know I've got inflammation problems, but
right,
I have millions of problems.
Millions. Yeah, we all do have our millions of problems.
Sorry,
it's okay. We all have problems. Yeah, but
I mean, it's not within the bounds of it's not outside the bounds of possibility, Chickpea. That one day you might feel perfectly exhilarated and happy and never complain again about existence, and you might love life.
Ooh, now that would be something.
You might love your personal experience of life. I'm not saying you won't be worried about animals and such, but
yeah, but that's why I'm unhappy. That's my own personal thing. You don't hear me moaning about my own personal life. You don't.
That's true.
Yeah, Mimi, do I? I'm not sure. No, I usually just talk
moan
about
about my private life, my personal life.
Yeah.
I don't moan that much. Do
I try not to. I just like to state the facts of the matter. The state of affairs. How I see it. I try not to put my own personal ballistic things. Into things because I want because one of my main things is that I care more for finding and clarifying error and confusion than looking for a truth. So that's who I am. So that's why I look at things. I try to look at things for how they are. I try to look and not say too much.
I don't think I moan about my life, do I? Do I moan about my life a lot?
I mean, it's okay if you do. It's okay if you do sometimes because you have every right to. You have every right to, in my opinion, and And
No, she doesn't. She's living in one of the world's most foremost cities, in a first world country. She's got a free national health service. She's
I
got
don't mind.
all her needs catered for,
I don't mind.
and she's got the Finding Gnosis. She's got the Finding Gnosis show.
No, my unhappiness comes from.
That's a deal breaker. No,
Yeah.
that's good right there. That's actually a good one right there. Yeah, I guess so. But like, well, I don't know how to feel about London because when I was growing up, I saw that place was like very, very sophisticated, posh, refined, and now I hear
Yes.
news from there now, and like it's like, what the fuck happened?
Oh.
Is this like Gotham City from
Yes.
from the Batman comics from DC
Thank you,
Comics? Is this
Fatima.
Gotham?
Yeah. London used to be such a lovely, safe place. I've told D&W about this when I was young. As a female, you were so safe here in London. And I mean, I'm talking about you could walk around 3 o'clock in the morning coming back from some nightclub somewhere, and no one would ever bother you. You could go sunbathe in the park as and when you felt like it. Nobody would come ever near you. Now, I daren't walk to
That's
Tesco
true.
anymore. And that's
There's
how
no
bad
what?
it's become.
Oh, really? You can't even go to like the stores, right? Or a
It's not that
Greg's.
bad. Well,
Wow.
I tell you, twice in the past 10 years, I was walking down my local street and men have come up to me, twice it's happened, give me your effing phone, you bleeping effing C. Now that's happened to me twice
Yeah,
in the past 10 years.
yeah, like you see, like it's just getting pretty, bad over there with all the crime. Like I don't know what that like I don't want to blame too much on like the individuals, but like that mayor, like I don't know what he's.
Yes, I don't know
really.
what's going on.
I don't know what's going on.
Sorry. D&W heard the latest. They want to stop British people having so many dogs. That's the latest nonsense I've
Why?
read. in the Daily News.
Why? What's that stupid?
Because there are certain sectors of society that don't like dogs.
Are you
Like
serious?
who? Like who?
No, I'm not. I am very serious.
I
Yes.
don't believe this. I don't believe
Right,
that.
D&W.
We have to check that. We have to check that.
Yeah, copy and paste the link in the.
Well, it's on
private chat.
YouTube. It's on YouTube, so I will
Oh,
just
it
go
must be
off
true.
and
It must be
twiddle
true.
off and do that for you.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just send a link in the private chat. Fatima, Pristine, Chickpea, please keep the show.
Of course, absolutely, on your behalf. Yeah, but why dogs? Like, I don't understand why they would ban dogs. Like,
Because there's certain sections of society do not like dogs.
I can understand sometimes, but like, why do you have the need to put like a ban on how much a person could own? That's a person's private matter. Yeah, it's really.
Things getting bad here. I tell you.
I know, right? Like you don't even have freedom of speech online anymore. You can't even.
It's too bad.
You can't even call someone like fat over there. Like I knew a friend.
Oh, yeah.
I knew someone who I used to talk to, and he used to like. And like he made fun of his one of his family relatives. He made a fake account, and like he had to do hours of like community service because of that. Yeah, I swear. Yeah, like it's like damn. It's like
yes.
Wow.
Yes, it's become. You daren't say anything anymore. I don't know what I dread to think the future holds it, and I dread to think. I really do dread to think. But it's yeah.
Yeah, it's really.
Yes, ruling on keeping dogs.
Well, that's kind of fucked.
Yes, exactly. Whereas the bad ones, there's more touching dogs. But it's bad. It's a lot of stuff gets taken down nowadays off the internet, because there used to be a time there was so much stuff on the internet on YouTube about all this.
Oh yeah.
All gets taken down. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder about who, right? Like it's all a type of censorship by not trying to speak about things too much, like, or like they're trying to regulate how we're saying it. They're trying to regulate like the speech pattern, the language. Like they're trying to regulate how we talk about things. Now we can talk about them, but they have to be in a premeditated standard that it's that like conforms to whatever is controlling it. Yeah.
Yeah.
otherwise we'll get in trouble and we have to do community service or we're gonna go away forever. Haha.
Yes, it's going to be really bad. It's I don't know what to make of it all anymore.
Yeah, that's why so many like British retirees are retiring out of the country. They're retiring
Yes,
to like Morocco, Spain, Thailand,
yeah,
where else? Indonesia,
mm,
Malaysia. What's a popular space for retirees from that part of the
yeah,
world? Vietnam too, if they fought in the Vietnam War. Here in
yeah,
America, a lot of like American vets, retirees, they go back to actually Vietnam because it's cheaper there and it has good health care than
yeah. It's
in
getting to be
America.
ridiculous.
And
Yeah.
It's all getting to be
so,
very
what do you
ridiculous.
guys think? Sorry, oh, sorry, I interrupted.
No, go ahead.
What do you guys think about like plants that imitate insects and insects that imitate plants and you've got like this snake here that has a spider tail. It's pretty weird.
Mm,
I think that's just mother nature saying that nature will always find a way to be to adapt and to always maneuver the prey or always outsmart the predator in their surroundings. Yeah, because there's this one octopus. I'm sure you've seen this before. Like this one octopus that can like mimic the size and shapes of like other animals. It does a pretty good job. It can change its color.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's called the mimic octopus. Yeah, like it will
Oh,
blur.
yeah.
Yeah, it will literally like turn into like a shell, like a shell thing, like and it'll become like a snail type of thing. Yeah, and then it can imitate like a snake, like sea snake by like flattening itself to a very thin amount, and then it looks like a snake. Its head, its tentacles start to move like a snake's body and head. Yeah, it's really weird. Like the sea life is very strange to me. Like I'm both like interested in
Oh,
sea
yeah.
life and I'm both scared by it as well.
Yeah, it is interesting and scary. It just looks designed to me, like all of it. It seems too crazy to be random and just kind of come out of nowhere. I know that's kind of going back into the evolution debate that's usually you guys are usually talking about. But yeah, just that's
Oh yeah.
I just thought I'd bring that up because it adds into that conversation because if they're imitating stuff that well, it just looks more like designed like someone kind of came up with it. But yeah, who knows? I mean, does anyone really know for sure? It's hard to say.
Well, I've seen the couple of the streams here before the shows here when they talked about evolution and like there was that one dude I forgot his name that was always butting heads with like the people here about like he didn't believe in evolution blah 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 and like
Oh yeah.
my stance on evolution is like I don't care about it because like either way I'm still here suffering in my predicament, so like if there was a god that put me here, I don't like that god, or if it was just chance, I hate the circumstances I was born into. So either way, I'm fucked either way, whether evolution is real
Oh
or
yeah,
not.
I completely agree.
Yeah, I'm fucked either way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but like there were some prototypes in the theory of evolution before Darwin. Like I think in like Saint Augustine's works, there was like seeds, like literally like God planted seeds, and the seeds of the earth they turned into life. Yeah, and there was a hierarchy of being. There was animals, plants, animals, and humans. Yeah, called the chain of being. Yeah, and during like the
Hmm.
Islamic golden age, right, they already had an idea of prototype idea of like the natural selection, not the exact well, not an exact same thing, but it was kind of like seen as like the prototype of it. Yeah, and those can go all the way back to Aristotle, and Aristotle came up with like a prototype of the theory of evolution by looking at different species of like octopuses and how one is this, one looks like that, but they're all octopuses, right? But they all
Yeah,
have
right.
their own quirks, yeah, and their own characteristics. Yeah, that was one observation he did, and people expand on that until Darwin came along. What's weird about
Oh,
Darwin is like Darwin was actually he was going to be, or I think he was, or he was going to be a ordained Anglican minister or something along those lines. I think so.
Yeah. I think when people, um, hear about, oh, this was created or designed, they immediately think of God and they don't have any other. I guess what I'm trying to bring into the picture is maybe it's like it's not just God, maybe beings designed us, or aliens, or
Exactly.
who
Yeah.
knows, but
Anything.
like, yeah,
Anything. Yeah. Like I used to be a pretty big defender of the theory of evolution. Now I'm kind of like I don't know how to feel about it because like if you look at the history of like things and how it got there, if you looked at how ancient people saw the world, right, and they saw it in that lens, and you saw that their ideas of how life became to be had some convergence of to how we see things now. It's just that Darwin made it more like, I guess, how do you say, more random? Yeah, more random and more materialistic and more based
yeah,
on like adaptation and brute force of the fittest, and then that and right after Darwinism, right after like evolution, right, there was social Darwinism, which influenced like imperialism, colonialism, racism, eugenics. Always the best of the species or a group must always rise up no matter any cost, because if they're stronger, then they have the right to be. They have the right to like do whatever because they're stronger than everyone else in their area or in the world. Yeah, and that's how like they justified like the imperialism of like the late 19th, early 20th century. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's not to say that like that's inherent in the theory of evolution, but still, it did have an idea towards it, but it's not inherent in my opinion to like uh Darwin's thoughts on it. I don't think it's that, because
I've just got to eat my food, but and then I'll contribute to what you said in the conversation. But the thing is, there's only us here. Um, so I don't know if D&W, do you want to put another video? I've got like another video. I don't know if you guys, being English, have heard of well, I know D&W is
I'm
Alex
American.
O'Connor, but he's, yeah, American. Yeah, you're American. But a lot of the others are
I do know Alex
um
O'Connor. Yeah, he does like debates with like people about religion and
yeah,
stuff. Yeah, I know Alex O'Connor. Yeah, I knew him back when he was the cosmic skeptic. I knew him way before then. Yeah, he
yes,
talked. He
same.
he he used to be a vegan. And now he's not anymore, which is weird because like he used to be a pretty staunch
Yes.
defender of veganism. Now he's like neutral on it. Yeah, and yeah, he's pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't watch him much, but like he does do good like the conversation. He does invite pretty interesting people to like talk to.
Oh yeah, he's very eloquent in the way he speaks, and
Yeah, he is.
I do agree. I was shocked when I thought he'd be a vegan forever, and then when he said that he reversed his thinking, I mean, it's not too shocking in the sense that this is Alex we're talking about. He is a deep thinker, so he goes through his views a lot, like how he sees the world. So it's not shocking in that sense that he would change his mind, I guess. Most people, I guess, they become vegan because of a certain reason, and that kind of stays with them, and they have other things going on, that they're focusing on, because his job is literally to think about
To think and
worldviews and
converse. Yeah.
yes, whereas other people, they've got other stuff going on. They don't have time to think. Most people don't, they've got their
No, they just
jobs and
work. Yeah, they work. They have to be
yes,
preoccupied
yeah.
with other things. Yeah, but Alex has a good, I guess, like opportunity to like talk about these ideas and things with people, and some of like his conversations of like specific people I like, and like there are ones that just made me like whoa, like I think you probably seen this one. It's like one of his most viewed videos. It was the one that got me back into him. It was his interview with that guy. What's his name? That's like he's like a very religious person who, but he quit during the interview. What was his name?
Oh, really? I don't know if I saw that.
his name, but I saw the whole video. He quit during the interview. He quit and like he said he
Wow.
actively hated Alex. Yeah, he was like a
Mm.
religious dude. Yeah, I think his name was I know it's Peter Hitchens. Yeah, he was talking to him about
Um,
yeah, he was talking to him about drugs or like that's what he said. But he just wanted a conversation to him about like his views, but he kept on bringing up the drug question because like that was like the main a topic of his book, you know, that the Hitchens wrote. Yeah, and it was like against drugs or whatever. And Alex wanted to talk about that, and he said no. But he says like, it was like I have like 2 hours to spare with you, so you better like talk. And like he's like no, and he kept on insisting, and he just gave up like mid interview. Very very like a professional from his part.
Oh yeah, Christians will do that. Like if you see the debate that he did with Cliff Kenshaw and his son, you can see the anger and aggression and the loss of control of emotions. I'm not saying, look, I'm not perfect. I'm not, you know, and I used to be a Christian. I understand. I guess the anger is coming from when you put everything into a religion, and some Christians their whole life, especially Cliff, he's been, I used to watch him ages ago when I was a teenager. Like when you throw your whole life into loving something that you're not even sure exists,
Is
but
real, yeah.
you convince yourself that there's a God that cares for you, and then you've got someone coming in and saying, your whole life's work is bullshit. I can see, the anger, but I just don't agree with attacking atheists um, for having a different opinion of belief. And Christians have done this since the beginning of time. Like you would probably get killed back in those days for having a different belief than the Catholicism mainstream view.
Yeah, you could, or you could get exiled, excommunicated, shunned. Yeah, anything. Yeah, if you did anything out of the ordinary. Like there was one dude who was like the predecessor towards like the Protestant Reformation, and he was burned at the stake. And then there was this other dude, I forgot his name, it was Bruno something, but he was like an astronomer or an astrologer that questioned the authority of the church, and he got burned at the stake for it. Yeah, his story was very good. I love his story. His story was very very unique. Yeah, he was very cool. But unfortunately, he got burned at the stake because he argued that like the sun, the earth isn't the center of the universe. Is one of the first ones to say that, and he got burned at the stake for like for having a differing view of God. Yeah, his view of God was
Yeah,
more
that's
like
crazy.
I guess like pantheistic or something like that. Yeah, and he got burned at the stake for it, unfortunately.
That is such an extreme. When I hear these stories of back then where like the torture is so out there for something so minor from today's point of view, um, people will still get verbally attacked and maybe sometimes physically for their beliefs or whatever, but it's way more rare. And like, but burning someone, imagine how that would feel. It's like, do they have empathy? Do they like, especially if the person is a good person, they just have a different view. It's like, what was their thinking back then? Getting burnt like with fire. I mean, I don't know how it works. Maybe it would happen so fast you'd be dead and you wouldn't even know. But I would imagine if it's a slow burn up from the feet, it would really hurt. Like that. That would be insanely painful, like crazy. It's like, do they not think of how someone else will feel? I know that seems a bit silly, but it's like I couldn't imagine even doing that. And I know that men think a little differently, whatever, but it's nuts. Like
Hmm.
I don't understand the way they were back then.
Yeah.
Um
Oh, yeah. I found the person that they had burned. His name is Giordano Bruno. He was an Italian
oh
philosopher, poet, alchemist, and astronomer, and also an esotericist. Oh, he's pretty good for this show. I think the NW would like him. Yeah, he's known
yeah.
for his cosmological theories, such as yeah. He came up with one of the first ideas, I think, yeah, of like the other theory of like how the system is the Copernicus theory of the system. Yeah, and he challenged like that the Earth is like this center of like the universe. Yeah, and he also posited that there could be more planets and more stars, more, there could be more to the expansive universe, and it could have like no center, which is the theory we go on now, right? Like our space is so expansive that there is possibly no center, like
Well,
even yeah.
that's classic physics. That's classical physics now. The new idea is that actually it's all just consciousness. And I can like show a video of this guy who's talking about how it's kind of pointless to come up with all these. I don't know. I'll show it later. I'll find it and because he explains it way better than I can. But
Yeah.
I think like it's very possible it all just could come out of your own perception. Or like I think my personal theory is that there's probably entities or beings that have designed the, like more advanced. Whether they're the mantis beings that people talk about or they're the elves, where the elves claim they're the engineers. Like, who knows who's responsible, or they're all responsible. There's different realities where different religions are true. Maybe there's a world where that's true, and that, but it's all seems to be storylines that change
Yeah.
that someone is putting out there. So it's like, oh, the earth is round in this reality, but you've got the storylines of the flat earth conspiracies. But maybe in another reality the earth is a freaking triangle, or like a
cube,
or a hexagon, yeah, or a
Yeah.
cube, or or like it's not even an earth at all. I mean, what a weird concept that we're just in a round like a globe floating in the sky. I don't even, where did it even come from? I just, but then it's like, well, what's normal then? If all of this is
Yeah.
weird, what's normal to us? It's like, I don't know. What would I ever consider to be normal?
You don't know.
Is everything always weird? Is reality just always weird in or is there going to be a reality where we we finally get to a place where we're like, oh, this is normal, this actually feels like home, or I don't know, but it's just, yeah. I mean, I obviously experienced Mandela effect, so that's kind of where that's coming from. The whole like, oh, reality isn't solid, and these storylines can change by, my theory is that it's entities, because people like to say that they manifest stuff these days. Like, oh yeah, I manifested that, I manifested this. I I just, I don't know if it's us. I don't know if it's when I see stuff, my thoughts come into reality in weird ways. I think someone else is behind it. I typically don't think, oh, I did it. I think like sometimes I'll say that because it's just language. I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably because of me, because of my thoughts. But I feel like it could be like entities kind of messing with our perception. It's like, can aliens actually control what we see? Because they're telepathic. Everyone talks about them being telepathic. So can they put into reality what's in your head? And then that raises a whole, I mean, it just keeps going. It's like the further you go, it's like the more it's just crazy it gets. And like, is it just one entity pretending to be all these others and playing finger puppets?
Yeah, could be. You
Yeah,
don't know.
right?
Like
Like,
you could never know. Like that kind of reminds me of like the whole the Hinduism. Like there's this one ultimate reality, and then there's avatars, three avatars. What was fuck? Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, or Brahman, or I would, yeah. Sometimes I forget how to say those. Yeah, and then and then there's other avatars that are like a whole like the downstream from them. There's like 300 million of them. Yeah, and then there's other stories in Hinduism where humans created the gods. Yes, they pretty much have have yeah, that's like one thing that humans like projected their image of gods, and thus the gods became real. They pretty much willed the gods into existence. I don't know how that works. Yeah, it's pretty weird. And and then for like the Buddhism, they don't even have like a creation story. They don't worry about that question of where did things come from. They only worry about the here and now, how to attain nirvana, which by the way isn't a place. It's like there's no a description of like a nirvana. You just have to believe in it, or you have to not necessarily believe, but you just have to work your way towards that, even though you don't know what it is. Yeah, it's not a state of being, because being is not real there, and so is non-being. Yeah, in Buddhism, both being and non-being are like not there inside a nirvana. They don't exist. Yeah. So try to wrap your head around that.
Yeah, there's also that theory of Brahman's dream, like we're all inside uh Brahman, but also what is it? Oh man, it's been a while since I looked into that one. Um I think it's Hinduism or something like that. Brahman's dream.
Brahman's dream.
Uh trying to find
Brahman's dream, yeah. And what's also interesting about Hinduism is that like that's like the last remaining expression of like the gods of like the Indo-Europeans or the Proto-Indo-Europeans, because like the people in North India of that region, they like migrated to India and like they mixed with the population there, and thus they formed their own pantheon of gods that have the local gods from South India. And so that's why you'll see like some names of like Hindu gods sounds similar to Greek gods and Roman gods, is because they all share from like one root of like the Proto-Indo-European mythology. Yeah, I love that. I love that story. The Proto-Indo-European tree branch of the language and like the mythology of it. Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting things to talk
so
about.
this one
Yeah.
is I just found the AI write up for it. It's basically like they call it Maya and an illusion. There's different interpretations of this, of course, because most people don't want to believe that they're actually talking about we're really in a dream. So they kind of put metaphors on it and oh, it's just speaking metaphorically. And they say that, but it's basically where some avid Atia Vendetta or something, where the universe is understood as Maya, a cosmic illusion
Maya.
or
Yep.
projection. Yeah, Maya, of the ultimate reality, Brahman. So, yeah, an illusion or like a dream of like the consciousness of Brahman. So the Brahman creates this reality known as Leela, divine play, making the material world feel solid and real, akin to a vivid shared dream. And it's like, yeah, okay, I can see that. Like from what I've seen with Mandela effects, which I can only speak for myself and yeah, other people have experienced what I have, but I definitely don't think that reality is solid. That's not what I've experienced. I've experienced reality definitely
Oh
not
yeah,
being
it's very
solid. So
fluid sometimes.
oh yeah, yeah. It's not like super crazy, but it does change from time to time, and I feel like it's definitely not solid from what I'm seeing. It would be impossible for it,
Yeah.
depending on your worldview. Some people in the community will obviously say that, oh, it's different physical realities. We're just shifting into different physical realities, but things aren't actually changing. You're just, it's like, well, how does that, like, why would that be a natural state? That doesn't make any sense for everyone to have different memories and just be like a mixed salad where it's like, oh, 1 minute your mum remembers something and the next day she's like always had this other memory. Like, what does that
Yeah.
mean? That doesn't, it's very bizarre. But as for the dream thing, it's like that implies that there's something outside of the dream. It's like, okay, so what is Brahman's just this entity that lives forever and he's dreaming this very bizarre dream with all these details that change sometimes. It's like, is he, because it's deliberate. I feel like there is like deliberate trolling, like we're being trolled daily. And it's like dreams don't really have that. Like it's similar. I feel like this reality is similar to a dream, but I feel like it's like a controlled illusion. Like it's like a cosmic joke. Well, the people who smoke DMT and salvia, they talk about the big cosmic joke, and it's not. It's not a great thing. It's not a something that people would want to believe, that because people get told, not everyone, because everyone has different experiences, and some people always have good experiences on DMT where they don't get told this stuff, but a lot of people do get told, like, your life isn't real, it's just a joke. And they mock you for it. They think it's funny that you believed it, and they like they just basically tell you that none of it was real. It was just an illusion. It was just a joke, a cruel joke, and that's what a lot of people get told. And it makes you wonder, like, why is nature telling people that? Because they're just smoking bark, or they're the toad or whatever. This is all
Grass,
coming from.
yeah.
So it's not coming from a drug like on the street. It's not coming from whatever they do on the streets. It's coming from straight from nature. Oh, we got a
Yeah.
Christian in the chat. You'll need Jesus. Lols.
Oh yeah, I was reading like, yeah, they saying the pretty Epstein is a modern Jesus. Whoa. I mean, to some people he is. Yeah, he actually has his fans as yeah, make what you will of that information. But as you were saying of the whole dream thing, you ever heard of the Chinese story about the man who dreamed of a butterfly, or he
A
was
butterfly.
one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like the whole story about that, it was from a philosopher, Changzhu or Changzi, and he's about like, am I dreaming the butterfly, or is the butterfly dreaming about me? Which one is it, and which one is more plausible of an
Exactly.
explanation? Yeah, I love that story because that story is a good like skepticism, because I am
Yes.
somewhat of a skeptic, of things. I do have like hinges of like a belief. I do have some certain hinges which are more like kernels here and there, but like I don't know, because life is very very fluid, as you said, and like unpredictable. Yeah, and like it's almost like it's predetermined to be so. It's almost like it's determined to be very chaotic, life itself. That's why I'm neither like a strong free will libertarian free will, or like a determinist. I'm more of what they call a compatibilist, which means that like you have your choices, but like ultimately it's still fated, but you have some certain free choices to make. And how I do with that is that like I choose not to procreate, because we all have biological urges, but I think that's bad. Just because something's natural doesn't mean it's good. That's very very real. So yeah, that's one example. Other examples is that I'm abstaining from eating meat. That's a choice that I make. I grew up eating meat, but like I don't want to really do that too much anymore. So yeah, yeah. So I think
Yeah.
I think I think we have some certain things in our influence. It's just not a lot of them, but we do have some certain things in our say. It's just not a lot. It's almost like a 70% no free will, and then the other 30% our own choices. Yeah, I think that's a good estimate of how I see it.
There's also Rene Descartes. I thought it was Descartes. I'm not sure if the S is silent. Here it's saying
It is.
Rene
It is.
Descartes. Oh, it is
No,
silent.
yeah, the S is silent.
Oh,
Rene Descartes, and if you're talking about his philosophy, it's called a Cartesianism. And it's weird, I know, but that's just how it is. Yeah, it's weird English
yeah.
and French.
I do think his piece on Descartes' demon, it's called, and how he talks about like a dream where he's sitting by the fire. So his doubt is he immediately acknowledges that he has in the past often experienced the same sensation in his dreams, feeling convinced he was sitting by the fire, only to wake up and discover he was
Yeah,
actually naked in bed. Okay, that's a little too much information, but okay.
yeah,
He
that's
could have
that's but
said,
that's how it goes.
yeah. But anyway, the dream argument. The argument suggests that all sensory input could be a dream, leading to the conclusion that he cannot be certain that he has a body or that the physical world exists. And then it says, we perceive what we believe to be the solid external world. And I figured, see, what's interesting is that I didn't know this. I didn't know this philosophy at all before the Mandela effect. I had no idea about this level. I knew reality was off, when I was a teenager, seeing 666 and weirdly, in a weird way that I guess most people don't understand, but it's like impossible ways and like all these synchronicities and stuff. But there's a whole other level. I could never have imagined that, I would witness what I've witnessed, which is all based on memory. And you have to be really on top of noticing details and having good memory skills, because it does troll you. Sometimes they're so like small or like slight changes that it's like a gaslighting thing, because they tweak things. But it's like, why do I have these memories, of the US flag, of our flag, that other people remember what I remember? And then, you know what? I actually figured out that I could maybe prove one of them with Dorothy's socks. I don't know if you ever watched The Wizard of Oz,
I
but
have. Oh yes, I had plenty of times. You're talking about the original from 1939, right?
yes, the
Yeah, I love
original,
that one. That one's the best one, of course. And then there is the other one from the 80s called Return to Oz, which is like more scarier. And then there's like the new ones, like the Wicked movies. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I would not watch Wicked. That's weird stuff. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it
the
is.
original is what I watched as a kid, and I remember her socks being white with like frills like around the top. So they were white socks, and they had like this frilly design around the top, right? So here's where I can maybe prove what I remember, because not only do other people remember her having white socks, but I can't share my screen until DNW is back. I don't know where he's gone, but when he comes back, I'll show you that if you do a Google search,
I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, he's listening. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, if you do a Google search, maybe you can even pull it up yourself. But well, actually, I could do it. But you can see that people will remember, because the white socks come up, just not on her, obviously, because she's wearing blue socks now. She has blue socks now. It's always been like that. But when you look it up, what I remember actually comes up, which is crazy. I mean, that just shows that other people remember. And I'll share this. Oh, I'm not sharing. No, I'm sharing. These are the socks that come up that I remember. But why would these socks come up if it's never been the case? Why would these white socks with the frills come up that I saw as a kid come up if her socks have always been blue? They've never been these white frilly things. They've always been blue. So there we go. How to explain that?
Yeah, that's really weird,
that's
because like I always imagine her socks being blue too, or even black actually. Yeah.
Yeah, you might have the current memory. See, the thing is, most people always have the current memory. Like every time something changes for me, there are people in the community who remember what I do, but it's in the community. It's not like, oh, sometimes I have to go outside of the community for certain things. But um, most of the time, like the majority of people obviously will have to have the current memory. But yeah, there are people in the community who remember white and the frills and stuff, and yeah, that's what I remember too. But anyway.
Of course, yeah.
The one that I went outside of the community for was The Magical Legend of the Leprechauns. That's a movie I watched. It's like a 90s movie back in the day. Yeah, I guess not many people saw it, maybe because it's like half like Irish or whatever. But I really liked it, and I watched it like a few times after, like in adulthood. It's a good movie, and it's good for nostalgia. I don't know if you guys have seen it, being in England and Ireland and stuff. I know it's for Team American, but yeah, it was a good movie. But anyways, I looked it up like a couple of like last year, so it was like ages ago now. And it is always been now a 2-part miniseries that is actually cut down the middle, and it's cut down in the middle during the fight scene of all, like, oh my god, like why would you cut it in the middle of the fight scene? The fight scene was like always it was pretty much my favorite scene. I mean, there's other scenes I really like as well. It's not like it was like my super. I was like, oh yeah, this is the best part of the movie. But it was like I really did enjoy the fight scene. I even with Twilight, the last Twilight movie, I love the fight scenes. For some reason, just people just like masses of people on each side just swarming together and going crazy is
Were
just
you
my thing, I guess.
Team Jacob or Team Edward? Just curious.
More Edward. In the beginning, I was more Team Edward, honestly,
Oh.
than Jacob. But then I don't know, like I like both of them. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Who's the actor for Edward again? He was in the
Robert
Batman. Robert Patterson. Yeah, he was in Batman. The Batman. That was a good film. But I knew him prior to like that as Edward from Twilight.
He
Yeah,
was,
but he.
yeah, and he was in Harry Potter too.
Oh, I forgot about that actually. Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
I think his best film honestly is honestly the Batman. I love his performance in that one. That one was very good. He does a good like Batman
Oh
and
yeah.
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, he's done a few good films. He obviously hated Twilight. I mean, there's a lot of interviews where he's just bagging it out, but you got to do what you got to do. And even with
Yeah.
Kristen, like she wouldn't be able to do the stuff that she's doing now, as she said, if she hadn't had that success as from Twilight. So she's able to do stuff that she wants to do. Although
Yeah.
now she's talking about moving away from America because apparently she can't do what she wants to do anymore because
Kristen
of Trump
Stewart.
or whatever.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot
and
of actors
apparently she
throw
wants
that
to
one.
do stuff that they're not letting her do. So she wants to move
Of course, I
to.
don't blame her. Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
blame
blame
her.
her either.
I,
Yeah.
No, I don't blame her at all. Yeah, and who's another actor that's like one actor that will always be part just of a franchise? Unfortunately, I don't think he's ever gonna leave it. Is the Daniel Radcliffe? I think he's never gonna leave the Harry Potter now. I think whenever I
Oh
see
yeah.
him, I just think of the franchise. Like to me, he's like the face of it. You know, like Daniel Radcliffe had some other films afterwards, but like, come on, whenever we say his name, we think of automatically of one thing, right? And that's him as Harry Potter. Yeah, same with Toby Maguire. Who is he known as? Spider Man, right? Like, there's other films these actors are in, but like they have one thing, and that one thing like defines them forever. That people tend to forget they have other films. Yeah, like Toby Maguire is Spider Man. He's Peter
Yeah.
Parker. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
And
and
that's
he.
like the only Spider-Man I like. I didn't watch the others.
Me
Like that's
neither.
the one I
No.
grew up with. So
Yeah,
that's
same.
just
I love that one. I love the Sam Raimi.
that's
Sam
my
Raimi
one.
Spider Man. Yeah, Sam Raimi Spider Man was good. Yeah, and the other ones I don't really care for. Like there was the one with Andrew Garfield. I watched the first one, didn't really care for it, and
Oh, yeah.
didn't even watch the second one. And I have not watched any of the Tom Holland ones. None whatsoever. No, I don't care. I'm not interested in watching that stuff.
Yeah.
Actually.
I feel like Tom Holland is a little too short to be playing like a. I don't know. I mean that sounds bad, but it's just like because Spider Man isn't he supposed to be like tall and like spider like and I don't know like real kind of active and I don't know. It doesn't really matter, but Tom Holland's really
Yeah,
short for the same thing.
Tom Holland is pretty is I don't know, he's pretty like I don't know, like a dandy to be Spider Man.
Daniel Radcliffe is short as well, but anyways, I'm not going to get into highlight. That's but
Yeah, no.
yeah. So going back to the magical legend of leprechauns, yeah, like I don't remember it being a two-part thing because I've always seen it as a full movie. So that's just one example of many, like with movies and stuff, it changes and like I wrote, and then there's the comma thing that started showing up, which was so weird. Like I don't remember there being commas in like the movie I, Robot and like Murder She Wrote, and there's some
Oh,
other
I
movies and
Robot.
like
Yeah.
I remember there being a comma in there. Like Bug's Life as well is now like A Bug's Life. Monsters
Oh,
Inc.
that one got me pretty good. A Bugs Life. Yeah.
Yeah, I really thought it was Bug's Life, and then I started noticing all these like Clockwork Orange is like A Clockwork Orange, and like Nightmare on Elm Street, A Nightmare on Elm Street. They're like they're little ones. So, and then even with Tobey Maguire, people say his name got me off it, but I actually don't know for sure on his name. But when you mentioned him, it made me remember that people think that his name was spelt, Toby without the E, and Maguire, like, with the, was it like the MC Maguire, not the
Tubby Maguire.
Maguire.
Yeah. To me, I always thought it was Tubby Maguire with MAG, but no, it's not. It's Maguire. Yeah.
No, it is no, it is Maguire. The way you remember it, your memory's correct. It is that now.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is. Oh, wow. You see, it's
yeah,
very
yeah. It is.
confusing. Toby
Yeah, it's
Maguire.
Toby with an E, so it's Toby, Tobey, and
Hmm.
Maguire. So it's not like the Lizzie McGuire. It's yeah,
Lizzie
but yeah,
McGuire.
I
Oh,
don't
that's an old one. Yeah, and don't forget one of my favorites, High School Musical. Like I thought it was a High School Musical, but like no, it's just High School Musical. Yeah, and
Oh,
like
really?
yeah, and I thought and I thought all of them were like released in like the theaters, but no, the first two are released in TV, and the third one was released in the theaters. I thought all of them were like released in theaters. Yeah,
Yeah, wow.
yeah, that's an old memory though.
Fucking false memories
Yeah,
and shit, man. That stuff's interesting. Mandala effects and
Mandala. Oh,
whatnot.
hey, what's up, Gaia? How's it going?
Just chilling. Just
That's good.
chilling.
Yeah,
Yep.
just here too, chilling. Yeah, just trying to bracing the void. You know, everywhere I go, you know, it's just like endless supply of shit. You know,
Right?
like
No, I got my fucking mom cracking up the other day because she was fucking saying some stupid shit, and I'm like, oh my god, it's like I'm fucking breathing in a fucking vacuum. Like this conversation is nothing, and
oh
she
yeah, it
admitted it
is
was like,
nothing. Yeah.
oh shit, you're right, man. That was like nothing. Like,
Like yeah, like sometimes you ever seen South Park, right? You ever seen an episode where Stan sees like just shit, like his like he sees everything as
oh yeah,
shit.
dude, that's like my fucking like that's like the epitome of South Park, man. Because like I was fucking diagnosed with Asperger's as a kid, so watching that whole fucking bit with the him fucking being diagnosed with Asperger's and him really just being a cynical asshole, and
Yeah, you
everybody
see,
saying that you just need to get drunk and relax, like
and then
oh
and
my
then
god,
and then
that
he
shit
gets
was
drunk and
gold.
relaxed. Yeah, it's like really funny. Yeah, no, seriously, that's how I see everything now. I just see everything as
Dude,
kind
they
of like
got
garbage.
postmodernism dialed down. Fucking, they got the pulse on postmodernism. That whole Buddha box shit, man, and stuff. Oh my god! And now you got all these fucking iPhone zombies, smartphones. Like everybody's just fucking sucked into their phones like something else, man. Digital heroin.
Digital heroin, yeah. And what's unfortunate is that like I don't think South Park can be satire anymore because like I see the world we live in and like we are a satire in a way. Like we
Oh
are like
yeah.
we are ironic. Like we like in fucking like what country was it that had their Gen Z revolution and worked? Nepal. They literally voted in someone through a fucking like TikTok like poll on fucking the app. What the hell, man? Yeah, they chose her through like an app, like on fucking
Oh yeah,
TikTok on
shit's
a
getting
poll.
wonky. I heard another country actually elected an AI representative.
That was Albania. Albania, yeah, that was Albania. And
It's
then
like, what the fuck?
and then oh, what fucking Gulf country was it? Was it Saudi Arabia or UAE? I think it was UAE that says like its crime division's gonna be led by like computer AI now. Yeah. So Jesus Christ, computer AI doing crime solving.
Dude,
Damn.
that's where I'm like, we need to push the absurdism harder. I'm like, we need to replace the Pope with a fucking rabbit. Like, the rabbit was supposed to lead the fucking church.
Yeah, exactly. Now, my opinion, the freaking Pope should be like I don't know, like dressed up as a gnome at this point. You know, like
Holy shit, dude, dressed up as a gnome. That's taking me into like some DMT flashbacks, man.
yeah, either a gnome or why not? Why doesn't the Pope dress up as like a Santa Claus during Christmas time? I don't get it. Like you would think it'd be good like marketing, right? Dressing up the Pope as like Saint Nicholas himself, Santa Claus. You know, like that.
Did
That'd be a
someone
great.
say DMT flashbacks?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Gaia
Oh
did.
yeah, that
Yeah.
was me.
After you finish, yeah, tell us all about that. afterwards.
Oh my god,
I
my
want to
so
know
many
what you saw. I
experiences,
want
they
to know.
start blending into each other. I'm like, was that my DMT journey or my salvia journey? I don't know. Who cares? It was fun either way.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
DMT. Yeah. Yeah, but no, seriously, like I think the most postmodern country in the world is the good old USA, or the
Oh, for sure.
the horrible USA. Good old, the fuck? Why did I say that?
Right?
No, like come on, like a reality TV star president. Who else? The venture, the capitalist as
For
vice
reals,
president.
having Bill Nye the Science Guy and Dr. Oz and all this
Doctor
fucking
Oz,
shit.
yeah,
Like,
like the
oh my god.
like what is this? Like this is not a proper country.
Dude,
Like you, hmm? Like you know it's bad when it's like. Oh wait, hold on.
That was abrupt.
I don't know what happened there. What the hell happened there?
I don't know. He just made an awkward like exit, and it's like okay. Oh,
I'm
no.
I'm
Wait,
back.
the team. Oh, we lost both of them. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he'll probably be. I think it was a glitch, DNW or something like that. Yeah, because I couldn't hear him and I couldn't hear anyone else, so I came back. Hopefully, he comes back because I really want to hear his DNT story. You probably said it before, but I want to. I want to hear like a good refresher of it. You know.
Yeah, I want to hear it as well.
Oh, there he's back. Hey, what's up?
ah, sorry about that. I
Not
had a phone
based
call,
on
totally
it.
jack it up.
Oh, it's okay. But what was I saying again? Oh yeah, horrible America's post-modern as hell. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
very postmodern country. Yeah, like who else? Oh yeah, I can't believe that they let someone like RFK as like the head of health. You know,
That's what I
RFK.
was getting at. Yeah, like, did you hear that fucking story about him? Making he had this weird ass story. It was like he was fucking recalling some glue huffing event or some shit because
Blue huffing ever.
he was talking about how he was riding his bicycle through Central Park and ran into a bear and killed it, and then hauled its body onto his like fucking truck and like ended up getting some brain disease from like fucking moving a fucking the fucking bear onto his truck. And I'm like, first of all, a fucking bike hit and run hitting a full fucking grown bear, those fuckers are pretty big, heavy, and dense. I doubt it's gonna fucking full on kill the bear. Second, you're saying a single human is gonna be able to carry a full size bear, no weightlifting experience, no,
Wow.
none of this shit, like his story was just so fucking off the walls absurd. I
Yeah.
swear I've never heard shit like that. And it was like, wait, we're putting somebody coming up with these crazy ass stories, we're putting them in a position of leadership?
Yeah, like it's bad, when countries that are not America have more qualifications than us in terms of like the merit, like you would never see this like in China or Russia. These people getting hired in position of powers like that. No, it only happens here for some weird reason, and maybe in the UK. Yeah,
Oh yeah, well it's because we push individualism so much here in America, and there's such parallels between the ego and the freaking the individual.
yeah.
Like some people are going to say that it's the same thing. The ego and the individual are the same. Some people are going to say they're opposite, but there's really a lot of bleed through between the two, a lot of
Of
crossover.
course there is. There's no such thing as a true sovereign individual in terms of like a philosophical physical skill. That's why I don't really buy into like the whole solipsism, because I know other people do exist, because like how else do I learn language and words and concepts? It's not from internal already ready made ideas, I
Oh,
have
for
to.
sure.
I have to
No,
learn
that
them
was
from
actually
others.
got me thinking of something funny because I threw my mom for a trip yesterday because I was telling her, the thing about me is I love language more than people. And she's like,
Yeah.
oh, there's that chaos in you. And I'm like, no, no, here's the thing. This isn't the chaos in me. What it actually is that, if we didn't have fucking language, we'd be fucking eating the flesh off of our fucking neighbor's bones, man. Like the language is what makes us human and not just another fucking animal. And she's like,
Exactly.
oh shit, man, my argument just fell apart. Like I get where you're
Yeah,
coming from.
exactly.
Like,
Because
yeah,
she
good
needs
point.
she needs language herself to use an argument. And your point about like if without language, we would just be just like chimps eating and like cannibalizing each other.
For reals, there would be not even a semi-functional society, not even an illusion of society.
Exactly. And as long as the culture has a language, I think they're okay. That's why I don't buy into like the idea of like cultures being inferior to one another. I always argue if they have a language, I think they're okay, like
Oh, good on you. That's fucking like noble and fucking human, like humble. That's like fucking. That's just
exactly.
wise, man. That makes a lot of sense.
Exactly, of course, if your culture has a language, I think you have some things worth of saying, I know they'll kill me, but the one culture I want to meet is the people isolated in the islands in like what in like India, the
Oh, you're
North
talking about the
Cent-
North Sentinelese.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay, those people have a language. It's been confirmed. So I don't
Yep.
think they're that bad. But like they've been isolated for like what thousands of years, probably like the millions of years old. How much can I bet that their ancestors of like the Homo erectus, they wrote things down in like a rock that's still there, and they're just like guarding it, and they're like trying to protect the garden, or yeah, it could be a garden, it could be a giant stone garden now that they're like protecting, that's why they kill, and that's why they cannibalize like that one Christian, the guy. It's because they want to protect something that's pure, in nature. I don't know, that's my theory as to why this until these people are so isolated and so hostile toward people.
Yep. No, it is interesting because I was actually just researching a little bit about the uncontacted peoples the other day because there's this other group of people. I think it's the Chompin people, and it's really interesting and sad because apparently, like, they're just, destined for complete genocide no matter what we do, because they're, a location, a geographic location where development is encroaching upon them, just no matter what. There's no avoiding it, and the diseases are just going to wipe them out. I was reading, on some of these people and how much the diseases wipe these people out. There's this group of like 300 people and it wiped out like 200 of them, and it's like, wow,
Yeah.
just from getting contact from the modern world, it will wipe out three quarters of their entire population. It's
Yeah,
like,
it does.
that's
Yeah.
insane, and it really gets you thinking about, all those time travel movies and stuff, and realizing like what complete bullshit they are, because it's like everyone would be dying left and right if we were time traveling. All these fucking diseases would be killing everyone.
God, you know something. If time travel is real, right? You would think someone would already have done like going back in time and like murdering the first fish becoming human, and thus we're not here anymore, right? So, have we achieved time travel in any timeline? Because like if that's the case, we wouldn't be here right now, right? If someone invented time travel and they went back all the way when the first fish was becoming human. Well, that's a bad way to say it, but you know what I mean. The first fish taking its first steps. You think someone would already thought that was a good idea and just done that already, but no. I don't know. This is something to ponder because I think that's the best thing, of course, of action. Just finding the first fish. That is if like who knows if evolution is real or not.
That's where it's all trippy. It's like, well, maybe time travel really does exist in some way, shape, or form, and that's why diseases do exist. Like, who the fuck knows? You
Well,
know?
yeah, well, like half of the elements we have now are like man-made, right? They're made by corporations, right? Half of them are, the half of the illnesses that we experience are like new. They come up like HIV. That's pretty new. That's from like what, the 1970s. Before then, there wasn't really much of that. It was found in the lake in Africa, and for some reason it came here.
Oh my
You know.
god, the AIDS one will always drive me nuts because I remember fucking like getting the fucking sex ed teachers so fucking mad in elementary school because they were teaching us about AIDS, not and they were saying about how it originally came from monkeys. And I asked the teacher, I'm like, wait a minute, does that mean that there was some really screwed up, mentally ill human being that decided to screw an ape and then, spread it to this disease to the rest of our species?
Maybe. Who
I
knows?
don't know, man. Like they did not have an answer for that. They just got red-faced, embarrassed, and started yelling at me. They
Yeah,
must
who
have thought
really
I was a
knows?
troll before that term even existed, you know? Oh, he's
Yeah.
just a smart ass little kid. It's
Yeah,
like
exactly, right? Like, how would an ape? I was
I'm
thought,
sorry that I ask interesting questions. Jeez.
right? Yeah, like I just don't
You're
get it.
obviously a propaganda mouthpiece, not a teacher, or you wouldn't be getting so embarrassed and upset.
Exact. Oh, that's what every American like teacher is, just a propaganda piece. That's what they all are. That like that.
Dude, so
That's what
true.
their
That's the thing
lives.
that irritates me right now about how they're all fucking getting up in arms over the younger generations. And now they can't read and they're getting assaulted by these younger kids and all this and that. And I'm like, you do realize that that being a teacher is not just a job, it's a role. And it being a role means you have to be involved in local politics. It means you have to, shut down the book bannings and book burnings and all this crazy shit going on. You got to be a common voice, a sane voice, a common sense, sane voice for, representative for the rest of your community.
They don't even speak up. They just like bend
But they just
over and just.
politicize even more. The librarians just fucking dive into the same bullshit that all the other people are diving into. Oh, this book shouldn't be, it should be banned, but it shouldn't, or maybe we should censor it or alter it. This is a first edition of the classics, and it says the N word in it. Maybe we should, get rid of that. And it's like, oh my goodness. It's just crazy the amount of micromanaging and fucking identity politics and shit. It's just absurd.
It is. Oh my god, yeah, and it's all manufactured. They're trying to like divide everything so that there's
Dude,
no.
librarians are like the gatekeepers of knowledge, like.
Yeah, they are.
And
Well,
that's where it drives you nuts. Like I was in vocational rehab recently, and they were like, you know what? I could really imagine you being a librarian. And I'm just in my head like, oh my fucking god, why is the system set up in such a fucked up way to where they're always wanting to put me in positions that are the worst possible thing for me?
yeah, they
They're
are.
like, you're good with people. You should be, a customer service person. I'm like, but I'm a fucking bleeding heart empath. I'll fucking have a panic attack or punch somebody by the end of the first day.
Exactly. That's my problem.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I feel I am an empath. Other times I feel I'm just a cold-hearted sort of a bitch. I don't know, you know.
Dude, I vibe with that hardcore. My dad is a
Oh,
straight up manipulative narcissist, and my mother's an empath with no boundaries.
Yeah,
So, I've been learning from both of them. So, yeah, I really vibe with that. Sometimes I feel like a fucking lovey dovey hippie. Sometimes I just feel like a fucking asshole.
yeah, right. And like, there's no clear like a motive. There's no clear like the pendulum always swings. It simply does not stop. The pendulum of being of being an empath and a cold-hearted son of a bitch is always it's always moving.
Right?
Yeah, no, definitely. I can sympathize. Like, I get my warm. Actually, I don't know where I get like my warmness from, because like maybe my grandmother, because both of my parents, they're pretty like, ooh, they weren't bad people, but like they were just like aloof, towards everything that came my way. And yeah, they were just there. So
Like
yeah,
aloof yet stern.
yeah, somewhat like that. Not very
Yeah,
expressive of the.
that sounds sort of what you're. It sounds like you're vibing at. Like they were sort of aloof but yet stern.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like they only show expressions to like state rules and like
Oh yeah.
demands. Yeah, those.
No, I've recognized that with the men in my family recently because a lot of the men in my family have been dying, and literally like the last fucking week, I'm like, holy shit! For the first time in my life, I've actually met who you are because you're not fucking hiding behind all this masculine identity bullshit, and all this decades of cultural programming. You're just you're fucking nearing your end, and you're becoming who you really are. You're like, fuck all this bullshit. I'm not playing the game anymore. I'm being who I am. You know?
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
But
Like
it's like a really fucking sad thing to see where it's like all the women passing in my family, it's like, oh, like I've known you my entire life. But all the men dying, it's like, I've never known you. I literally have just met you on your deathbed. Like, how sad is that for all of us?
yeah, exactly. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I've met some family before that I haven't met up, and I met them and they died like 2 weeks later. Like, so like, how am I supposed to feel sad about that? Because like, I'll feel sad for like my dog dying or like my hamster dying. Yeah, I too. Yeah, and like I cry when they die because like there was a bond with them, there was a connection. But like when it comes to like these family, like you're kind of like aloof, stern, and like very very cold, and like didn't call back. So I don't know how to say things to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's just whatever though. Like I still have some remaining family that are pretty good people though. I'll say that much. Kind of. Yeah, and they're okay. Yeah, like my cousins, all of them. They're cool. They're like around my age or younger, like in their 20s. Yeah, they're pretty cool people. I'll say.
Hmm. That's what's up.
Those, those sometimes I say like my views and they don't understand them at all, and like they think I'm crazy sometimes, which is okay. Like it's fine. It's fine. Like they think. Like one time I stated like an idea so crazy that one of them literally had like their jaw on the floor. Like it literally dropped on the floor. They fucking had to like uh, pick up their jaw off the floor. Like because like
Fuck,
yeah,
that's every week. That's every fucking family fucking event I go to, man. I'm always getting somebody to like completely lose their shit, not like freak out and like have a panic attack or start a fight, but I'm always just fucking shocking somebody into like just new fucking paradigms of like existence. So like, wait, that's an idea you can have? Like, I never even realized that that was an idea that we could have. Like, you're thinking outside the box. I thought that the box was the only, fucking unit.
exactly, yeah. Like, and one of those concepts that really, really changed that really made them like kind of blew their mind was the fact that inside Theravada Buddhism, a nirvana isn't a place. It's not non-being. It's not to be described. Like a nirvana is neither being or non-being. And like when they try to like conceptualize that, they're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like literally, like stop, like that's like a nonsense. Well, it's not nonsense. This is something that belongs to a culture 4,000 years old, man.
Oh
So
yeah. No, that all comes down to how the Western culture, never actually incorporated, the healthy Eastern dualism. They took the yin and yang and they instantly put their Christian shit on it. Yang is the female, she's Eve, she's represents sin. The yang is the dude, he's the Adam, he represents the good guy. It's a battle between light and evil, good and dark. All this and that, and it's like.
no, it's not that.
That's exactly the thing is that we fucked it all up by fucking instantly putting our own shit over their history, their culture, instead of taking both halves of the world and incorporating both halves of these cultures together and making a healthy freaking worldview. But instead, we warped it and made it a pathologized version of this dualism, and that pushed us toward this mass psychological splitting we're seeing in society now. know, where
Yeah.
people literally are like, wait, we could have a third party in America? Like, a lot of people don't even realize that that's a possibility, that we could start that or we can change things. Lots
Oh
are
my
like,
god.
and
Yeah,
it's
the
like this is a perfect example, you know. And then okay, Lady Justice, the scales of justice, you know. It's again, they're two little scales, you know, representing utilitarianism. It wasn't the three scaled, you know, egalitarianism. It wasn't, you know, everybody in this country should be viewed equally. It was the two scaled, you know, we're going to give the maximum benefit to the most people. So in other words, if you're middle class or rich, we're going to, you know, work for you. But if you're poor, you know, we're going to send your ass to prison.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you can go to jail for being poor now, you know, like what the hell? Almost
Oh, yeah.
it's almost being that way, you know, almost going in that direction, unfortunately.
Oh, it already is that going in that direction. That didn't freaking Trump banned homelessness or whatever. He made that a crime.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he tried to ban
Yeah.
homelessness in the city of DC that I live close by. And yeah, I didn't. Yeah, like I still see them. Like I don't know. Yeah, these people think that you can say something and it comes true, like
Oh, that
magically.
is so fucking true. I mean, Trump literally fucking just ontologically erased fucking, you know, the whole gender spectrum. You know, intersex people don't exist. You know, transgender people don't
Oh, don't even
exist.
get me started on me.
Non-binary people don't exist.
Oh
Only
man.
straight men and straight women exist. It's like that is such a, you know, a fucking deluded worldview. I'm just gonna ignore that the sky is blue and I'm gonna scream to everybody that's purple.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Like you have no
Yeah.
idea. Like me being a trans girl, you know, like it's pretty, you know, it's kind of humorous to see him trying to try to like understand it, but like it's very very funny to see him fail hard, you know. It's pretty funny if you want my honest opinion about it, you know. Like I don't see him as a threat because like I know he's more of a joke than anything else. Like, you know, he's more of a clown than anything else to me, you know.
Dude, that's the thing I'm having a problem with recently with, you know, people entering that victim, you know, mentality and it becoming an actual culture. Because I've seen this for years within the autism community where a lot of people will, you know, end up getting in this victim state and they'll sort of encourage it within each other. But, ooh, excuse me. But now I'm seeing it, you know, a lot in the transgender community, and it's just freaking like fucked up. I was literally seeing an entire fucking 30 plus people saying that, you know, Trump is waging a genocide on us trans people and that we're facing struggles just as bad as the Palestinians. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
And that's kind
I'm
of
like, I
self-absorbed.
get that we're all living through some sort of hell right now and that we're going through a lot of stress and anxiety and fear, but to equate, you know, our struggles, this silent genocide with a literal one, you know, it's just that is so
I
uncouth
mean,
and disrespectful, and
it
it's just
is
appalling to
disrespectful.
me.
Yeah, exact. Thank you, man.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
there's probably trans people in Palestine, and you're saying that your struggles are just as
They
severe as
are.
them.
There's
I
queer
mean, these
people
people are
there.
trans, and they have to be afraid of their neighbors, and they're getting bombed.
They're
And
fucking.
you're afraid?
They're
Hmm.
fucking. They're fucking getting bombed by white phosphorus
Just makes you want
gas.
to slap them and call them a Xanax. You know, this is my
Yeah,
hand. Meet. It's called Xanax. Meet it.
yeah, exactly. You know, man, like
Fuck.
exactly. Like it's very, very self-conceited. It's very, very Euro
Just talk about
Western
main
centric.
character syndrome, bro. When you're like,
Yeah, talk
you
about main
know, there's
character syndrome. Like,
I'm
yeah.
facing struggles as severe as people in literal war zones getting massacred. It's like,
Exactly.
oh
Like
my gosh.
there's like it's pretty like it's kind of like it's like the shitty for us. It is shitty, but it's not a war zone type of like
Right?
shitty. That's like, yeah, it's crappy. It's
For
annoying.
reals.
And like it is one of the reasons why I'm moving, but I'm moving for other reasons, you know, for like economic reasons too. Yeah, so like what the hell? Like no, like that's very very inconsiderate of them to say that our genocide is worse than those people's genocides because
Dude, I
like
just can't handle all this weakness right now and all this victim playing, you
yeah,
know?
the
It's like,
victimhood
dude,
playing.
I'm literally an autistic transgender intellectual. I got 3 fucking bullseyes painted on my back, and
So
you're
do
fucking
I.
bitching?
I'm also like you, like neurodivergent as well, and have a speech impediment. And yeah, like I'm pretty like
Yeah,
And
it
on
sounds like you got at least 2 bullseyes on
yeah,
you.
exactly. And I have another one too. I'm actually like a non-white, so that's even more of like a target. Yeah.
Yeah, bingo. It sounds like you got 3 bullseyes as well. And that's where it's like you'll be seeing these really just basic, normal trans people or very basic, normal, autistic people. And they'll be claiming that their struggles are so much more severe than everybody else's. And it's like, oh my God, not even just the struggles, just the math, just the logic. You got 1 bullseye, we got 3.
Yeah, we got 3 more.
For
Yeah,
reals.
yeah, and actually 4 because I'm actually diabetic as well, so it's kind of hard for me to like maintain like a type of like
Sure, for
th-
sure. And
th-
diabetes really is one nowadays, and the
yeah, it
healthcare
is.
system is so fucking evil. My sister's a type 1 diabetic. I see the
So am I.
shit that, everybody across the board with diabetes, type 1, type 2,
Oh, it
the
was so hard.
honeymooners,
It
the
was yeah.
in-betweeners. I see all the struggles people are facing. It's insane.
Yeah, it was
And
so hard.
there's literally a group of biohackers right now that are forming a coalition to create home brewed insulin and to create the like GitHub plans to show it to everyone online so we can start making it a decentralized thing. Fuck all the laws, fuck all this evil shit. Like you're not gonna be doing this necropolitics killing all of us for money. We're fucking gonna make this shit ourselves. Like fuck all of you. And it's like, good on them. Thank
Yeah, it
God we
is
got
good on
people
them.
doing shit like this.
It does. Yeah, thank God it does. Yeah, but like yeah, so I have all of those things 4 and like I'm still, here. I haven't really given up yet as they say because like I don't know, like I got nothing else better to like do besides just keep going on, right? So
Right?
I just do it here. I have nothing else to do besides just to keep going regardless of what happens. Cause like I see myself as a rock in a hard place almost. Like both life and death are pretty horrifying things.
Yeah.
And I don't
No,
want to.
for sure. No, I totally get that. And that's where I'm often realizing nowadays that, as much people as, everybody always says that we're all afraid of death and that's causing all these problems in our species. But I think that a lot of us are afraid of life just as much. And that's causing, a shit ton of problems in our existence as well.
Oh, for sure it does. Yeah, it does cause us a lot of problems and our issues as well.
That's what I'm saying. 30% of all the billions of people, have issues with that, and they're not connecting with others, and society's breaking apart because of things like that. And we live in a globalized, systematic world. Every little, person is a node to the network. We're all keeping the system healthy, or unhealthy. And it's our individual roles as these nodes to, either benefit the system or harm it.
Yep, it does. And we are nodes. We're just like a bunch of like the Nimrods just walking around. Pretty stupid and brainless. But the Nimrods.
Hmm.
Yeah, but here we are. Regardless of how it goes, I'm still here. Still, pretty here. Because I know I exist, and I know others exist with me. I know I'm not alone, and like that's terrifying sometimes. Because like damn, like I have to. I see as every interaction as like a type of chemical reaction because you're not really the same. You always incorporate new words in your vocabulary, new
Right?
perspectives. You're seeing someone's language game play out in front of you. Like you peep into their world sometimes whenever you speak to someone. I honestly believe that you can peep into someone's mind by just how they speak and how they use words. It's it's a very good like indicator. Of
Oh no,
someone. Yeah.
I'm the same way when it comes to like art, and media. Like I'll watch some anime and stuff, and I can know that it's a shitty fucking anime and stuff or whatever, and I can still
Oh,
dive in super
I
deep and
love anime.
enjoy it, and go, oh, maybe some of these decisions in the anime were because of the author's state of mind. Like I was because like for instance, I've been getting into Dragon Ball franchise recently, and it fucking cracking me up. It's cracking me
Pristine,
up.
Pristine. What's that video you've shared backstage?
Oh, that's a DMT trip. I don't know if you guys wanted to watch it, but
Okay.
in
How long is
part
it?
of the trip is Let me just have a look.
Is
I
it
don't
like a
think it's too
review or
long.
a simulation?
I think it's like 5 minutes only. Only 5
Okay,
minutes.
go ahead then.
Yeah,
It's
but
on the screen now. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. Okay, all right. And I've started it like here because I don't really care
Hello,
about
Yerf.
how he got.
Going to
Hello,
face this and see what happens.
Hey,
So I
Yerf.
went in
Hey,
front of the
Objective
mirror. I was like,
Ethics.
Hi,
all right, man,
Nipples.
here we go.
Hey,
It's now or
Noodles, what's
never.
up?
Let's just do this. Lit it up. So took another big hit. Immediately started to hear this buzzing sound. And that is the signal that you're about to get carried away. I'm trying to hold with all of my energy, my eyelids open, because they just wanted to shut. I wanted to just get knocked over and get thrown unconscious. But somehow I managed to fight this as I'm watching my reflection when I didn't think I could hold it anymore. And then all of a sudden it was like, and my eyelids were jammed open. But I saw my face. It started to tug around the edges and start wiggle like this. Like it went like, and it started to shrink into a gray little ball. It was this floating sphere. A literal jaw out of the ball drops down, a forehead explodes out, cheeks form, and in front of me is a polygonal face. If you've ever seen PS1 or PS2 graphics, almost like Egyptian, like it had like a reverse triangle, upside down triangle, forehead, and then before I could blink again, the head starts to morph. It just starts shifting into different faces, humans, animals, big fat guys, small guys, young people, babies. It was like a character select screen in a video game. It just kept switching so fast you could barely make out any one change. And I'm just looking at this and I'm blown away. I don't know what to think. And then again, before I could even stop to think, it slows down and it stops on my own face. It's back to my reflection. I'm like, oh, good. Okay. I recognize that guy. That's me. He's back. This was the breaking point, and this is the part that blew me to the ground. Teeth erupted, sweeping across my pores, scales leapt out, and I'm looking at myself now, and I look like, I shit you not, a reptile. Like, what would happen if a velociraptor evolved into like a humanoid? And I had this really weird feeling wash over me, like, oh my God, it all makes sense. But at the time, it felt like this was the perfect explanation for everything that I needed to know. It was like the answers to the universe were, we're all reptiles. And as soon as I got this, a sense of calm washed over me, and I felt like I had gotten and learned exactly what I needed to learn. And I had this voice that was like, you can let go now. And I just immediately closed my eyes and just dropped. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta tell them what happened. My friend, he's going like this, he's pacing around like, oh my God, Adam's dead, Adam's dead. And he looks at me, this just relief washes over. He's like, oh, you're okay. And what he says to me was, did you find what you were looking for? So I burst out into maniacal laughter. I was like, oh my God, find what I was looking for. I fell to the ground laughing. How do you encapsulate everything, all the feelings that I was just injected with into like a response using language? It is so challenging. There's no translation. Like, yes, I can say, oh, I turn into a reptile, I'm in a simulation. But to convey that in a way that he's going to understand, I think is near impossible. It's the kind of thing where you have to be in the experience to really extract the value from it. The next day, I was driving to the gym to do my workout. And as I was driving, I burst out in tears and I was crying because it was like, I finally figured it out. The answer that I was looking for was, we are in a simulation. Because it looked like I was looking at video game graphics. I looked like a polygonal character, a fucking character select screen like in a Street Fighter video game. To me, that was proof that this entire world is nothing but a simulated reality. And I had gotten my proof, and it was both beautiful and terrifying at the same time because it was like, I felt like I didn't have anything to be afraid of anymore because it's just a simulation. When I die, I'll wake up and I'll be the real me, the reptile.
Tales from the
All right.
Thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, he said he sounded like he said it was like seeing like a video game
Sorry,
being played out.
I wasn't listening. I just went to get my UV light to sit under.
Okay.
That's all right.
I'm just
Sorry,
amazed Psych Substance can still speak so well as a neurotypical with how much he's abused this fucking drugs. My
Right,
goodness.
yeah.
You didn't get that joke. I was sitting under a heat lamp. Sorry. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm tired. I'm a
It's
reptile.
It's okay. It's reptile. Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy there. Reptile.
Dude, I definitely didn't connect to me. I'm sitting in front of a fucking space heater right now. So
I'm sitting in front of a general heater because it's really cold outside.
Oh, I'm running one of those old disc ones, man. You can't find those disc infrareds
Wow.
that much nowadays, and those are the best.
No, you can't. Yeah, it's pretty cold here. But yeah, when you said it sounded like a video game character being selected, well, what if like extreme narcissism is true and we're all just, video game characters. We die and we get
Yeah.
respawned, what if that's true? What if like the narcissism is just like extreme narcissism is true and we're just here playing out our lives, because the archons finally decided it for us, you know.
You're making me nostalgic for the waiting room in the movie theater.
The
Yeah.
waiting room. They're talking about DMT, I think.
Dude, for reals, my goodness, you break through, man, and you fucking enter the real reality, and you're like, fuck, my goodness, I'm in a fucking waiting room, my goodness,
Mhm.
like,
Yes.
oh shit.
What
Yeah.
experiences have you had, or do you not want to share? What
Oh,
you?
I'm totally fine with sharing. My first experience was with Salvia Divinorum, and that one was so extreme that I've literally not had a single DMT user claim that what I experienced was real. I've had so many DMT users say that that is complete bullshit. You're sensationalizing your story. That DMT isn't even that strong. You're a liar.
No, I'll
Because
believe you because
my first
I like
experience with
salvia.
Salvia Divinorum, I everything started buzzing. I heard the sine wave. I started melting through the earth and merging with it, becoming one with the earth. That's where I got the whole guy, the sage, old username from. Then I got shot through the bottom of the earth, went hyperspeed through the universe, then broke through the multidimensional barriers. Then I was in the Akashic Library, hanging with Metatron, freaking. I went into the Tesseract, the Black
Tesseract. Ooh.
Cube.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
then I lived an entire 70 years as a used car salesman in the 70s in California. Lived the whole lifespan, birth to death, surrounded by a whole family on the deathbed. Beautiful fucking experience.
Oh wow.
Then I experienced myself as a fetus in my mother's womb.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I had so much fucking shit going on that like even trying to fucking like explain the trip, it's like, oh shit, man, I know I'm missing like fucking a shit ton of it. And like I'm probably gonna come back later today and go like, oh, that also happened. That also happened. Oh, I forgot about that too, and that too.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is that like I think if the true God is real, because I'm like apatheist. I'm like an apatheist, I don't care about the question of God really, but like if there was one, I think if God's right, I think his physical form would be like a what you said, the tesseract, or just
Oh yeah, the
shapes.
Tesseract. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, like, wouldn't it make sense though, like, for God's physical form to be shapes, like either like a cube or like a pyramid or like that, like the, the tesseract, like it wouldn't make sense though to me if God's true form is just shapes to us, and like I got that idea after watching Stanley the Kubrick 2001's The Space Odyssey. Have you seen the whole thing? Because like towards the end of that film, right, when he's going in the Stargate, he sees like these diamonds, blue diamonds, in like big blue diamonds going in the Stargate, and he's like scared, and he gets so scared whenever he sees those blue diamonds. I'm like, what the hell are those? And like those like diamond shaped things appear all over Stanley Kubrick's filmography. They appeared in Clockwork Orange, The Shining, and Eyes Wide Shut. I think even in Metal Jacket, they like appear as like spades on like cards when the
Huh.
soldiers are playing.
That's
Yeah,
really interesting. I'm gonna have to dive into that.
yeah, exactly. And like according to Plato, geometry is like the language of God. Plato said that
See, I think
geometry.
geometry is like the limbs of God. I don't think it's the whole unit. The unit is infinite, But I think we see perspectives of infinity as sort of the limbs of God, and the limbs of God are what we see as these, sacred geometry.
Yeah, shapes, exactly. Yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, it does make a whole lot of sense.
because that's where I'm a trans theist. I'm basically of this perspective of where God existing and doesn't existing. It's such a transcendent nature that the way we've been questioning it all this entire time is so black and white and so wrong. That it's more akin to something like panentheism. God being all of the universe and beyond it.
Yes,
But
yeah,
it's not quite so personal as a theistic God interfering with people's lives, but it's not completely deistic and not interfering with the universe at
in order for that
all.
to be true, in order for like a personalistic theistic God to be true, that God has to favor some people more than
Oh,
others
definitely,
because
yeah.
some people's prayers do not come true at all. So
People
I,
or
yeah.
identity or culture or something. You're right. He has to make preferences in that
And
situation.
and how can the absolute reality allegedly absolute reality, because I don't really put too much emphasis on the question, but like for the sake of it, how can the ultimate alleged being unit of existence have a preference over one group over the other? Honestly, it doesn't make any sense. That's where I always go back to like the story of Christianity. Like Christianity is just Platonism for the masses. It is, right. As what Friedrich Nietzsche said, Platonism is Christianity for the masses. It's true.
Right? No,
You
that's
know.
where I dug so far deep into the theology and stuff that I've found sort of the backbone of all the religions and stuff. I'm discovering, that this trans theism, is what, Sri Ramakrishna was talking about, and, what the Quakers and Christianity were talking about, So it's not just this, idea, this idealist idea of, this religion can solve everything. It's this idea of this isn't a religion, it's a system that flows through all religions, and we need to throw away the bullshit in all the religions and take the stuff that actually serves us.
Yeah, I like how you think. It's very, pragmatic. It's like a type of pragmatism. It is a type of
Oh yeah, like
pragmatism.
ethics and pragmatics. Yeah, that's what I'm about, man. It's like I want us to be ethical and salutogenesis,
And
healing, not
pragmatic, yeah.
pathogenesis.
I'm pragmatic to the point where, like, even the idea of God becomes irrelevant because my life is full of a lot of, ailments and ills and trials and tribulations that, like, to ponder the existence of God in a chair all day, that doesn't really help my situation. It's interesting to entertain here and there, but it's not something I'm going to put all of my intellectual being into. I'm going to find out how language came into fruition. That's what I want
Oh
to
yeah.
know.
No, it sounds like you're really into procedural knowledge like I am. You're not just into the what's it called? Just a second. There's that form of knowledge that basically, not fucking A. Basically, there's a form of knowledge that where like labels, the definitions, and most people are almost always using that form of knowledge, to relate to each other, to solve problems, this and that. But then there's procedural knowledge, and that's knowledge that you get from doing something. Like it's really hard to explain to somebody what riding a bike is like, but you can really, when you ride a bike, you know what that is like.
You
You know
know,
how
you
to.
know what it is
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. And it sounds like that's the way you sort of your spiritual role is more like oriented
So yeah,
toward,
spiritual,
you like
philosophical.
living your spirituality. You don't just like, preaching it and saying it
Hell
to
yeah,
people.
no preaching.
Your
Yerf Dog
spirituality
said
is not
listening.
hollow. You actually
Yerf Dog
follow
says.
a real path.
Yerf Dog says listening to this makes him think that he's tripping right now. What the fuck is in his coffee?
Nutmeg, maybe nutmeg. I don't know.
Who knows?
Oh, can you put DMT in your coffee? No.
You probably could. I think
Dude,
someone tried, man. Someone tried, man. Someone
now
tried
you just
already.
tripped me out because have you ever heard of ayahuasca?
Yeah, I have. Ayahuasca.
No, not ayahuasca, oilwaska.
Ayahuasca. Oh my
Oil,
god.
no.
But like,
Oilwaska is literally basically you creating the same, reaction that you do, where you use two different chemicals to activate them, and you can basically do that with nutmeg.
whoa, for
You could
real.
actually make nutmeg even more of a hallucinogen than it naturally is by turning it into oilwaska.
Ayahuasca. Nice.
I'm like
Okay.
that, This is just how fucking mind-bogglingly advanced we've gotten with the internet and just our understanding of pharmacology and ethnobotany and whatnot. Because it's just like, holy shit, we're making ayahuascas out of anything and everything.
Yeah, exactly. But like
They don't even
ayahuasca.
have to have DMT, and we're still finding ways to. Oh, you mix this incense essential oil with this one and this one and this one, and all of a sudden you're gonna start tripping out.
And I know a lot about ayahuasca because it comes from my country of Peru. I am a Peruvian, so yeah, it comes from even the word ayahuasca comes from the one of the indigenous languages of Peru, which is the Quechuan languages. Yeah.
Dude, you better start growing some Peruvian torch, my brother. I'll totally be hitting you up in the future if you start growing some. I love me some Peruvian torch.
Maybe, who knows? Yeah, you might. Yeah, maybe.
Dude,
Yeah,
it's like it's so awesome too because like nobody realizes that ornamentals exist and that they're a gray zone of legality and that you can order and buy these things.
yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
fuck, you could literally go to your local Home Depot and you can find San Pedro and Peruvian torches often. And whether they're going to be active or not is another story, you know, and it's not intentional. It's not like the Home Depot was like, oh, we know this is hallucinogenic. Let's breed it to make it less hallucinogenic. It's more just, you know, draw the string, random luck. You know, you might get a plant with really good genetics that is active and makes you trip out, or you might buy one and it has really poor genetics and it doesn't make you trip out.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Yeah,
I'm with
exactly.
retro though. Don't use nutmeg. Yeah, like I'm until like we're all in fucking prison. I ain't fucking with nutmeg.
Yeah,
Mainly
right.
just because nutmeg
Yeah.
is so fucking dehydrating.
Oh,
I'm
it
like,
is.
I'm like, okay, if I could have a fucking IV in my arm when I do it, then maybe I'd fucking do it. But it's really dehydrating, and I just naturally get dehydrated sort of easy. So I know it would probably be sort of a miserable experience for me.
No, I
But the
can
whole
I can
fucking
feel you.
idea of it being a 3-day edible, that fucking sounds amazing because edibles don't work at all for me. You know, I have IBS and I can take grams upon grams of oil and not feel anything. So the idea of a 3-day edible and it actually being an edible that works sounds amazing, but dehydration and feeling like you have a fucking fever or you're sick and whatnot, yeah, I'm good on all that.
Yeah, oh yeah, and it's so on to like this point. It's so crazy how you can make things like this in your own home if you just know some of the loopholes or the loopholes and just some of like the extra steps of the ingredients, which isn't hard to do. Well, you just need to know someone that knows someone that knows someone and that knows someone. It's kind of a pattern itself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you can make your own ayahuasca pretty much.
For sure. It's starting to get weird, you know, getting older and seeing the world change and all this and that like that. Like, for instance, I was realizing the other day, I'm like, whatever happened to loofahs? You know, loofahs that you use in the shower?
Yeah,
Like,
oh my god, yeah, I haven't used one in I just use like a sponge and that's it.
right? Loofahs have just disappeared. And I figured out what it is that loofahs, you know, are natural and people decided that it's natural and it decays. It's gonna harbor bacteria and it's a public health hazard. We shouldn't sell these. We should sell these plastic poof balls that, you know, with all these micro plastics because microplastics is clean, you know. It's synthetic, you know. There's no bacteria, you know. Don't worry about the microfibers or the off-gassing or the PFAS or any of that. Like, just worry about natural loofahs.
Natural loofahs, yeah, just worry about that.
This is
Worry
so
about that.
strange.
Yeah, and also like, isn't it weird that we use an animal to clean ourselves with a sponge? Like, come on.
Warning.
We literally use an animal that's we
Well,
use.
come from a plant. They're not actually sea sponges.
Oh no, I'm
Sea
just talking
The
sponges
about.
are
world is
animals.
ending. It?
Hmm?
What's going on? It's an
D&W's
apocalypse.
fucking with us, I think.
The world is ending.
There's an emergency.
Wait, who? Who is it? The comments?
No,
A comedy is
the conversation is too neurodivergent for the listeners.
Oh well, sorry. Yeah, it is too. Oh my god, this is what.
It's off the scales. But that's
Okay,
not a bad
back
thing.
to
I mean, I was
astrology and
actually enjoying. I was
Nutella.
actually enjoying it. I was enjoying it. But just we have to bear in mind that we are aliens.
Oh yeah,
And
we are aliens. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah,
we do have. Sometimes we have to come back down to Earth. I know we go off into space sometimes.
very neurodivergent.
But we do
Yeah,
have to sometimes come back to planet Earth.
of course we do. Unfortunately, yeah, of course. Like we still have a lot of
But
materialistic
what are the
atheists.
So
Sasquatches going to think about that?
the Bigfoot is that what you, the is that
Yeah, what are
Bigfoot,
they
yeah.
going to think about that, though?
Bigfoot, Sasquatch. What's the word for Bigfoot? Ojulbe. I think that's like the
Yeti?
Canadian
A Yeti?
Yeti. Yes, but that's in the Himalayas, of course. Yeti, of course.
Okay.
Himalaya. Yeah,
The
but no, it's still correct.
abominable snowman.
Abominable snowman. There is a Ajube. Ajube is the
I know
Canadian.
this is also neurodivergent conversation. So
Oh.
we need to invite some newbies. Sorry, newbies. We need to probably newbies actually. I was going to say we need to invite some normies on, but that would entail newbies, I suppose. I don't know if there's ever been any normies on this show, and that's not that's not a bad thing.
No,
But
of
if you
course
are a
not.
normie and you would like to come on, don't be afraid.
Yeah, of course.
It's not contagious. We are not contagious.
No, we're not.
No, no. So do come on and say hello. We are talking about all manner of things, and yeah, it's your show, and we're up for a laugh.
So,
We're up for
have you
learning.
guys heard about the theory of everything, the E8 geometry? It's like I
Oh,
don't really know. Yeah, go.
oh, I don't agree with that theory because like I'm against any philosophical scientific
Yeah.
theory that tries to explain everything into one thing. There's a theory of everything. That's why I'm very skeptical of the sciences. I'm very
The
skeptical.
theory of everything. I never understood that myself. I never
Right?
understood the goal of somebody reckoning they could do a theory of everything. But anyway,
Right? Like why? Like why do you want to do that? Why do you have such a high horse and high ego to
no. Why do
establish?
they think they can do? Why do they
I
think they can achieve the ultimate understanding of things
I don't know.
when we're limited by our sensory ability and
Sensory
obviously
ability.
our ability to understand things that have the ability to sense things we cannot. I mean, but then again, I suppose you could have a theory of everything you can understand.
Yeah, just you specifically, your own personhood could understand, but
No,
not
I
everyone.
mean, as a species, like we could have a theory of everything in relation to our slice of what's going on.
Of
I
course,
think the
yeah.
thing is that
And I
when
am
you're thinking
extremely
about a
tired.
theory
I
of,
do need caffeine.
I think the thing is that when you're thinking of
Be a long
a
day.
theory of everything, you're thinking in absolutist terms, and in absolutist terms, it really is
Uh
absurd, you know.
oh. We're going
Yeah.
neurodivergent, and that was my fault. That was my fault.
It's okay, DNW. It's okay. We all I forgive
I'm
you.
gonna leave for a while and come back. But if you want, Sage, you haven't been here for a while. Okay. I don't know what to suggest. I'm remarkably tired. So
We can watch Alex O'Connor or something.
oh no.
Oh no, we'll just talk. Okay.
Yeah,
No, we
that's
can
cool.
talk. No, we can watch something. But I just don't fancy watching him at the moment.
Yeah.
What
Oh
did you
yeah,
want to watch?
no,
Sorry?
that's fine. What's up?
What did you want to watch him for?
Oh, I like him. I like what he says, and
Yeah, I like him as well.
Yeah, no, he brought out a new video recently. That's all with this other guy, and they had a really interesting conversation about like what's changed as far as his views are concerned over the years and where he's at now. And he just said a lot of interesting information, but it is a long one, so like we wouldn't be watching the whole of it. It's really lengthy. But yeah, no, we could watch something else or whatever, or talk
I
or
tell
whatever.
you what we could do another deep dive into the Epstein files. Sage,
Yeah.
what the fuck is going on with Epstein?
Oh.
This business.
Yeah, what's your perspective on it, Sage?
Oh, I'm finding a really interesting, hive mind parallel thought process kind of thing going on, because recently I was realizing I was going, this QAnon stuff and this Epstein files, they have a lot of parallels, and they
Well,
both seem like they're just being manipulated by both sides in this culture
they
war kind of
it's
thing.
funny you say that, Sage. You wanna know why? It's confirmed. He himself said so. Jay, the J man said so himself that he actually helped, uh, helped the creation of the culture war here in America with Quayon, the 4chan. He was friends with the 4chan board guy. Yeah, board director guy. The founder of 4chan was good friends with him. Yeah, so he in some way helped create the he manufactured the culture war we have now in America, that like QAnon, wokeism, anti-gay stuff. Yeah, he's the reason for that. Even more reason to say to like call him, like damn, this dude was doing everything. He was multi-skilled in some way, in a very bad way. Very, very talented person in a horrible way, very, very clever, persuasive.
I just thought it was fascinating because it was a little prophetic, because I was thinking about this literally a few days, and then literally the next day I'm seeing all these videos talking about the exact same thing on YouTube,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's like,
It only took
shit,
the public
man, like
six,
this is some
7 years
interesting
to get the
stuff.
story.
Oh, what's up, Farm Experiment?
Yeah, it's retro. Yeah,
Retro.
yeah. I originally was before I ever got on YouTube, that's what I was doing, guys. I was researching this exact case, and I ended up writing a comic book that never got published about it before it all came to light. And that was what I was going to do for YouTube, was I was going to present it. This is when JE was still alive in the cell. And basically the same day he got off, that was my first day on YouTube, that I was going to present the stuff and show the public what I'd been working on. And it would have got lost like a needle in a haystack because of the news cycle ever since about that guy. And everybody's I presented this stuff to has been like, no, no, no. And I've basically been shadow banned for showing pieces of my work and a painting I did of Ghislaine Maxwell several years ago. So it
Wow.
hasn't helped me at all. It hasn't
You're
helped me at all to talk about this at all and to do the
well,
research I have. It does
hasn't
not
helped
help.
anyone, to be honest, because like most people who talk about this either end up blacklisted, or they end up sleeping with sharks. Yeah,
Well,
to put it like
actually, I mean, look at YouTube now. It's part of the algorithm, y'all. It's pumping this stuff out. So it's
now it
obviously
is.
misinformation. Like there's some parts that are going to be true, but a lot of this is misinformation.
Yeah,
Someone is
it is.
manipulating this evidence to make certain people look bad on purpose.
Well, come on. Yeah, of
For
course.
Or not
sure.
even just misinformation, active disinformation as
Active
well.
disinformation, and
Yeah,
not only that,
Epstein, I'm
but
not
like,
saying he's not as bad as they're saying, but all of them are guilty. He's no more guilty than the other people. They're acting
oh
like he's a
yeah,
kingpin. Fuck
he's
that.
he's a
These
yeah.
people are a group. There's no kingpin in this group. They are all a group. This is
You
what they do.
you know what I think personally is that I think he was only the scapegoat of all of this freaking thing. He's only the face and the scapegoat of all of this. But the
That's what
people
my
who were
comic book was about. My comic book was about it's a rubber mask. It's not a person. The Jeff Epstein is a role they take turns playing on that island.
yes, exactly. There you go. Because the person who allegedly died, that's a whole another rabbit hole. But like the person who died on August 10th, 2019 was just a scapegoat. But I still think that the network that surround him is still very much active. It is still active. It is still active. Because like there were some influencers, vloggers that went to his island, and like there was freaking people on that island still. Like there was this one girl just like lounging on the chair, and she was like recording like the people who were recording the island, trying to like trespass it.
Yeah, he left a lot of his estate to his brother and the second in charge of Microsoft Bill Gates stuff. It's a guy with a Russian last name that's like right under Bill Gates and doing
I
stuff.
forgot his name too. Fuck, I
Yeah,
forgot
but
his name, but he's a big deal.
he made him his will guy, and that guy supposedly he refused. But this is all again with lawyering, you can say whatever you want. So they're saying whatever they want and paying the media off So the media has gone along with this since day one, meaning since for the last 7 to 12 years, putting this away and locking these stories up. So the media is in on this shit. So that's like the worst thing is we can't even trust them because they haven't been the media for, at least since 9/11 or JFK. They haven't wanted to tell us the truth,
No, but like now that thanks to the internet, thanks to
I
everything else. Oh,
I
what's
still
that?
don't I still don't understand Ghislaine Maxwell and how she's in a
Well,
halfway kind
she
of
separated
prison.
from him by around the year
No,
2000.
I mean she's basically in an open prison. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
I mean, because she's an operative. I mean, these were orders. These were things they were supposed to be doing. This was in the playbook. This is the meat and bones of their operation. This was, somebody gave this a pass. This was what was supposed to be happening. This was the script.
Yes.
This wasn't off script. So she's not in trouble, meaning she was with the script. They just chose her to be a pincushion and put her through court because they couldn't hang Jeffrey in public.
Exactly. So he was the scapegoat. Someone needed to take the beating per se, and she took the beating in very soft quotations because come on, when she was in Florida, she did yoga in her cell. Who can do yoga in her cell with like an instructor? Yeah, that's what she got, and she
Yeah,
was
she
allowed to
works
like
with like animal groups now in there too, so she gets to pet and hang out with animal rehabilitation stuff, which cute, pet fuzzy creature
Oh,
stuff. But I
geez,
mean,
where's
that's
PETA
what
when you
saying.
need
I
him?
mean, I am for people being rehabilitated in prison, and I think it's wrong they used her as a scapegoat. But the point is, to me, she is a co-conspirator, and no one else has gotten in trouble yet. And he was never truly locked up for his crimes at all. He was never even found guilty. He was found guilty of solicitation of a minor in Florida. He was never found guilty of all this James Bond friggin' secret island espionage, massive boat
never
stuff,
that
massive
exactly.
bank
So
schemes all over the friggin' planet is what these people were doing.
exactly. So even when he got in trouble, it's only like the fraction of what he actually did in reality. It was like, okay, you're in trouble now, but we're only gonna give you this official guilty because we're fucking in on it too. That's pretty much all it is. So yeah.
I was studying his banking and what he used to be involved in and stuff, and the satellite companies. He had his own stuff in orbit, guys. This was stuff known 10 years ago, and they hushed it up, and they're like, oh, he might have been friends with Elon. He already had satellites in orbit, by the way,
Yeah.
over 10 years before they mentioned it.
Yeah,
So
of
it's
Did
just
you
course.
like,
see the emails? Did anybody see the emails where he's talking about
David.
starting a company to genetically engineer a human
No,
and to
that's
clone
real.
a
That's
human?
real. Yes, yes,
Those
that's very real.
emails are real. What year was that?
That was in 2009. 2009. That was when talking to the Santa Fe, New Mexico
Yeah,
Institute, which, by the way, he was very, very involved in the Santa Fe Institute, which is very interesting because one author that I read a lot is Cormac McCarthy. He wrote Blood
the road.
Meridian, The Road. Yeah, Cormac McCarthy
Dave?
studied. Oh, hi, Chickpea.
1 second, chickpea. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Cormac McCarthy studied and taught and did research at the Santa Fe Institute around the same time Jason with JE. So they probably crossed paths with like one another. In fact, they actually did. I think Cormac McCarthy briefly mentioned him in passing in like an article and in like an interview. Yeah, but they definitely did cross paths, frequently. So yeah, it's so crazy how like these people can like the most you think they're unrelated, but they actually meet. Cormac McCarthy, a very famous author, brilliant author, with this dude who is like the James Bond, real life, actual James Bond. Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor. Who else could I compare him to? Two-Faced. Joker kind of.
I mean,
Yes.
these
It's
guys
funny.
aren't
It's
the
funny
good
you should
guys.
say that. I saw a picture of him smiling. It's one where he is actually beside Trump, and they're at some kind of party, and Epstein does this smile. Now he had very small teeth, and his gums are very visible. But when he smiled, he did actually look like the kind of the Joker or something. Have you
Yeah,
seen that?
Yes,
one?
of course I've seen it pretty much almost every as an
He looked
American.
like some kind of Batman villain, didn't he, when he
Yeah, of
smiled in
course
that
he
one?
did. Yeah.
Mm.
And there is this one. This is the most damning one to me. There is this one. The most James Bond one is when he's wearing a tux. You know, if you've probably seen a tuxedo, he's
I haven't
wearing
seen that
that.
one.
That one is very James Bondy. Like I'm like, okay, this dude definitely knew what he was going to do in life, and he had no shame in it at all. I mean, he of
Well,
course
I
he
mean, a lot
didn't.
of these, a lot of people go to black tie events. Doesn't mean what's. I mean, do you know what you thought he put? You think he
Okay,
was
okay.
putting special
The
thought
rich,
into wearing
you
a
don't know
tux?
what
I
rich
mean,
people
they
do,
always have
right?
black tie events. The black tie events nearly every bloody month.
Of course, yeah, true,
Yeah,
yeah, of course.
charity. That's where they hide their money. Offshore accounts and charity. That's how you get off taxes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Charity, yeah,
So rich
and like,
people, they're only interested in a little bit of things. They don't really care about money. They're beyond. They own everything. So they own the building. They own the island. They don't care about money. They print it. They print it for them because they make it out of the bank for them under their names. You know,
they
they care
understand,
about
yeah.
screwing each other's wives. They always want to screw married women and other stuff like that. That's what Elon loves to do. That's what they all like. They want to know what they can do for someone else to get up on anyone else. And then they get the strange fetishes that they think are only for them because they're the elite. Like, this can't be for everyone. This is a secret flavor of ice cream only we can have.
Yeah,
And they
it's a secret
convince them
society.
all that it's their privilege because they've worked that hard to get in these clubs. And that's where they all think they're innocent because they were told this was their privilege when they got to that point,
Yeah,
behind the curtain.
yeah, and
And some
like
of
a
them are victims, so it's like some people turn from victim into predator. Y'all know that when someone gets, whatever, something happens to them, that you can turn into the predator yourself because you don't know how to cope with the stuff. A lot of children that are, they turn into, predators themselves if they're not treated or don't handle it mentally.
did it
So.
happen to him when he was a kid? I don't think. I
Yeah,
think he
who
had like.
knows, right? No one's talking about his family. His niece came on the Sean Atwood show, and it was actually pretty good. She'd be really cool to have on here. She seemed like a normal, down to earth person that had already been through hell and back. And this was Epstein's actual niece, and she was on Sean Atwood. She seemed about 38 to 40-ish, 38 maybe.
Yeah, of course, yeah, no, because from my own reading of his life, I always thought that
Maybe a
he
little
came
younger.
from. I came from like a. I always thought he came from just like a regular middle class family in NYC in Coney Island. That's where he grew up. I always thought he just grew up there. Like, and one thing I do know for sure, he blackmailed someone inside the Rockefeller Corporation to hand him a shit ton of cash, and that's how he got started. He just blackmailed someone. He like
Yeah, we
extorted him.
mentioned that earlier. There was something very strange. I mean, he suddenly got a shitload of money from that dude who I forget who he was. Uh,
He did.
that he blackmailed that dude. That
Of
I think
course
that's
he
where it
did.
all started.
Yeah, he blackmailed that dude who
But
worked for
whether
the.
he did that of his own volition or his own abilities, or whether he was helped to do that by a secret service of some description, we don't know.
I don't know that
You know,
either, but I do know that he
you know.
blackmailed someone that was part of the Rockefeller Corporation, and with that, he became part of. He became a
Yeah, he
Rockefeller
had an
himself.
Illuminati mailing list that was released yesterday or today, and
Yeah,
included something with the Rockefeller Foundation.
yeah, no, he started out with at first he started out as like a teacher at mathematics and Dalton
Yep.
University, pretty young too, because he dropped out of Harvard. He dropped out of Harvard, so that
Yeah,
goes to
he's
show.
supposedly good at math and Bears and Stern, but he somehow got tapped by some intelligence that wanted to do something with him because of a contact he had made. But I don't know that. I mean, that's just how these things work. So it's all about access. When you have access to someone intelligence doesn't, that's when you get tapped. So you can be the access.
I wonder why they chose him out of all. Then again, he's only the scapegoat. He just became part of. I
You don't know
think.
that's what the fool in the tarot deck means is, you know what I'm saying? Someone has to play the fool for the whole mission to go down. You have to have someone playing a lot of those arcanas. And that's how spy games and,
Yeah, and he was
magic
the fool.
works.
He was the fool because, in my opinion, I think the world that people think he created was already there even before he was born. That's honestly what I think. The world that the world that people think he created was already there hundreds, thousands
Well,
years
the
before he was.
generation before him was Adnan Khashoggi, the arms dealer, and Pablo Escobar had set up that specific one along with the Bush regime.
Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely, yeah. But I'm kind of also bringing in some other conspiratorial things, which may not. It may be speculative, but the fact that if you look at this island, you see a lot of like references to architecture of Greek and ancient times. I want to. It makes me think that there was already something he was tapping into that existed with humans long time ago before that. I know that's pretty far fetching and conspiratorial. Like I'm kind of like giving out like a type of like bait of like looking into it in yourself because it is a rabbit hole. The whole idea that like ancient secret society that's been around since the age of the Romans. Like the cult of the Saturn. Which he probably became a part of.
And Erica Kirk has the Saturn tattoo on her hand. Have y'all seen
There
that?
you go. There you go. You see, it always comes back to Saturn to me.
I
Whenever I
just think
look,
he must have the coolest, Batgirl or Catwoman outfit at home, and he just loved it that much, and he liked her Harley Quinn outfits, and he's just like, "This is the one," and
yeah,
this
yeah.
is the
So,
one.
so I think that's my official theory is that JE just became a fool for this ancient civilizational network of
Right. That's
secret
that's how these
society.
things are played out in front of us. Like the theater is still going on, and that's
Exactly.
it's playing as the television as the internet, and they just update it with each of the ways to play it, and that's what my last video was about. It was only 2 minutes, but it's about this ancient idea from Babylon that is heavenly writing. So they basically name the skies to create the prophecy to predict on purpose by predictive programming what's going to happen. So that's the same way it's been happening until the Romans took over, and we're still under Roman rule in that way. Because if you look at the moon, everything is
Yep.
named in Latin.
There
Okay,
you go.
their
There
book
you go.
is written on the friggin' moon, and it's just like that's the secret. Is like eventually people won't read anymore, and this has happened throughout history that the lower class of people is not a reading class, and that's a way to hide information from them. Then they had to figure out other ways to hide information from them, and now we're at the internet, for over 2 decades now. So we've gone full speed, and they have to dial this back because we can all read, we're all up to date, and they have to dumb us down in some major way and start hiding information again by burning the Library of Alexandria one more time to get
Exactly.
to
Yeah.
get this information out of our hands, because too many of us are becoming wise. There's a lot of us that aren't, that are just being subdued by the technology, but a lot of us are just using it as a library and information sponge and just soaking everything we can up, and
And
they don't want that unless we're tapped.
I think it's more than just the library, though. I think it's also, they're trying to burn down Babel again. I mean, look at the way language is heading.
yeah, and that's why you brought up something retro. That's why they're dumbing us down again with guess what now? AI. They're dumbing us down because easy answers and AI can easily be
Yeah,
manipulated.
each step has dumbed us down. If you haven't noticed, you have noticed Google and the smartphone, each one. So you don't have to know anything, you can just Google it. And the next thing was the smartphone, which the smartphone is a way to quickly Google something. So, and then also you just tap it, touch it, don't have to memorize anything, just where your finger touches a screen. You don't,
Exactly.
yeah, there's nothing to memorize anymore. That's
And
also.
it's funny how our phones are a black screen and like there's the black cube of Saturn. Yeah,
Well, that's
I'm
why
just
our memory spans and our attention span is sucked way down because of that. The simplicity of things and not having to memorize anything is made our attention span shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink. And then they feed us this less and less and less, this Twitter feed that's like only whatever 60 characters, 40 characters long, and then the videos that are 15 seconds to a minute. And that's all we want to watch. And
it's
it's hard to keep our attention now. It's like a mental
Short form
deficit we've all
content
fought.
and devolving language. Yeah, it will
Yeah, I
dumb
mean,
us
I used to
down
be
really
addicted to
quick.
cigarettes. I feel the dopamine in my head reaching out for stuff in the internet, and
exactly
there's nothing
dopamine
in the internet. I've already combed the whole thing over and over again. There's no new discovery.
things. There's no
Oh
new
yeah, that's
things
so
online,
true.
and
You
and
can't
we
really web surf nowadays.
Yeah, there's
no, you
nothing new.
can't.
There's really nothing
The
new unless
seas
it's an
are
artist you
calm and
follow that's
still.
making something.
There
There's
are
nothing
no
new.
currents. You will not surf.
Yeah, there are no currents, and you will not surf. Hell yeah,
Yeah,
man.
every 20
That's
years they come out with a new Tron movie, and the rest is just filler until.
Neutron. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and don't forget our the music that we listen to is also pretty dumbed down too.
Oh
Like,
my God, has the music gotten dumbed down? It's not even funny how much the music
Yeah,
getting
they
dumbed
took
down.
they took the
Everybody's
instruments
getting
out of
used to
everybody's
AI music.
hands. They
It's pathetic. Everybody's like, all right, let's just listen to AI music, and we're gonna turn our entire species' music into fucking mall tunes.
I
Well, that's
mean, like,
what
I
my
shouldn't be
novel has that in.
talking.
I'm writing a novel that's about the future after a collapse of overusing AI, and there's no industry anymore because nothing survived really. So they basically had to concrete over and start over again. But they still use AI to run the
Wait, how'd they
government.
concrete over if there's no concrete industry?
Oh well, they put people to work.
Exactly, yeah.
They made everybody drop their phone in
Don't you know
barrels
that
and
concrete production requires a lot of carbon and CO2 emissions? How are they
Yeah,
going to be making that shit?
yeah.
it does, man. Yeah,
They
it
stage an
does.
alien thing to confuse the AI, and then they trash everybody's phones to get rid of it, and then the story starts, and then it's a long drawn out situation, but it makes for many episodes. If y'all want to call me ABC, TBS, any letter agency to give me a big screen,
Big screen, yeah. Hey, and I'll be the
big
first
budget.
one to see it. I'll be the first one to line up and see it. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds very interesting. It does, yeah. But like back to the music thing, I shouldn't be talking because some of the music I have listened to is just electronic and EMD noise. You know, it's very,
Right?
it's very
Well, hell,
like
our
arsa.
generation grew up with that, so that's what we were
Yeah,
exposed
I'm an
to.
anti-music guy. I love music too, but I grew up with, Skinny Puppy and Psychic TV and
Yeah.
Noise and Throbbing
Uh oh.
Gristle. So it's
Yeah.
just like I was kind of like the underside belly of the universe for a while.
Exactly. Yeah. Like once again, I always say Arsa. You know, she's really cool.
See,
Arsa.
I grew up watching Frasier, so I can appreciate some classical music as an adult. I can vibe with some opera. I don't need to be
Yeah.
listening to only EDC and all that shit.
Yeah. Oh, well, my favorite classical musician is Bach, Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he's so good. My favorite composition piece is Air on G string. That is very good. I love that one.
I
That
know
one.
them. I collect records, a few of them, and I have a lot of Nancy Sinatra. That is my number one,
No,
and then
my
the
favorite is
Moody Blues. The
light
Moody Blues.
music.
The Moody
Light
Blues.
music. It's an
Moody
entire
Blues.
genre. It's basically a less
Ooh.
pompous version of classical music. But the
Ooh.
problem is AI and the modern internet. You literally can't even find light music. You could find examples of light music, but you can't find just here's the genre. Here's a list of a whole bunch of light music.
And I have all the Beach Boys Manson albums. Like
Beach
I'm
Boys,
trying to
man.
buy them
Ooh,
all.
Manson. He
Yeah,
was.
Manson is on the B side of that album by the Beach Boys
Cease to
2020 until
exist.
they removed
Yeah.
his song because it was
Yeah.
too controversial.
Exactly, Charles, man. Even though he didn't kill anyone, and I think he was himself a player and a victim of Operation
Oh yeah,
Chaos.
different things going, but he was never that stable. So it's just like he probably wasn't very safe in society at
No
whatever
shit, for
level.
reals.
Of course, of no,
I'm
no,
not, yeah, yeah.
he
I'm
was
not convinced
crazy.
he was good, but I'm not
No,
convinced that this wasn't meddling by all sides to cause worse behaviors, meaning to
of
drive up
course.
the ante. Just like today with people reacting from listening to a story, whether it's Alex Jones or the regular news, getting up out of their chair or rolling out of their car or ramming into some fence somewhere. You go and like, I feel like he was the one that was ramming into a fence somewhere because
Yeah,
he was so agitated, and
and
they
it's
made him agitated and were tickling him, like with some kind of MK Ultra stuff they probably did for him in and out of prison.
of course, yeah, absolutely. Oh,
I wonder if
Noodle.
anybody thinks that with Charles Bronson.
Charles Bronson.
Johnson, why?
What?
Why Charles Bronson, the TV
Oh,
star?
just that he's never really fucking murdered anybody, and he's been in prison his whole fucking life,
Oh,
basically.
okay. Okay. So the
Again, he's like a threat to the public. That's like the reason why. But at the same time, like maybe it wasn't just situational. Maybe there was somebody fucking with his life, causing even more problems. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
just interesting.
yeah, could be, absolutely. Yeah, Charles Bronson. Yeah. Who else was in that controversial? I can't think of much, to be honest. Yeah. Who wrote that book, the Valley of the Dolls? I know that was like a pretty. I think that included one of the victims of my Manson, Sharon Tate, I believe, right? The Valley of the Dolls. I
Yeah,
believe.
and there's a sequel, but it's not attributed to the same people. But I like the sequel better. But yeah, I have the records all from them.
Ah, nice.
Beyond
Yeah.
the Valley of the Dolls is a better movie, I think. It's like kind of campy, and it's like a murder tale that people go crazy on a mescaline drink
Of
at a
Ooh, that
course.
sounds
party.
interesting.
Yeah, it's freaking good.
I'll have to check that one
Other
out for
Valley of the Dolls
sure.
is kind of hard watch, but it's a pretty watch. It's just like it's
God, I
watching.
wish it was
It's
easier to
Charlie's
watch these
Angels having a
classic
weekend off at
films.
a therapist. It's
Yeah, essentially, yeah. And then
yeah.
yeah, Valley of the Dolls. Yeah, well, it's good. It's
Fucking Ted
okay.
Turner, man, ruining it for all of the younger people that want to watch all this shit.
Ted Turner. Oh yeah, he's also had
Fucking
some
A.
strange affiliations with some certain people. Ted Turner. Yeah, absolutely. He's kind of a weirdo himself, huh?
Dude, he's a big weirdo for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Ted
Dude,
Turner.
he's obviously in his own generational gap, like has no fucking clue about streaming or the internet or just the way that the direction society's been moving.
Yeah, exactly. Ted Turner.
He's like, we just got to hold all of our IP in lockdown so the old people can watch it over their fucking the air free antenna because everybody in America still uses over the air free antenna. The digital converter boxes didn't cause any chaos.
Wow, Ted Turner. Yeah, that's another guy out of touch with our generation, and someone else really out of touch, and I'm surprised is still alive, would be George Soros. So that's a whole other rabbit hole in of himself, with like all like the destabilizing of like the Eastern Bloc countries. Like he did destabilize the Eastern Bloc countries, and did he kind of had a part in destabilizing a Somalia when he was communist back when he was stable. Yeah. Pretty
Huh.
interesting stuff, yeah.
I knew he was fucking around on the big scale, but I never heard about that stuff. That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. No, 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 no. He actually is the reason why the Soviet Union fell. He actually funded all of those protests, kind of like against the Berlin Wall, and all of those things in like the communist countries, and that's why it partially ended, along with the help of John Paul, who had ties to the CIA, Pope John Paul II. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
So maybe
Who
when they had that misreporting that they were getting rid of the Berlin Wall, he helped amp that fucking hype up and helped get all those young people going to the wall and tearing it down themselves.
exactly? That's what happened.
Yeah, all these things are like helped out a little by money in the CIA usually.
Exactly. Like, did you guys know that Saddam Hussein was actually great friends with America and Henry Kissinger until he invaded Kuwait?
Rumsfeld was hanging out with him.
Yeah, yeah, Rumsfeld, exactly. And he was like, what the fuck? He's the opposite of Saddam Hussein until Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and then he became an adversary of America. And the rest is history, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, most of these foreign leaders we don't like have huge investments in our country too. So Saddam Hussein, people don't know he had a lot of American interests. He was not a hateful of America. That was
So
just for politics stuff he said probably. But he actually owned car magazines. He owned Automobile Magazine. He was the main.
Yeah. And
Right.
like, and like, and
He was
like, and
really into cars and making money off Americans that loved cars. So that made no sense what they were setting up all of.
Of course, he would like the American automobile. His country was the biggest producer of oil, one of them at the time, exactly, and still is now. So of course he would see a American economy as a big investment, and he did. That's why he sided with them during his war with Iran. But unfortunately, when he couldn't pay his debts, and when Kuwait was, I think, slant drilling illegally in Iraq, that's when he was like, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to invade. No one's going to stop me. And I believed he was actually fooled. He was tricked into doing that. He was actually baited into doing that because one of the American diplomats that like visited him said that we don't care what happens in your region because it'll be a regional problem for you. It won't be like an international thing. So he interpreted as like, okay, so if I just do this, if I invade, it's not going to be a big deal. And he did. And but guess what happened? The Gulf War happened, and like it was like a coalition of like 36 countries after him.
Dude, that's where I'm interested in the corruption lines on like what Americans were helping out Assad in Syria with his fucking regime, because his regime did some fucking evil shit.
America's like the Western though. We're like the bigger cowboy with the bigger gun, and we kick the guy a gun over in the grass that we already beat up, and we just stare at him, pick it up, pick
Well, I
it
Actually,
just
up.
think it's interesting. People talk about like the chemical warfare Saddam engaged on, some of his own population, but nobody
Kurtz.
ever talks about Assad and, the fucking chemical
Well,
attacks and
I
nerve
think.
gas attacks he's done on the civilians in
Well, I
Syria.
actually think that those were from like not from him. Those were attributed to him afterwards. I think from because I read this report from RT News. What I read is the fact that those gases were actually attributed to him after the fact that they found out that those people died. And yeah, it's actually a real report. I would totally
We
recommend.
sold him the gas.
Yeah, exactly.
United
Americans
States sold him freaking gas. Like,
and
come on. Like,
That's
exactly
what I'm
they.
saying. We had to have supplied him that nerve
so
gas. He
that's
had
why
a
I said
shit
pick it
ton of
up. We're
it.
the ones that kick guns at these people and then tell them to
And
pick
we
it
had
up.
on the scene footage
Pick
of the
it up.
hospitals of kids dying from the nerve gas. We had the scenes of the white hats, fucking helping out and shit. Like it wasn't like some,
We sold it to him to use on
it wasn't like
Iran,
some
though. Not he
Kenyan
used it on the
genocide or
Kurds.
not.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the Rwandan genocide kind of thing where we didn't have all this footage and there's this cultural memory that's getting lost. It's like, the Syrian gas attacks, we have that on record, on footage. Like we shouldn't be forgetting that.
Yeah, but like as I said, like I totally recommend it if you want to dive deeper. It's kind of a wrap. It's a bit. It's very very complicated like situation because ISIS also had access to those American gases. I wonder how ISIS, an American adversary in quotations, got access to those gases, and they were an enemy of Assad. So how
Dude,
did
it's all the game. Let's give us weapons of mass destruction, and then we can claim that they actually do have weapons of mass destruction because they do, And at that point, if we get called out in the international community, we can point out that they actually do have weapons of mass destruction, and we can do whatever the fuck we
All
want.
right, that's my question for both of y'all. Do y'all think Jeff Epstein is connected to 9/11? Do you think 9/11 will come up in the Epstein files?
Oh yeah, of course, because like we all know who actually did it,
Okay, don't. Yeah, we don't want to get the
I
channel
know.
in trouble. Okay, if
I
you,
know.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
why.
I think I know what you might say. So
Of course,
the
exactly.
other
So
thing is he has the
that's why
painting.
I'm gonna,
He has the
zip
painting
my
of
lip.
Clinton. He has the painting of Clinton in the blue dress, and he has a painting of Bush with a paper plane knocking down 2 Jenga towers.
Yeah, I think you can use your imagination as to how he intersects in that as well. Yeah. Yeah, you see, everything is kind of a lie, but yet we already had an idea of of what, because I always knew to be skeptical of things. I just have a very a skeptical mindset. I don't know. I can't help it.
I
Maybe it's
posted a picture today on my socials of JFK and his wife, JFK Jr. and his wife, and he's walking his bicycle and she's beside him, and it's a note to America and said, "Y'all done, we fucked up."
yeah. Oh yeah. JFK was like the last hope of like before this happened, and yeah, and we all know that story. Yeah. It's just really, really weird, really, really crazy. It almost reads like a film. Like America is just one big like film, It's just one big Hollywood film, which is pretty funny,
Well,
because
yeah, I got on a buzz recently, like last summer or before I started working out a lot and just watching certain movies, and I was just and reading books. So I was reading James Bond and watching every James Bond movie I could, watch. And I started studying the James Bond stuff of why, when, and how they wrote them. And Ian Fleming and his like cousin were basically in the military, and they are both from high up families that classy, like came from semi prestigious families. And so that gave them a little extra oomph and stuff, and they more likely to get honors and ability access to things. So access to things like knowledge in the military itself. So they were just asking around, and then apparently Christopher Lee is also related to him.
Christopher
to
Lee,
Ian.
the actor. Oh wow.
Yeah, is related to Ian Fleming. They're like distant cousins or something, and they used to hang out. And he said he told him stories, and he was in the, strategic service stuff too, spying on Nazis. So it's just like all this stuff stems from real things, but you got to realize they write these stories because this is stuff we were doing to other people, the West. But we wrote it as the bad guys are doing it. But we, it's just, it's a both sides. It's a two-sided prong to write about these things, and you have to wonder where the villains come from, and then maybe the villains are kind of real, but the villain stuff that they're doing would be stuff that we're doing. We just make it look the other way. And at some point with the stories and the movies, if y'all didn't know, the American government got involved, and they would agree to agree to fund or be involved a bit if they could, change a scene or two, or, with, suggestions. And it was all things for recruitment to make us look like the good guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Okay.
the story.
So that's the weird, you can't make a movie in our country and get real money unless you make us look like the good guys.
Exactly. I know, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
That's
Think
why
about all the propaganda in existence.
yes, propaganda. The fucking U.S. Army.
Seriously, like fucking like
Oh my.
80% of all media is all propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. And also like you guys remember that film American Sniper, right? Like that film was like shoved down my throat when I saw it when it was coming out, like all over
Oh
like
yeah, that definitely was. Be a
the buses.
patriot.
I
Watch
didn't
this
watch it. I watched
movie.
Zero Dark 30 though. I didn't watch Sniper.
No, yeah, it's so funny because that baby that he was holding was the fakest baby of all time. Of course it was. Like that special effects on the baby looks very, very fake when he was holding it. That was like a meme when they came out, the American
Dude,
Sniper.
I've been seeing that everywhere in media lately. Like watch like fucking the babies in like what was it? Fucking Squid Games. Like the last season they put that like heavily CGI digital fucking baby, It's like, oh, they're gonna be doing crazy shit, jumping over giant death bridges and shit, and we're not gonna give them prosthetic baby, make it all digital CGI, Like it's such an obvious thing where like the ethics and the way that they do things in the
It has to be
media
digital slop newborn from
dude,
here
like
on out.
there's no babies and no animals in any films coming out of Asia.
No, it's
Like
all
How would
freaking like
has
props or
anybody named
CGI.
their
for
child
reals, you
digital
watch a Hindi
slop?
movie,
Can
no
someone
animals
trademark
were
that,
harmed.
guys?
This tiger's entirely CGI, You watch some Chinese movie, no babies were harmed. This baby was CGI. And it's like, oh my goodness, my God, we're fucking up on our ethics so bad that pretty soon it's gonna be like, there were no humans harmed in the making of this movie. It was entirely
Oh,
generated with AI.
rewind a second. We were talking about the files with those people, the epi stuff. So there's the pictures, right? So there's the pictures, supposedly a lot of them going around with his shirt off, and he has a tattoo on his arm. And there's no tattoo visible in the autopsy photos or the supposed photos after his death on his shoulder. If y'all haven't seen that going around the web. He supposedly has a tattoo on his, I think, left shoulder. And then there is no tattoo there when he's laying on something. It could all be.
See, that's where
Who
my
knows who's
first question
doctoring the
is, what is
photo
the
on either side?
resolution of the photo? Like, if it was poor
Oh, it's a pretty
resolution, maybe he had it
prominent, like
lasered off.
tribal, like thorn, little marking on his shoulder. So it's his lower deltoid on, I think, his left side in a photo. So it's like it looked like it was in two photos. So I'm like, okay, someone's doctored it in two photos. But I mean, either we don't know which photos are fake is the whole funny thing. And this might be the whole scapegoat. They might have thrown a lot of fake stuff in this file to throw the whole thing out on purpose. They might have doctored some of the photos to put them in with this stuff so they could disprove it and say it's a hoax again.
Huh. Interesting. I don't know how that would work, considering that so many people are getting so cult minded that they can watch actual videos of people getting executed and go, "Oh no, no, that wasn't what happened. We need to see the 7 additional videos being released." Like, I don't trust my eyes.
I think
My
that
eyes
is
are
what
lying
happened.
to
Like, we're
me.
so sensationalist. They're changing our moods back and forth with the mood swing with how they've trained people with reality TV shows and stuff. I think our moods are being flipped around So I think they could pull our strings one moment and then pull our rug out from under us and say, "Oh nope, here's the truth, y'all." Like with this
No, I don't think that they can do that. I think that's like, idealizing, psychology, and we can use big data to figure out all the problems in human existence. And I'm like, that's such absurdist nonsense, you know? It's crazy. I'm like, Google has like 20 million data points on me, and you still can't find something that I'm interested on the internet or YouTube. Like, really?
It knows I like philosophy and butts. I mean, what's up?
Google thinks I'm a black transgender woman, and that thinks I want football shaped tampons and stuff. It's very strange. I don't know. Fucking A, man. This shit is weird.
I shop for lots of old books.
Just seeing the algorithms and seeing the way things are going online is just weird in general nowadays. Like shit, just go on Amazon and like look up fucking American flags, and like you'll see that every single one is marketed toward the right wingers, the far right wingers. They're trying to promote nationalism. None of them are done in a classy way to be patriotic. All of them are done in a way to push out nationalism, and it's like, oh shit, man, like fucking A, when you see the way the algorithms are going, the way the data management, it starts getting so obvious, the manipulation on such a grand scheme. Grand scale manipulation. It's completely obvious.
You mean you're not enjoying it from your digital cage over there? I'm waving from mine. I'm like, I'm having a great time, man. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, the digital shit's all bullshit now, man. For reals. It's crazy. Like you said, you can't just find new things nowadays. You can't discover new knowledge, That's where it's like I'm so blessed to have found my faith, because it's like I ain't finding jack shit on fucking the internet. But I can deconstruct some, absolute garbage and make it beautiful, and like find new things out of, old trash.
Yeah, it's really good to repurpose things, all of it, make art out of something, make anything out of something. Out of your sadness, make something. For gosh darn, don't become more sad. Create
Dude, that's what I'm
something.
saying.
That's
I'm
like the
engaged with
best
so
time
much
to play the
pluralism.
violin, when you're friggin' sad.
Dude, fucking fandoms, man. The way they get into arms and fucking fight over the most stupid bullshit. And here I am going into pluralism and systems and going, you know what? The fan made versions are literally canon. It's all fucking canon, Shit. And that's how I enjoy it. It's like I could be a fucking, a purist and go, well, only the original was the real one. The extra one was sort of a real by addition, but all the modern ones are garbage and they're not really real. But
You like
instead, I
Michael
flip the
Keaton's
whole
Batman?
routine. I
Is that what
go,
you're saying?
they're all real.
Michael Keaton's Batman or none? Is that what you're saying? Or you're all right
What was
with
that?
Christian Bale? Michael Keaton as Batman or Christian Bale or all of them? Because
All of them. That's what I'm
George
saying.
Clooney kind of sucks. I mean, I don't even hate George Clooney, but his Batman, come on now.
Dude, but that's the thing, is that his Batman movie was actually a Batman movie in the Batman universe. That's why it vibes different.
Yeah, I don't think
George
Affleck
Clooney's
actually.
Batman was
Affleck got
basically
ragged on
Gotham
too hard.
City's film version. This is the Gotham City. This is our idea of what Batman is. Our idealized version. That's why
Yeah,
it
to me,
vibes
Ben
so
Affleck
differently
as a
versus the
retired
Dark Knight.
Batman, not too bad at all. Ben Affleck retired Batman, I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't like Ben Affleck either, but to me, he's a big doofus, and I think that makes a retired Batman.
I think that film was just a retired film in general. Like, come on, a fucking techno fucking Iron Man fucking Batman versus Superman. Like, how fucking lazy can you get when it comes to your storyline and world building? Come on.
You didn't like Justice League? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't really care for Justice League that much. I like
You want to
DC,
step
but
outside?
like
You want to step
fucking
outside?
the Snyder's versions and shit, like
You want
that
to meet me
stuff
out
was
back?
so
We're going to see
fucking
you in the parking lot.
ridiculous. I'm like, I don't need to watch fucking 5 hours of this garbage.
I never saw the full. I want to. I saw the
Oh, I
original, and
watched
I
the
was
whole
like, all
thing, and
right.
I
I
was
didn't
like,
like the last 20 minutes were terrible, but the rest of the movie was like entertaining as hell.
Dude, I watched the whole thing, and literally the 5 hours flew by like 30 minutes. I felt like I just, took a whole bunch of DXM and was tripping balls for fucking
Oh,
five
have you
hours.
seen
I
the
was
new The
like,
Flash?
wow,
The
that was
Flash
pointless.
movie?
That was a waste of
Everyone
time.
hated it. Has anyone here seen the Flash movie? It was pretty freaking good. Everybody hated it. It was good.
Oh God, I couldn't
It was
even get into
great.
that because of the actor that they cast. I've been
So
having
what?
a hard
We gotta
time with a
stop
lot of
judging
movies and
people.
films lately because of their
That's what
casting
throwing the first
decisions.
stone. That's what some guy came on the show and talked about. Oh, you gotta throw the first stone.
Dude, I
So,
couldn't even get past 10 minutes of The Last of Us on HBO. Their
mm,
casting decisions drove me up the walls insane. And it's funny as shit because I understand where they're coming from and I respect their decisions,
yeah,
but
can't
I
hire
just
the people
can't get
for
out of
them.
my cynical egoism with it. I'm like, shit, man, like nobody looks like the way they're supposed to.
Oh yeah, yeah. If I don't really like the person as the character at all and can't digest it, but I was able to even digest Jared Leto's Joker. I
In all
mean, that
honesty,
was
though, I
like a
think the real
square
problem I had with The
brick
Last of
in a
Us.
round hole.
Sorry, you go.
Yeah, that was like a square brick through a round hole to accept that. And I accepted that for the Suicide Squad, and I lived through it. I didn't even complain. I said that was all right. I was like, that was a different version of the Joker. I'll live with it. There's no I don't care if I saw it again or not.
Jared Leto as the Joker was interesting. That's for sure. It was definitely different. Like
Yeah, that's it. I
I don't know
wasn't
how I feel
unimpressed,
about
but I
Jared Leto as
didn't
the
need to
Joker.
see
He was
more or
being
less. I
different.
thought the relationship was fine with the Harley character, so it didn't bother me.
Although I'm probably feeling mixed feelings with Jared Leto as the Joker because wasn't he in two different films?
Haha, he plays too many things. Yeah, he plays
No, I'm
more
saying like didn't he play the Joker
Mobius.
in two different DC films or
Oh
whatever?
no, I don't know. I think they have a flashback in another Suicide Squad, and they don't bring him back. And I don't know about Birds of Prey. I haven't seen that because no one's told me anything good about it.
Hmm.
I'm a DC guy. If you didn't know,
Oh, I'm a DC guy too. I'm not a
Image
comics book guy, but I
DC
like
and
DC.
yeah, and then I'm a comic book guy, and I like independent stuff that whatever no one knows about, but I
Oh,
love it.
you're into that Black Horse and stuff, huh?
Whatever I find that I'm really into. So I don't always collect just because it's collectible or something. It's just like what I find that I like. I like Constantine, so I like a lot of supernatural comics. So it's like that's the way I try to
Dude,
roll.
Constantine is so underrated, man.
Hellblazer, Constantine,
I'm
yeah.
still missing fucking Keanu Reeves as Constantine. That movie was a kick
Well,
ass.
he
They
was
need to
supposed
have
to be
another
blonde
one.
and British, and the actor on TV got him pretty right, but people did not like him either. But I liked Matt Ryan. He's the
I
guy on
didn't like
TV.
the Constantine in
TV.
the fucking Age of Tomorrow or whatever that one
Yeah,
was,
yeah,
the
yeah. He was
future
on a
one.
lot
You
of stuff.
know.
So as that character in the CW universe, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So,
He just felt
anybody
way
else?
too
We
cocky
might
in
have
the
gone too
series.
far into our superhero talk. Does anybody else want to change our conversation here? I just noticed this might be again. We might be drifting off into a spectacular field of autism of
Dude, all the
superheroes.
neurotypicals are geeks now. What are you talking about?
Might be drifting off into asbestos. No, I'm just kidding. Did you guys hear about the connection between Matthew Perry and Batman and his death?
Tell me,
I'm
tell me.
actually tired as well, so like even though it's daytime here. Okay, I'll just try and find a video because it's been a while since and I don't remember all the details, but it's a rabbit hole. But there's a video because he made videos. And there were clues and all that. Oh yeah, it was his Instagram. Let me just try and find his Instagram actually, because it's all on there, I think. But yeah, so I'll do that, and you guys just talk about something else. I don't know.
So yeah, I think the real problem though I had with the casting and The Last of Us wasn't the main characters, but actually the daughter in the very beginning. Because in the game, the daughter freaking gets unfortunately killed by the soldiers in like the first 10 minutes or some shit. And in the game, she looks like a young, uh, Dakota Fanning or Ellie Fanning. But in the movie, in the series, they changed race into a young black girl. And I'm like, because that is really progressive, you know, having a young black girl get killed off within the first 10 minutes. You know, you change her race because that's inclusivity, but you kill them off the first 10 minutes and nobody ever discusses it. Nobody ever brings it up. I think that's what really irked me off with that one. Oh, is Yerf in here now?
Yeah, mate. StreamYard just made me sign in and accept new conditions. I've got no idea what I just accepted. So I'm going to hell.
Yep, you just sold your soul. You might need to bust out the golden fiddle.
Oh, well, it
That
wouldn't
was
be the
just one of the
first time.
alphabet agencies. They set up near the fence line over here, and I don't know. You got to watch out and hop that first bush.
Holy shit, they reset everything. Good on them.
Welcome. You got anything to add about the elite or how things are going, or if you think this year is going to be awesome, or if you think the aliens are going to invade, or you think the pyramids are going to be dug up and they're going to find that new fuel source and a whole group of people living under there that kind of look like Quasimodo, but they have one big foot and a cone head.
I agree with all of that. That's exactly what I think.
Damn, I never knew the mole people
This
were
working.
artifacts.
How's my audio, DNW? You said it was fuzzy. Is it still
It's probably
fuzzy?
better than mine because I'm on the sofa and I've got my Bluetooth headset on. So I'm wrecked.
I don't know. How am I?
But
Is it all right?
I'm not sitting at my. Yeah, you sound good. I'm not sitting at my desk.
Right. Cheers, mate.
As I usually do. So
there's a video on
I
YouTube.
can't be bothered to watch a video, but can't you just tell us what happened?
Oh, well, there's a lot of like video. It's complicated. It's just easier to watch, you know, because he was calling himself Batman.
How long is this video?
Yeah.
How long is it?
Like 5 minutes, but
okay.
I don't know. From memory, like he just posted a bunch of videos. Like he had Batman. Like okay.
It would shock people, but it wouldn't surprise anybody.
By this time, you probably know that legendary Friends actor Matthew Perry has sadly passed away. Together with his loved ones, fans all over the world are mourning the star's death. His passing is already heartbreaking enough, but Matthew's last post on social media has made things even more painful. Perry was found unresponsive in his hot tub on Saturday, October 28th. The cause of his passing has not been determined yet, although many suspect it could have to do with substance abuse. Just 6 days before the apparent drowning, the actor posted a picture of himself in a hot tub on his Instagram page. In the caption, he wrote, "Oh, so warm water swirling around makes you feel good? I'm Matman." Matthew had referenced being Matman several times during the month of October and included Batman's bat-shaped emblem in some of his pictures. In a post made the same day, he had written, "Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I'm Matman." Sadly, we might never know what Matthew meant. In 1988, Perry made his debut in the film industry with A Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon, where he shared the screen with Ione Skye. Notably, they reconnected before his tragic passing on October 15th. Ione shared their heartfelt exchange on her Instagram account. Perry wrote, "Hi, I hope all is well. I was meditating. I meditate now. And In Your Eyes started playing, and I instantly thought of you and how beautiful you are." Perry marked an era of television with his role as Chandler Bing in the sitcom Friends. This show ran for 10 years of the actor's life, and he decided to honor it in a special way by delivering the very last line. In his memoir, Matthew revealed that he had approached one of the show's creators and told her, "Nobody else will care about this except me. So, may I please have the last line?" In the series finale, the 6 friends are clearing out the show's main apartment as Chandler and Monica prepared to move to the suburbs. After reflecting on the time spent there, Rachel suggests getting some coffee.
Okay, should we get some coffee?
Sure. Where?
This sarcastic comment reflects the essence of Perry's character. It also shows just how iconic the actor and his legacy were. In his memoir, Matthew has confessed that, after the show wrapped, he and his then-girlfriend walked around stage 24, where Friends was filmed, and sat in the lot for a moment and thought about the previous 10 years. As important as Friends was, Matthew knew that he didn't want the show to be his only legacy. Instead, he wanted people to focus on a much harsher but more inspiring chapter of his life.
You know, my goal is to help some people, and I think it has done that.
Perry had been struggling with alcohol and substance abuse most of his life, from the moment he tried his first drink at 14. For decades, he tried to keep his addiction at bay and even reached a point where the Friends cast had to stage an intervention. The actor managed to get sober, but only after investing millions of dollars and years of his life. "I've probably spent $9 million or something trying to get sober," the actor told the New York Times. He also had to face health struggles derived from his addictions, like his colon rupturing in 2019. However, Matthew was able to see the silver lining. Because of what he had lived through, he was able to help other people who were going through similar experiences. "The best thing about me, bar none, is that if somebody comes to me and says, 'I can't stop drinking, can you help me?' I can say yes and follow up and do it," he said in an interview.
When I die, I don't want friends to be the first thing that's mentioned. I want that to be the first thing that's mentioned. And I'm going to live the rest of my life proving that.
Matthew was so passionate about helping others that he even turned his Malibu beach house into a men's sober living facility called Perry House. He also advocated for drug courts, in which nonviolent offenders who struggled with substance abuse could get the help they needed. The Star had opened up about how important it was to be able to help people like him. "I can't describe it. Something spiritual, it fills your heart," he explained. Since his passing, many of the actor's colleagues have published moving tributes. His Friends co-stars released a group statement that said, "We are all so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew. We were more than just castmates, we are a family. There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." Meanwhile, actress Maggie Wheeler, who played Chandler's on and off girlfriend on the show, wrote on her Instagram, "What a loss. The world will miss you, Matthew Perry. The joy you brought to so many in your too short lifetime will live on." Although millions of people will remember the actor for his time in Friends, you can see from these tributes what Matthew's true legacy was: bringing joy and hope to those around him. No matter
Okay,
if they
enough.
came
I mean, I don't
Talking
know.
about? What was that
What
for?
the hell was that about? I don't understand. He said, "I'm Map Man." I mean, what does the hell? So what? I mean, that was a joke, right? I'm Map Man.
I don't know. There was a lot of stuff about Batman before he died. So I don't think it was really a thing before that. But he started posting weird stuff on like cryptic messages on his Instagram before he died. He's like, "Oh, like, do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?" No, like, no one understands what he was trying to get at.
Wasn't
You
he
know,
drunk
and
and a druggie?
yeah, apparently. I
I
can't
mean,
believe he
maybe they
spent
were
nine
just like,
on
what?
something that's so easy. It's so easy not to drink stuff that tastes like shit.
I think he was
It's like,
trying to devote his life to helping others, and that he was trying to remind others and himself by the Mat Man thing. He was trying to rebuild himself to not be a druggie, but he knew he was letting himself down. So he was trying to, it was a cry for help.
That just read a
I don't
lot too much like Mel Gibson to me.
Mel
Yeah, I
Gibson.
mean, he wasn't speaking out about anything that would get him deleted. Usually things that get people deleted, like Amy Eskridge, for example, she was talking a lot about anti-gravity, and yeah, that's a pretty good rabbit hole to go down with
What
her. But
what
there's
happened to
other.
Anne Hesh? Do you know what happened to Anne Hesh? I mean, was she talking about something? It seemed like she was alive after that car wreck, and they put her in a body bag and got rid of her.
I don't even know that person. Who's that?
Ellen's ex-girlfriend, Ellen DeGeneres' ex-girlfriend, Anne
Oh,
Hesh. They're all into Scientology. I don't have no problem with Scientology, but
oh,
it's like she had a car accident. Her car ran into a house. There's footage of the paramedics grabbing her, and she's alive, and she's reaching and moving around and stuff, and they zip her up like in a body bag and get rid of her. Like, it's like, what the hell's going on here?
yeah, that's weird. I would say that probably more has something to do with Ellen is known for being in the creepy side of Hollywood and all that. What I'm really talking about more like with Amy Eskridge and other physicists and stuff who aren't Scientology people is like talking about like anti-gravity and things that they don't want the public knowing. Like free energy, everyone knows now basically that they don't want us to have free energy and all that shit. So if you start talking about certain things of that nature and you figured it out, even if you're dancing around it, that kind of makes it even more, especially to the Chinese espionage and all this sort of stuff. Like if you start dancing around like, oh, I know this thing, I have the secret formula, but you're not actually saying what it is, that can get you deleted too.
That makes
I
no
think you
sense. They're
watch too
just
much
gonna,
YouTube.
yeah, they're just gonna make nuclear fusion. We're gonna have free energy anyway. So why the hell would they need to be offing people?
Well, I wasn't
Because
specifically
it's
talking
not
about
for everybody.
anti-gravity, but Amy
Well,
Eskridge
no shit.
definitely
The
got
energy isn't
deleted.
for everybody, but that's where we need to get into the power transmission, not just the power generation side of things. It's actually
Mm.
getting really hard to transmit power to different locations nowadays because the infrastructure is just so shit.
I think
Yeah,
they've
I don't know.
decided to let some parts rot and fall off of the system, and that's why they brought up AI. They're doing it quicker than they wanted to because I think of what you just said. So whatever power system or hydrogen 3 or helium 3 or fusion fission stuff, new technologies happening that's not for everybody. They're going to create a fiasco before it just to see if they can limit the growth before they transfer the wealth again.
See, I don't really see it that way. I see it the way that that electricity, historically has been incorporated into our countries. The corporations themselves were like, why the hell are we gonna, spend millions of dollars to run this single power transmission cable out, 20 miles into this single rural fucking farmhouse? And the government said, you know what? It doesn't matter. We're gonna do this anyway. The long term, benefits and the long term capital are going to outweigh this, short-term fiasco.
Yeah, if I wanted to get rich, I would have had the copyright on wall and car chargers for phones.
See, I'm more worried about the elites hoarding water than energy. Water and energy go hand in hand, and the way that we manage water is atrocious.
I hope it stays drinkable for the long run. But I think we're due for some shakeups here. Prophecy would say, by the way, between February 13th and March 23rd would be optimal days for some major catastrophe. We're talking about a 7 earthquake or some kind of bigger stories in the news than the ones we have riding right now.
Hello to Wild Heart.
Hello, good to see you all. Thanks for letting me on. Cheers.
Good day, mate. Please contribute.
Yeah, I've not been watching. I've just joined, so I'll have to catch up with the conversation.
Are you here for the lizards and the rocks? There's a few rocks left if you'd like to get a warm one.
Oh yeah, I'll have a warm up. Yeah, if that's applicable. Yeah.
What's your area of interest? Where are you into these days? What's going on? Did you read the news, or is the space program fake? What do you think about the world?
I'm mainly interested in religious discussions. Yeah, religious debates and that. That's what I normally
I'm
talk
Jesus. Prove me wrong.
Damn, that's a bold claim. You're bold
I'll
claim.
grab 3 nails. I'll meet you at the wood pile.
Yeah, you're not Jesus. Yeah, I can prove
Prove
you.
it. Prove I'm not Jesus. Go on.
You're not Jesus. Jesus died 2,000 years ago, so you're not him.
If you're Jesus, you better start giving us some free wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you've had a bit too much to drink, Sage. I'm not going to be doing that.
We all paid in advance. We already tithed, so yeah, hand over the barrels.
Man,
Harsh
I
but
love how
fair,
that goes.
harsh
You're
but fair.
autistic. You need a drink. You're autistic. I think you've drank too much, mate. Oh, that's funny.
Oh yeah, I'll walk on water. Yeah, I'll
I'm walking on
turn.
water right now.
I'll multiply loaves and fishes.
Did that this morning.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm neurodivergent or just nerdy and just delusional.
You'll have to do it on camera for me to believe you.
I just have Schrodinger's autism, you know? I exist in superposition.
Oh yeah, Schrodinger's cat. Yeah.
God bless everybody for their differences or whatever you believe in, Squid Monster or otherwise.
Yeah.
I've never heard so much dead air on this channel before.
It's probably my fault.
We've gone.
Let me wave
okay.
the wand of gab. Everybody have a drink. Everybody go around. Explain something of why you're here and pass the mic. Now,
So
just
Wild Heart,
whatever you want
you
to talk
said you're
about. Go ahead.
interested in religious discussion. What exactly do you mean?
I'm an atheist, and I speak to a lot of Americans. You know, Americans are kind of crazy for
Well,
Jesus.
speaking to Americans, that's your mistake right there.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing it for like 20 years. So
So are you still stuck in 2015 with the atheist debates?
yeah.
Good on you, mate.
Yeah,
back
talking
when
to
the day,
people who
back when the days
identify as
of the internet
Americans
were
is
wonderful.
always set up for some chaos. If somebody identifies as an American, that's just gonna then it'd be a chaos
Identifies as
zone.
American, right?
Nothing to do about their citizenship. It's about their identity. If they identify as an American.
People who say
know,
they identify as something, as far as I'm concerned, need their head read. I identify as something. Blah, blah, blah.
yeah, you know they're all like crazy for Jesus.
I
So
identify as a human
I
being.
just like
Fuck, I must be
arguing with them.
mentally ill. Holy shit, man. Oh.
So yeah, I just like arguing with them basically. So yeah, that's
So
what
do
I
you
do.
go around the interwebs debating the Americans?
Yeah, yeah.
And how's that
Does it ever get anywhere?
Sorry?
Does it ever get anywhere? Like, do you actually,
No,
you know?
no,
it doesn't.
No.
Dude, you need to like have a little preface it, you know, saying I'm looking for Americans that aren't fucking wasps and NIMBYs. You know, like you're talking all these wasps. That's what's happening.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
The wasps don't go that fucking deep with their theology, man. It's just fucking like talking to a graham cracker. It's just so boring.
Yeah.
Like I have nothing against Protestants. I just, you know, if you're part of the wasp culture, you know.
Yeah. Most Christians know less about the Bible than most atheists.
I would agree on that one.
Yeah.
As a transtheist who has read the Bible cover to cover, I would definitely agree.
Yeah. I've read the Bible as well. Yeah, all the way through. Yeah. It wasn't fun.
I view it like taking a vigorous hike. It's like, you know, it's stressful yet invigorating.
Yeah. I'll go with that. Yeah.
What's transtheism?
What is transtheism? What is transtheism? That is a good question. I have it's one of those things where, you know, I live the procedural knowledge, so explaining it is more difficult, but I have it right here. Transtheism refers to a system of thought or religious philosophy that is neither theistic nor atheistic, but is beyond them. Zimmer applies the term to Jainism, which is theistic in the limited sense that gods exist but are irrelevant as they are transcended by moksha. That is a system that is non-theistic but in which the gods are not the highest spiritual instance.
Yeah, like deism. Like,
It's sort of like deism, but deism, the God is more distanced from the universe, doesn't really influence it in
yeah,
any way, shape, or form.
interesting.
And theism is too
Yeah,
personal. We're gonna mess with every single God or group or every single person or every group of people. And I'm like, I don't
yeah,
think God has a personal interest in any group or individual, but I don't think he's completely distanced from all aspects of the universe either.
yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. But aren't you then claiming to know the unknowable?
I experienced the unknowable. I wouldn't say that I claim to have absolute knowledge of it.
Yeah. Like if the God you believe in doesn't interact with reality, then he's undetectable. So how have you detected him?
Well, that would be deism, that's where,
Yeah,
as a trans theist, I view things like quantum mechanics and go, maybe quantum mechanics are like the blood cells of God moving throughout the body or something. There's something
yeah,
so much deeper and so much more transcendent with these dimensions and our limited sense of perception.
yeah, yeah. Okay. So is anyone else like theist on the panel? Does anyone else believe in
And
God?
the Mind has joined us. I think one of Zombie's mates. How you going, the Mind?
I'm at work right now. I was wondering if we could do a reaction video. I had a conversation with Matt Dillahunty. He kind of got a little frustrated and ended up kicking me out.
What a surprise.
I put the video in the back chat if y'all want to check it out and see if y'all want to stream it. Because, I mean, I think it's a pretty good one. It's only like 5 minutes long. It's talking about how we can know versus believe. And he's telling me to prove God, and I'm telling him proof is some proofs are directly correlated to direct experience, not just words.
So are you a theist? What were you arguing with him about?
I was telling them
You going to
that
chuck that
with
on
words
D&W,
alone, you
or do
can't
you want to give it a
prove
miss?
certain things. Yeah, I don't want to say too much because the video is pretty good. I don't want to do any spoilers.
Yeah, I'll chuck it on 1 second.
You're right there, D&W. If you're fading, mate, just shut it down.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna go sleep in about half an hour. Where is it? Can you see that?
Who would we like first? Go with John? Sure. John in San Antonio says that you believe there's a lot of truth or deep truth in the Bible despite human errors. So thanks for calling. You're on with Matt and Don.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? It's me, John. Yeah, I just heard y'all talking, and I feel like, what is it called? Atheists have like a personal, what is it called, grudge against God or something.
I don't have a personal grudge against God because I don't think God exists or is a person. I have what I don't like is when irrational and harmful beliefs are accepted by a good chunk of the population without good reason.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was calling because I was just saying basically that I don't think the Bible. I mean, I don't agree I don't like how y'all ignore the fact that science, politics, and religion are very good tools of indoctrination and manipulation, but you're only focusing on the religious part of things and you.
Well, this is an atheism show, right?
Yeah, but that's my whole point. That's my whole point. That
The other thing is that while you can be indoctrinated into any position, science is not an indoctrination process. And while
science
politics
isn't a religion.
No, science is not a religion, nor is it an indoctrination process.
It's funny. So you're telling me, okay, hey, well, that's your belief. I don't want to argue about it.
I can already see why he's going to kick you out.
Yeah. Hey, no, because I was just calling to say that there is truth in the Bible, and that
So what? There's truth in it. There's truth in a Spider-Man comic too. To just call and say that there's something true in the Bible
is it's easy to focus on all the things that is wrong, but what is right about it? It's easy.
It doesn't matter what's right about it, because what's right about the Bible, what's right about the Bible and true is irrelevant to whether or not the foundations of the Bible are true. So the Bible can say good things like sell your belongings, give the money to the poor. But that doesn't mean that message has come from a God, or that book has anything to tell us about what a God is or what a God wants or anything else. So the things that you could point to that are true in the Bible are trivial, and they exist outside of the Bible. So it's not like you needed the Bible to find those things that are true.
And if it's written by God, shouldn't it all be true?
That's one thing I always argue with people that are religious, is that God is not just within the Bible. God is everywhere. And
well, I would argue that God is not necessarily in the Bible and apparently nowhere.
Yeah. So prove
believe that. No, it's not belief. No. Stop, John. I don't choose to. You keep doing this defensive thing of pretend. Shut up. You keep doing this defensive thing of pretending you understand what I think and then demonstrating that you actually don't.
You just said you don't believe in God. You said God's not real, so that's a belief.
I no.
You don't know that. You believe it.
Saying
you can't prove.
Oh my God! Are you going to stop?
I'm done.
Saying I do not believe in God, but I'm willing for you to demonstrate evidence for the God you believe in. That's my position.
God reveals Himself to you. God reveals Himself to us every day, but it's
prove
your
it.
choice to see it or not.
Prove it.
Prove to me that red is real. Unless you experience it, you'll never know it.
Okay.
If I'm blind, you can never tell me with words what red is.
You are flat wrong in that.
How would you explain red to me?
If you'd stop fucking interrupting me and let me finish my sentence, I'd tell you. Do you think that people who are colorblind cannot be shown that they are in fact colorblind?
I didn't say that they're aware of the fact that they're colorblind. I said they can't experience the color red. With words, you cannot.
Oh my God.
The experience of red. I didn't say that they're not aware of the fact that they're colorblind.
I'm not fucking finished. I'm not finished. You would learn something if you would just let me finish.
All right, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm not going to talk no more.
Let's say Don is colorblind and he can't tell the difference between red and green. He will never know what it's like to see red in the same way that I do. But it may be the case that nobody will ever know what it's like to see red in the way that I do. However, I can demonstrate conclusively to Don that there is a red and that there is a green, and that people can in fact do discern this, and that there is technology that can discern this in addition to just human senses. Correct?
Oh wait, I want to rephrase.
That's a question.
I'm asking. I'm going to rephrase.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Too long.
Don't get to
no,
move the goalposts.
You're not. This is a simple question.
Can you simplify it again a little with like less than a whole?
Don's colorblind, but I can demonstrate conclusively to him that red and green are actual things that he cannot distinguish between.
How would you demonstrate that to me if I was blind? Because you're saying colorblind. I'm talking about somebody being blind, not able to see anything.
Goodbye. See, here's the thing. You have to do things in little bitty steps. And the second your brain recognizes that we've taken the first steps towards showing the second step and third step, which will show how absolutely asinine your position is, you go into defensive mode and spin things around.
Exactly.
Well, I'll do this for you.
Yep.
If someone happens to be red and green colorblind, they can't distinguish between red and green. We now understand the various causes for this, including defects within the eye as well. And if somebody is in fact red and green colorblind, I can demonstrate to them the truth that red exists and green exists, or that these are colors that other people can perceive. And we can do this both with human eyes in double-blind experiments to hold up cards. Hey, is this red? Is this green? Is this red? Is this green? And show that people who can distinguish between red and green can get a 100% success rate in identifying and distinguishing between the two, even if Don can't. That's how I can demonstrate that red and green are there. If someone is totally blind, that still applies to them because they are now able to discern that someone can tell the difference between two things that they can't see at all. It's even more powerful to a blind person that, oh my gosh, not only can you people see and demonstrate that you can see through a test, but there are variations in things that I can't even comprehend because I can't see them. Your narrow view of the world, that there would be no way to explain to someone who is incapable of seeing that other people can see, is so monumentally stupid that it's embarrassing that we have to address it. Because we live in a world where for the entire history of human beings, we have had people who do not have sight, and we've dealt with it. And all of them have accepted that they can't see, and yet someone else can. It is a fairly trivial exercise to demonstrate this. And the fact that you want to go to that because your argument is, well, I've experienced God and you won't ever believe me until you experience God. Well, congratulations. If that's true, if the key is that you have done some experiment that proves God to you and I haven't, well, you may in fact be warranted. But until you demonstrate that to the rest of us who are blind, you're not. And it is just fundamentally, logically identical to, I am convinced I experienced this. I can't prove it to any of you, but I'm fucking right.
And how
I
do
think
we
we're done.
push that from a delusion?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, you can't teach a blind person this. Yes, you can. All kinds of stuff. People.
I can't believe he brought that on as if it was going to be good for him.
And that's
I mean,
what I was just thinking. I didn't understand. So what was his name again?
The Mind or John on the
The
channel.
Mind,
the video.
bro. I don't think that was in your favor, mate. I don't understand why you showed that to us.
He's one of
What are you
Zombie's
talking
acolytes,
about?
and I
Those
think,
atheists just made fools of themselves.
yeah,
Did
he's one
they?
of Zombie's acolytes. That's
No,
the evil.
I mean,
Did
he
you just
said
call
you
me an
couldn't.
acolyte? What?
Not you, the Mind.
Oh, okay.
The Mind said these guys. Well, basically, what they were saying to him was, he said to them, "You can't show me I'm colorblind if I'm blind, right? If I'm colorblind, is that what he said? Or I'm
He
blind?
said, "Prove that red exists to a blind person," something to that effect.
Yeah.
The dude was talking about qualia and the explanatory gap, and these atheists were saying that that explanatory gap doesn't exist, that you can, describe the ineffable and create, functional absolutist systems out of it.
No, that's not what was happening at all.
Got to read deeper.
Yeah, all right. No, I can't see why John thought that was good for him. That was embarrassing, mate. That was.
Those atheists had a complete lack of understanding of basic cognitive science. They're saying that the propositional knowledge was just a non-factor, or not the propositional, the procedural knowledge is just a non-factor. It's all about propositional knowledge.
You use lots of words, Sage, but it's just babble, mate.
So definitions are babble, dude.
You babble about bollocks, as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, come on, bro.
Come on, bro.
So now you're making fun of my code switching. Real mature.
I can go. I can go less mature if you want.
I don't give a shit either way, man. It's like fucking
anyway,
whether you want to
yeah,
be
I
low
think
culture or high culture, want to engage in healthy shit or unhealthy shit. That's on you.
so. I think John. I'm surprised that I wonder why he introduced that. And he left. So I wonder what the discussion was going to go.
Yeah.
Weird one.
It's weird to come on and play a video and then leave halfway through. That's weird.
Maybe he realized that he was like, oh shit, I can't believe I showed that.
Maybe it was the wrong link. Maybe he shared the wrong one.
Possibly.
Or maybe he's just realizing that this group is a whole bunch of atheists that vibe with the fucking.
I'm not an
group that he was
atheist. I'm
posting
not an
at,
atheist. I'm not an atheist.
Oh, I wasn't claiming that you were. I was just saying
I'm
that this group
agnostic.
posts a lot of atheists, So, maybe he was realizing that, he basically took the wrong sports flag into the wrong fucking arena trying to have his little freaking tailgating match in the wrong fucking in the enemy camp, I don't know.
Well, actually, I am an atheist agnostic, aren't I? Sorry, it's very late now.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm agnostic atheist. Yeah.
I'm a theological non-cognitivist. God makes zero sense to me. Zero sense.
That's fine as well. Yeah.
But look, I do think it's interesting what Sage was saying about the transtheism. Is that what you called it?
Yeah, transtheism.
Yeah. So basically, there could be a god, but they may not be the ultimate source of the power. Is basically, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like they do say that in Buddhism, don't they? Really, they say there's gods, but the gods are
Yeah.
succumb to
Oh
the
yeah, it's
power
big
of.
time in Buddhism.
Yeah, so the gods succumb to the power of what would you call it, samsara, like as does any being.
Yeah.
Isn't that more or less it? Mm.
No, you're getting closer. Yeah, that's yeah.
The gods
Yeah.
are not immune to powers outside of them enacting on them.
Yeah, it's
In
contextual
Buddhism.
and relationships.
Mm.
Yeah.
They basically just have wider powers than those below them.
Because it is actually funny as shit. Because since I
But
found
it's
my
not.
faith,
But it
I'm
doesn't seem
finding
to
no
be.
demons or
It's
angels fuck with me. Nobody wants to fucking enter into any relationship. They're like, shit, he'll change me just as much as I'll change him, and I don't want to change.
Is that like God makes no sense to you? God is like, it just means nothing.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time articulating what you're getting at right there.
Oh, sorry. Do you think that even if God exists, it just makes no sense?
I think that even if God exists, he's beyond our current understanding, that it's one of those
Yeah.
things that maybe evolution or, the way we change throughout history, or we've developed new cognitive capacities, new ways to explain our senses, it's sort of like how in ancient Greece, we didn't have words for blue, and blue is all over the ocean, but we didn't have a word for the color that we experience in our day-to-day life.
Yeah.
And that's where I think that our language, we can break through this explanatory gap and describe the ineffable. We just can't. We're just not there yet. And it's not to say that we shouldn't strive toward getting there, but we shouldn't, say that we can do that now. It's sort of like the transhumanist delusion where, oh, well, things are moving so fast that no matter what, within my lifetime, I'll be able to upload my consciousness in a computer and live forever. It's like you don't know that for a fact that we're going to reach that point in your lifetime. But many
Yeah.
transhumanists delude themselves into thinking that way to, to not have to deal with their existentialist problems or any of their fear of death or fear of the problem of evil. They just bypass that, spiritually bypass it by going straight into the, whole transhumanism. And I'm going to upload my consciousness. I'll live forever. I don't have to think about this or worry about it.
Yeah.
But you've actually just touched on the problem there. The fact that we can't articulate it, that therefore means that anybody who professes that it may exist or that they feel it exists, they're going on some kind of faith-based belief that they can't reason. And
Yeah.
that's just nonsense.
Oh, there's a lot of crossover between faith and reason. That's the thing that a lot of people can't see. They get straight into their binaries and splitting things apart, and they
I
are
get it.
we're
Yeah, people who can't see things the way you do aren't as enlightened as you. I get it. Okay, all right.
No, I never claimed that,
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
matter of fact, I think the whole enlightenment culture is a load of bollocks for the most part, it's all full of ego and performance. It's fucking bullshit, I mean,
Do you
just because
spend
you
all day
become
just watching
enlightened
YouTube
doesn't mean
videos,
you
Sage?
have gained or become more important or a better person than anyone else. To reach true enlightenment, you realize that you're not better or smarter or any, you've not risen above anybody, like that's the thing, you can reach enlightenment but also reach sagedom. If you reach sagedom and enlightenment, you can, be humble enough to realize that I have perspectives that other people don't, but that doesn't mean I'm right. It just means that there's more pieces to this puzzle. There's more perspectives. There's more information that we need to, gather and create a functional system out of.
Yeah, that's respectable. Yeah, yeah, I respect that kind of view. Yeah.
Did you respect that? Why do you respect that?
Because it's saying basically I don't know.
No, that's not what I perceive. I reckon that's the same as saying this person knows or believes that there's something more than we can know, which just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's kind of the same as saying we don't have enough knowledge yet to work it out, which I kind of respect. Do you know what I mean?
But if we don't have the knowledge to know, then I can't even say it. It's if we don't have the knowledge to know, then we're unable to conceptualize the thing that we say we don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't like command belief. You couldn't believe in a god based on that view. It's just saying we don't have enough knowledge to know what's going on.
Do you think you might be sort of stuck in the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis? And a little
I
bit
have
more
no
of
idea what does that mean?
Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. That's a theory that your language influences your ability to perceive our reality. If you don't have these labels, these terms, you can't actually even think of these thought experiments. There's a lot of people that believe that if you don't have these terms, you can't even conceptualize or think about these philosophical thought experiments. But as somebody that's been going through this and studying this and everything, I find there's a lot more nuance to that. Because you can think about things without language, and you can conceptualize and live a philosophy without actually being able to articulate it. And only then, after you get that propositional knowledge of the labels, of knowing that, what is the declarative sentence, then you can piece things together.
Okay.
The mind, welcome back.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, so like I said, I am at work right now, so I had to get off the phone for a second. But I mean, I don't know. Obviously y'all don't understand how things work, like logically
and you
speaking,
do.
right? Because I was actually wiping the floor intellectually with that guy. Like that guy doesn't know how to defend anything he believes in.
Okay.
That's not how it came across, to be honest.
Why do you? Okay, what's your basis for saying that you wiped the floor with it?
You wiped the floor and waxed it, dude. That floor was looking clean.
No, the mind. What's you're on mute, mate. Why do you think you came off looking good in that exchange?
Yeah, you didn't, by the way.
I mean, I agree with what Matt said at the point where he said that people like that tend to get all flustered when you start going step by step, each detailed step. That kind of tends to annoy people like who think the way he does. Let's go through every single step of your thinking. People don't like that a lot. That's when things start to collapse. Maybe John's at work and he has to mute himself.
Man,
I don't know.
that's confusing. So you're saying that when people put their thought process in stages and steps, it pisses people off, and things fall apart. That's what you're saying?
For a lot of people, yeah, they'll come in and they'll say whatever. For example, this guy said that you can't prove to blind people that there's such a thing as red or whatever, or I don't know, or there's whatever he said, God is true, or God, there's truth in the Bible, yada yada. People make a lot of big claims, and I think it's very valuable to to fucking just go back to the beginning of the thought process and go step by step in the chain of reasoning. And that seems to frustrate a lot of people. Because once you do that and you dig into people's reasoning, you'll find that there are weak links that causes it to collapse. Now, a lot of people
you think
really
that the
don't
atheists
like
were
that.
doing that on the mind? That's what you're saying. I see.
So I didn't hear you. Sorry, say it again.
So you're saying that those atheists on the panel were doing that to the mind. They were, deconstructing it step by step, his psychological perspective of like how he arrived to that position. Is that what you're
No, they
getting
weren't
at?
they weren't deconstructing anything psychologically. They were just going through the chain of reasoning that he was probably. They're going through a chain of reasoning that the mind was probably required to go through to reach his point of view. But I don't think he went through that chain, which is why he got annoyed or he got frustrated.
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of saying, trying to prove God is more complicated than just. It's more complicated. It's more like an experience. God is an experience. That's what I said. And there are some things you can only experience yourself. You can't expect other people to prove to you something that you can only know by experience.
Yeah, but nobody's denying that you had experiences. What people are disputing is the interpretation you put on that experience or those experiences.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had numinous feelings as well. I've had spiritual feelings as well. That doesn't mean there's anything like a God involved.
Do you believe in an omnipotent God, like an all-powerful God, the mind?
Mind, you there? Wildheart was asking you a question.
I think there is such thing as infinity and eternity that exists in reality that we can agree is a thing.
But is the God you believe in omnipotent? Is he all powerful? Because he will be able to reveal himself to
my
everyone.
mic's messing up, but it's hard to unmute because my phone's kind of messing up. I don't know, and I'm not going to claim to know what God is. I know he's infinite. I know God is infinite.
I'm not going to claim to know what God is, but I know he's infinite. You said that in one sentence.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
That's a problem. You don't know what God
Linguistically,
is.
it sounds like a contradiction, but mathematically and logically, it works as a paradox.
Oh, for Christ's sake. All right, whatever.
No, but you can't say, I don't know what God is, but I know he's infinite. That is a direct contradiction.
Only linguistically, not from math or logic.
Sage, are you like some mathematician or something that you know all this? No, seriously. Where do you get off saying all this bollocks?
I don't even know how to fucking respond to that, bro. Like, I never had a formal education in math, but I'm amazing at math, and I'm also shit at math.
You're amazing
so
at math.
I don't know how
Right,
to
all right.
explain that. I'm 2E. I'm a genius, but I'm retarded. What the fuck am I supposed to explain?
No, I'm saying to say that I don't know what God is, but I know that he's infinite. It's fine. It's fine if he's infinite. That's fine. But you can't say I don't know what God is, but I know that he's infinite. That's a direct contradiction.
No, the first step
I know God
on
is infinite, and I know that we
existentialism.
can't fully encompass that. Like, we can't fully know what infinite is.
The first step of existentialism is equating a power to God. Is our God, a weak God? Is he, a moderate God, or is he an omnipotent God? Is he all powerful? So, the logic and math that he's using does play out.
But then you can't say I don't know what God is.
Again, that's just a linguistic contradiction. If you can read past the language, if you can read past the language, you can hear the truth and you understand the logic and math and the reasoning behind it.
That's a problem. If there's a linguistic contradiction, then that's a problem.
It's a problem with language for sure. You know, we need to evolve our ability to use language because our language is becoming entropic and falling apart, and semantical nuance is getting lost, and we're having a really hard time being able to articulate and understand each other's
The word
philosophical
omniscient, that just
positions.
sounds very like religious. I don't like to use religious words and ideas, and this word omniscient sounds like a very religious word. I don't like using it.
Yeah.
So you believe that God is omnipotent or not?
He just said he doesn't like that word. So how about we say, do you believe God is all powerful, mind? Do you?
I
How
think
about
God is
that?
all powerful, he's all knowing, he's all that stuff. I just think once you start going too semantical, it does start becoming a real religious thing, and I don't like religion. I don't like organized
Let's
belief
change it
systems.
to maximally powerful then, rather than all powerful. Maximally powerful. He has all power that is logically possible. Do you believe that? I'm only asking. You can answer yes or no.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now.
Agnosticism. That's funny. That is funny.
I'm just saying, if he's maximally powerful, and he wants humans to know that he exists, then every human should know that he exists, and they don't.
Right? No, that's where there's that big tension between fundamentalist Christianity and Gnosticism. There's always this tension between the two.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like
Well, we
one
went
or
from Mat
the
Man to He Man.
other.
What happened
Powerful
to the Mat Man? Why are you talking about He Man, Marcus?
I have the power.
Okay, let me talk about the existence thing real quick. I think if we're talking about free will being a thing, right? It's kind of hard to have a free will when there's this almighty powerful guy who's going to.
Oh yeah, the free will argument. I can get rid of that. If you believe Satan exists, Satan knows for a fact that God exists and how powerful he is, and he chose to rebel and not worship him. So God could reveal himself to every human on the planet, and they would still have the free will to not worship him and turn against him and rebel against him. So that gets rid of the free will argument. We would still have free will even if God revealed himself to everyone. Sorry, I was just killed the conversation. Sorry.
I just keep getting distracted with ADHD by this fun little chat. It seems the people in the chat are having some fun with this conversation today.
All right. I've not been watching.
It's just a little nice. People are sort of chatting the shit, but in a playful way. Nobody's getting all butthurt or taking it too far.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Because that's one thing that was always tripped me out about fucking like culture is and masculinity, especially like America versus England. Is over in England you guys fucking chat the shit and take the piss on each other all the fucking time, and that's just how
Yeah.
you fucking vibe with each other. But here in America we'll do that shit to an extent, but it's just not quite so far. And I always find it funny because I remember as a kid my friends would do that with me, and I would always tell them, dude, I'm an empath, and if you keep doing this, I'm gonna fucking fight back, and you're not gonna fucking like it, And they would never listen to my warnings, and then they'd always end up in tears. I'm like, shit, man, like that they weren't fucking listening to boundaries and shit when they end up in tears, like, fuck, crazy shit.
Yeah, that's what we do in England. Yeah. Yeah. If you're friends, then we just take the piss out of each other.
That's what I'm saying. You go down to the fucking pub, man, and you just taking the
Yeah.
piss all fucking night long, man. Like, holy shit, as long as you got a buzz going, you're taking the piss.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
Okay, so I want somebody to explain to me like what exactly I said wrong when it came to me talking to Matt Dillahunty, because I mean I think I was doing pretty fine. I think I made that point pretty clear, and I think it's kind of hard to refute.
I think you can upgrade it and get more articulate, and people will vibe with you more. I vibed with what you were getting at. Some of the other people on this show might not have, but I feel like I got where you were coming from. I definitely feel like it could have been more articulate, though. But
Yeah.
that's not on you.
Yeah.
That's on like
Yeah,
everybody.
I want to just cut you off real quick.
No,
I
I
get you, Sage. I'm on your. I think we're on the same page, Sage. I'm talking about the rest of the individuals' opposition. That's what I'm kind of.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, get their perspective.
Yeah, I do struggle with that, being articulate and getting my points across. Yeah.
That wasn't too articulate. I don't know what the heck you were saying. Does anybody else have anything else to say in regards to my like incoherence or my illogical way of thinking or whatever?
No, I just think you think you did better against Matt Dillahunty than you actually did. From the clip I saw, he kind of owned you. Do you know what I mean? I, I, I think you might be getting it wrong as to how well you did. That's all. I don't want to be mean against you or anything, but yeah, I think you might have just got it wrong.
See, that's where I have fun being me, because I play teams, but I also don't play teams. I'm more on the side of the mind right now, but at the same time, I feel like that was just a stalemate of a chess game, and everybody's fucking going, my favorite man is freaking Nielsen on black. My favorite man is Kasparov on white. And it's like, oh my God, you're in a stalemate though.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to say this real fast. Scientifically speaking, do you prove things by somebody telling you words or by you having some intelligent observation of a thing?
Oh, I think I know what you're saying. It's like science actually doing science repeatedly. That is what real science is. But if you're just, taking the math or logic of these scientists and not replicating the process that they did, then it's not real science. Then it's just faith.
Okay, Mr. Logical Thinker, the guy who I said we're on the same page, I'm not speaking to you here. I'm talking to those who are in opposition.
The blue glow
Remember
from
that
all
one
the-
kid? Remember that one kid who asked you
Okay.
answer all the questions?
So how can you trust your experience of
Oh my
God?
God! No wait.
Like-
Okay, fine.
Like, how can you trust that your experience is, because you're probably promoting a good God? Like, what if that entity is just pretending to be good, but it's actually evil. Like how can you just trust that? Oh yeah, God of the Bible exists because, I mean, what even kind of experience could you have to convince you that there even is a God out there? Like, what kind of experience would you need to have to? I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me what you're saying. You're just going by personal experience, which I understand with certain things, but
I'm not trying to be rude, but I've had many conversations with you, Jackie, and it's really hard to like to have a.
hey, I've got
I
my
don't
name.
want to argue with you. Literally, don't want to argue with you. I don't
I'm
know
trying not to
anything
use my
about
name.
Yeah, I don't know what to say
Yeah.
about this.
Well, you
Literally,
wanted opposition. I'm the only one who's like on the panel that is like I'm not saying I'm against, like, I obviously think that there's some intelligence going on behind the scenes. Like, I think that there could be entities, or maybe like one entity posing as multiple, but like you're promoting the biblical God, which I just don't believe in, and I haven't for a long time.
yeah,
So
I just have to say, like, I feel like there's some people who it's worth having a conversation with because like the conversation is being, I don't know, I've had a conversation with you enough times to know that whatever you're saying, literally it's for show. It's really for show. Like, it doesn't matter what you're saying now, like what you say tomorrow, it's just what you believe tomorrow is gonna switch up. Like, literally, I don't
I've
think
been
you believe
saying
in
the same
anything,
thing.
or I don't think you understand anything you're saying, or you don't really even know what you believe in.
I've literally been saying the same thing for like freaking months. Literally the same thing. That like it's literally impossible to know for sure what is going on. You can't trust anything. That is what I've been saying for ages, and I've been talking about elves for a long time as well. Like, you can't trust.
Sorry.
Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I'll go even further. Even if I grant you that the biblical God exists, why would you worship him? Given that he supports slavery, he commits genocide, he commands genocide. Why would you worship that God, even if he existed? He's clearly a moral monster.
Sorry, my internet's cutting in and out. Did somebody speaking to me?
No, I'm just saying, even if the biblical God did exist, I'll grant you that just for the sake of argument. Why would you worship him or venerate him, given that he supports slavery, he commits genocide, he commands genocide, he's clearly a moral monster. Even if he existed, why would you worship the biblical God?
Well, you're trying to win a little argument or debate here. I don't think, I don't know, I don't think the Bible, the God of the Bible, is the correct like representation of what God is. Like I said before, I think whatever made everything is infinite, and I think we can't wrap our head around that. So I don't. I do think. Yeah, that's it.
So you don't believe in the biblical God?
Which biblical God?
That's a good point as well.
I do think this thing that we call infinity, right? If it is, I do believe it is conscious. I do believe it is a creator, and I do believe it does communicate. I do believe those are things that we see in existence: consciousness, creation, and communication. And that's something that is always happening, whether we realize it or not. It's happening to us and all around us.
So do you believe in the biblical God that supports slavery?
What?
Do you believe in the biblical God that supports slavery? Makes rules for
no.
slavery?
I said no. I don't like religions in general. Like, I think all religions have some truth, but ultimately, the one thing in reality that is false is perception itself. That's the only thing that is false. Everything else that exists in reality is true by its own existence.
Right. So the Bible is false when it comes to slavery and presumably
Assume
everything
that people
else.
perceive it wrong and then it's false. The truth is false because we don't understand it.
So why would you believe in the biblical God then if you think the Bible is false?
I think there's a lot of people who have problems with religion and they hop from one religion to another. And I do think scientism is a form of religion.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Sorry. If you think the Bible is false and the bits about God supporting slavery is false, how do you pick and choose as to what in the Bible is true? How do you work that out?
I mean, I don't dogmatically believe anything. I think if I were to just dogmatically believe it all, that would be an issue for you too, right? If anybody just blindly believed whatever was written down, that would be kind of foolish, I would think, right?
Yeah. So do you believe that bits of the Bible are true? And if so, how do you work out which bits are true and which bits are false? What method do you use to work out which is true and which is false?
Okay, this is kind of what I told Jackie. This is why I don't debate atheists anymore, because I feel like the conversation isn't really going anywhere and it's really performative. Like I don't think you really care to know these questions. I think you're just trying to do a gotcha and you're just trying to defend your own beliefs regardless of what I say, regardless of how much truth, how much proof I show you. You're still going to hold to the things that come from you, which is your own beliefs. Yes.
I'm asking you how do you know what is true and what is false in the Bible? If you think the slavery bits in the Bible are false, but you think other bits in the Bible are true, I'm just asking what method do you use to work out which is true and false? It's a genuine question. It's not a gotcha.
I use logic, reasoning, and common sense. How does that sound?
Right. So which bits of the Bible do you think are true?
I just kind of feel like I'm wasting my time doing this. Like I did like the conversations you were having a little bit earlier. I do feel like this is maybe, I don't know, going in a circle. I don't know what the point of this is. Like what is your point to get me to say that I don't believe, or like get me to like contradict myself or something? I don't know what's going on here.
I'm asking genuine questions. I'm not trying to catch you out or anything. You can answer whichever way you want. I'm just asking genuine questions. I don't know how you go through the Bible believing some things are false and some things are true. I'm just asking how you work out which is which. It's a genuine question. I'm not trying to catch you out or anything.
I mean, I think
It's just that is it the things you agree with you think are true, and the things you disagree with you think are false? Because that's just a massive bias on your part, if that's the case. the things you think are good are true. The things you think are bad are false. That's just that's just massive bias on your part.
Okay, I think I'm done. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere, Sage. I don't know if you want to say something. I'm done.
All right, we can change topic. Sorry.
Mine
Well, that was a
must have
great
been in a
therapy.
mood today. Moody
I learned a
mind.
lot about myself because apparently he knows everything about my intentions and whatnot. So, yeah, great therapy session.
I just find it funny when I'm trying to provide constructive, additional context, and it's like I'm not talking against or for anybody, and it's like, shit, you're on my team, but shut up. But it's like I'm not even talking to you or them. I'm just adding additional information. How about
Yeah,
everybody shut up?
yeah, basically.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry for taking on that tangent. Sorry.
Geez, sometimes my willpower freaks me out a little bit. I'm like, geez, I'm like wanting everyone to shut up, and then everyone shuts up. Oh, God. I'm manifesting reality, and I'm not even trying.
Oh man.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I'm losing steam a little bit. So, are you Irish, Wild Heart?
No, I'm English. I'm a quarter Irish. My granddad was
Oh,
Irish.
oh,
Yeah,
cool. Have you seen any leprechauns?
but I'm English. I was born in England and
Yeah,
living in.
yeah. That's. I mean,
Yeah,
are there leprechauns in England, or do they only live in Ireland? I don't know.
yeah, they all live in Ireland. Yeah, yeah, under rock, normal.
Cool.
Yeah.
Dude, those freaking rainbows are trippy. You know that rainbows are actually full circles?
Are
Yeah,
they?
Yeah,
apparently.
like
And now you
everybody.
get double rainbows. Have you seen the double rainbows?
Yeah, no, I've seen the double rainbows. I just think it's wild as shit though when you see one of those aerial views and you see that a freaking rainbow is actually a whole sphere, a whole circle. It's like, it's not like the two-dimensional little arches we all grew up with watching on
Yeah,
TV.
with the gold at the end,
Well,
the
that's
pot
why
of
it cracks
gold.
me up. I'm like, everybody's fucking up. They're trying to find the end of the rainbow that doesn't exist instead of finding the X marks the spot right in the middle of the fucking circle.
Yeah,
For reals, let's get back to trying to find that gold, people.
yeah, where's the pot of gold
Y'all are trying to escape the matrix or the back rooms and trying to hack reality, but nobody's trying to fucking find the pot of gold.
at?
Does it go under the ground? Because you see the half circle, don't you? Does the other half like go under the ground or something? How does that work?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying, man. It's wild. Like once you start adding extra dimensions to it, you're like, wait, we grew up with viewing this as a two-dimensional image, but it's actually three-dimensional in our three-dimensional reality. But what if we go into the fourth dimension? Does it go underneath the earth? Like what's going on here?
Hmm, that's interesting.
And I've never found a pot of gold, no matter how many rainbows I invade. Yeah,
That
I've never
cracks me up
found
because so supposedly, the rainbow was God's promise, that he would never flood the earth again. And we
it.
took it a step further. We're like, well, that means he's going to give us gold. Where's the gold? Fucking humans, am I right? We're always looking for the extra little bit, man. Like, he
Yeah.
promised not to fucking destroy us, so where's our reward?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I need to
Like,
get paid.
maybe not getting destroyed was the reward. Maybe the rainbow itself is the reward, the promise. Like, but you have to add things onto it. My goodness. I need my gold. I can't be a good Christian without my greed. Fuck.
Where's my green, guys? Where's my green? Fair enough for not flooding the world again. That's great, but yeah, I need some money as well.
He just
So I
lights
was
up
thinking
on.
of something sort of funny the other day. You know how Trump got rid of the pennies here in America? I was thinking, I wouldn't be surprised if part of that is because the government and all the bureaucracy is getting so over encroaching on people that everybody's paying their DMV fines in pennies. Maybe that's why part of the reason pennies are gone.
What pennies are we talking
Can't
about? I'm
protest payments if you don't got the fucking payment to protest with.
Oh man.
Just watch. There'll be people going, you're going to take this fucking Bitcoin. This Bitcoin is legal fucking tender. You're taking it. Oh my goodness. What a wonky world.
Get rid of pennies for Bitcoin. Yeah.
Well, the government's using Bitcoin, so why the fuck can't I pay my bills with Bitcoin? What the fuck?
Do you think that
It's legal
England will
tender for
always?
them, but not I? What's up with that?
Yeah, we still have pennies in Britain. Yeah. We
You
have
still got the
pennies.
pennies in Britain?
Yeah, 2p's, 5p's, 10p's, 50p's.
Well, they're still on pounds and whatnot. You guys haven't changed to dollars. That's what I was gonna say. Like,
Yeah, isn't it
do you
pence
think
and pounds?
Pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, pence and pounds.
Yeah.
forever, just pounds forever? Yeah. They don't
Yeah.
want to
Man, what I would
join the.
find weird is the Hindi fucking numeral systems for their finances, man.
Oh,
Fucking counting shit in lanks. That's some fucking trippy shit, man.
I'll have
Fucking
to look into
counting your economic system in lanks, my goodness, to me, that's like, let's just mix in the imperial system and the metric system together, and that will be our economic system. It's like,
Oh wow,
whoa.
it's loaded.
We've still got the Queen on our money.
Queen on that.
Yeah.
That looks cool.
Money.
Wow. Can you send some through the screen, mate? No, I can't use it here, but I can exchange it.
I swear, no Americans are worried about the pennies, because what we're really worried about is them replacing the $100 bill. You know, let's get rid of Franklin and put Trump on this. Oh God! Oh, I do not want to
Oh
see
my
that
god!
happen.
Imagine Trump on money. That's crazy.
He wants to do it.
You don't want that wig on money. No, you don't want that face on money.
No, that's not. You know, just color it in orange. Just imagine, like, well, American money is green, mainly, right? So you have to make it orange.
Just everybody busts out the orange highlighters and fills in their $100 bills. That would be so awesome. It's like, you forced this on this, but we don't. That doesn't mean that not every single one of us into this country won't turn this fucking monetary system into a satire.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh my goodness.
What day is it today? Is it Monday?
Thursday over here.
Thursday.
It's Friday here.
Friday,
We're in the
yeah.
future.
Friday
Yeah, in
6th.
Australia. In Australia. So yeah,
Oh
it's
shit, you're in Aussie?
Yep.
Oh
Yep,
god,
I'm
you
Australian.
must be having lots of fun with your government.
Oh
Oh, they're
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
My god,
Basically,
Australia always is a nightmare to me as a philosopher into entheogens. I'm like, you're a giant fucking island with absolute fucking control over your borders and what gets in there. Like, it is
yeah.
so fucking hard to get any drugs in Australia. It's just the saddest thing
Yeah,
ever.
it is. It's sad, yeah.
And then the fucking
It's
government's like fucking I'm pretty sure Australia, don't they have kava there with the indigenous people? And like I remember it was either Australia or New Zealand, but one of them
New
has
Zealand does.
yeah, no, but they had I literally have fucking like kava zones where like it's like okay, we understand this is part of your native culture and it's completely legal
Mm.
here, but we're only letting you do this in designated zones. It's like it's legal, but we can only do it in certain zones. Like
Yeah,
weird.
yeah, I lived in New Zealand for 2 years and they definitely have allowed a lot of native stuff to be like, it's kind of like 50-50. They've really got a big part to play when it comes to that sort of stuff in New Zealand. But in Australia, we don't have that. Like the Aboriginals are pretty much discriminated against and don't really have much of a say at all. You rarely see them. Uh, you know, they're out in the bush, I guess, or whatever they're doing. But yeah, and I'm from Sydney. They're more of a thing in Queensland up here. But like I'm from Sydney where I literally didn't really see them. Apart from like, the didgeridoo thing is popular though. Like, in school we'd get taught that. We'd have, Aboriginals come in and do their thing and whatever we got taught that and stuff. But yeah, it's less of a thing in Sydney than up here in Brisbane. There's more Aboriginals up here, but yeah, it's just we don't. Most of the street names are English and stuff here in Australia, and like it's English run really, whereas in New Zealand, it's like as I said, it's half basically. It's like the their natives really have a say because they have some treaty or whatever. I don't know full the details about all this stuff like in politics and everything. I'm kind of not as knowledgeable when it comes to these things, but yeah, that's all I know.
I just laugh. I'm like, holy shit, Australia's glad I don't live there because I'd be starting up I'd be the cactus kingpin. It's like, hey, these are ornamentals. These are legal. Like, fuck you, Australian government.
Yeah.
For reals. Have a giant
Yeah.
ass commune with so many people. Yeah, we don't have any guns, but we have so many fucking people here that the government won't even fucking step foot on our land. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
they really need to end the war on drugs so they don't have people doing shit like that.
Oh
Because
yeah.
they're just encouraging fucking people like me to do things like that, with this absurdity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The war on drugs, the
Fuck,
kind
I
of
remember a few years
the
ago,
kind of
I got a
reason.
whole bunch of Australians reaching out to me because they were wanting me to fucking send them phenibut to the seas. They were offering me like $500 per gram of phenibut or some shit. It was like
Wow.
insane. It was like, oh my god, like they are dying for drugs over there. My god.
Yeah, I've literally never like done anything, so that it's like illegal. People still find a way to get all that stuff, but I have not. As I said before, both my birth parents were drug addicts, so I got kind of drilled into me by my adoptive parents to stay away from that stuff to avoid like a mental break or whatever.
Right?
But ever since knowing about DMT and salvia, though, it's more so DMT, just because salvia I think would really like mess me up. Although
Oh
I
yeah,
I like
salvia you have
salvia.
to have a fuck ton of respect for. It's
Oh yeah,
nearly unreal how much respect you have to have for salvia.
yeah. I actually prefer to read salvia trip stories over. There's a website called Arrowwood if you're interested. It's
Oh
got a
yeah, I
lot
know what
of
you're talking about.
oh yeah. I love that site. So I
Yeah,
love salvia.
Swim knows what you're talking about.
Swim.
Oh, girl, you just said that you were on Arrowhead and you don't know Swim?
Yeah. No, I just
Dude,
read their trip
everybody writes
reports. Like
swim
I
on
just
their
type
trip
in.
reports. It's an
Wait,
acronym.
what?
Someone, someone I might know
Oh,
or something. It's like an acronym for
oh,
someone I might know. But everybody writes swim on their fucking trip reports.
oh, I haven't seen that. I've just seen, like, I look at the bottom and it says their name and the year that they posted it. A lot of them are from the early 2000s. So they're old trip reports, which gives more credibility, in my opinion. You don't got that AI bullshit.
Okay, if you're interested in salvia, I know the perfect channel you need to check out. You need to look
Okay.
up Interbeing Art on YouTube.
Okay.
Interbeing Art, he hasn't made any videos the past few years, but hands down the best salvia content in the entire internet. It's his content is unreal. He literally maps the archetypes and the things that you're likely to experience, and he documents everything about it. It's crazy.
And
Oh,
on that
awesome.
note, I'm going to close down the live show.
Okay.
But you guys can chat backstage if you want. But thank you guys for keeping it going. I wasn't really able to contribute tonight, but I did enjoy the conversation. So thanks very much, guys. We'll be back again soon.
Okay.
Cheers, man.
All right.
Thanks a lot.